Welcome to our video introducing the dual Arcana system. Arcana system is a pre-battle strategic system independent from the enchantment system. It allows you to increase heroes' attributes throughout the battle. The system will be unlocked after the player reaches level 7, and the slots within the Arcana list will also unlock one by one as the player's level increases. You will need to use Arcana fragments or gold for the purchase and upgrade of Arcana. It can also be acquired through other sources, such as completing achievements. Before the start of a game, player will select the Arcana system in the preparation slot to create an Arcana combination best suited for their hero. The appropriate combination of Arcana can give players a clear advantage when the battle is begun. Arcana is split into 3 categories based on its functionality. Red Arcana focuses on increasing the hero's ability to attack. Purple Arcana focuses on increasing the hero's ability to self-recover, and Blue Arcana focuses on increasing the hero's defensive abilities. Arcana of each color is further split into 8 categories based on their bonuses: attack, life, defense, function, lifesteal, attack speed, critical hit, and pierce. Each independent Arcana has 3 levels. The higher the Arcana level, the more bonus it grants the hero. On the Arcana page, players can freely pick as they wish to create the combination from red, purple, and blue Arcana. Players can create their Arcana combination on the Arcana page based on the role of their hero and their own playstyle. After choosing your Arcana, you can click the top right of the Arcana page to rename and save your combination. In addition, the system has recommended combinations based on roles and playstyles for the player to select directly and use. Depending on the different combinations in a match, Arcana will enhance a hero's performance in different ways. Even if the player uses the most advanced Arcana for their combination, the bonus provided for the hero will not greatly affect the balance of the game. Then, how will the Arcana system help players? During the early stages of the match, the basic attributes of heroes are quite low. Even if the Arcana did not offer much bonus, it could bring about a considerable and substantial difference. Such a change will help the player decide their early game strategy and playstyle while adding more variables to the battlefield. Arcana combinations are not absolute. According to one's understanding of the hero and their playstyle, players will all have different combinations. Should you focus on certain enemy heroes or making up for the shortcomings of your allies? Should you take the initiative in teamfights or increase roaming efficiency? It is entirely up to the player. This marks the end of our video introduction to the Arcana system. Thank you for watching, and good luck on the battlefield. Class Introduction. Welcome to the class introduction of Arena of Valor. In Arena of Valor, the 2 sides will confront each other in teams of 5, and the heroes are the avatars of the players on the battlefield. Your knowledge of your hero and class is the first step towards victory. For your convenience, heroes are divided into 6 classes in the legendary duel: Tank, Warrior, Mage, Assassin, Marksman, and Support. Due to the unique abilities of some heroes, they will have multiple classes. Players can clearly see the characteristics of the 6 classes in the hero interface. Aside from this, players can also check the class of their chosen hero at Choose Character screen in a match. Tank class heroes. Tank class heroes fulfill the role of the meat shield of the team. If you're a fearless warrior who wishes to charge through the forefront of battle, then tank class heroes are undoubtedly the best suited for you. Disrupting the enemy's formation and drawing their fire is the core use of tank heroes. Thus, they also shoulder the heavy burden of initiating team battles. Warrior class heroes. Warrior class heroes excel in close quarter melee combat, combining the ability of dealing damage and tanking. Warrior class heroes are the backbone of the team, and they're suited to fight in any situation. At the same time, they have multiple item sets and play styles. In a real combat situation, we will prepare item sets based on the team's composition and battle situation to balance the team's overall offensive and defensive capabilities. Mage class heroes. Mage class heroes are the core of the team's offensive capabilities, dishing out large damage via magic. Using their spells and abilities to obliterate everything in their way is what all mages desire. Normally, mage heroes all have powerful magic damage capabilities, and a certain amount of control abilities to ensure that they can quickly defeat enemies with very high armor. but due to their poor survivability, they can be vulnerable targets for the enemy's attack. Assassin class heroes. Assassin class heroes are the masters of burst damage. Thus, they are quite difficult to use. If you're someone who enjoys the thrill of seeing the enemy fall to zero almost instantly, then the Assassin class heroes are your best choice. Assassin class heroes often combine excellent movement abilities with damage abilities. However, due to their lower basic HP than other heroes, Assassin class heroes rely on other players' ability to assess the situation and timing, as well as their mastery over the hero to maximize their potential. Marksman class heroes. Through steady and consistent physical damage, Marksman class heroes are also the core of a team's damage output. Different from the ability based on burst damage of mages, Marksmen prefer suppressing their enemies from afar and dishing out non-stop physical damage. But their fragility and lack of survival skills are their biggest shortcomings, putting them in a position where they are dependent on the protection and support of their allies. Support class heroes. Support class heroes value functionality. Normally, they are unable to deal substantial damage or have noticeable defensive abilities, but they have the important mission of protecting their allies, supporting their attacks, and guiding the initiations of team fights. Support players can also be the MVP. According to the different styles of the team, some teams require a tanker support hero who can share the burden of the tank with higher offensive capabilities, whilst other teams require a functionality-based support hero who can protect teammates in dire situations and provide buffs to control and enhance magical damage. Your choice is closely tied to the team's needs in real combat. A team will need to choose 5 out of the 6 classes above to form. Utilizing different combinations of heroes can bring forth different chemical reactions for the team, and the right mix of combinations will allow you to demonstrate your advantages. This concludes the class introduction for Arena of Valor. Good luck on the battlefield, and we will see you next time. Welcome to our video introducing the ping system in Arena of Valor. Arena of Valor is a fast-paced competitive multiplayer game. Communication and coordination within your team are vital to ensure victory. To help players communicate conveniently while reporting and delivering quick, accurate information on the battlefield, Arena of Valor has a context-sensitive built-in ping system that is easy to use. The ping button prompt is placed on the top right corner of the screen in a match. To use it, long press the ping button and point your finger to the triggerable area to send your team the corresponding ping. In addition, players can click the map button on the top right corner to expand the map and send pings by tapping the corresponding location on the map. Of course, players have the option to block ping sound effects and voiceover from other players to prevent interference during the battle. Battle Alert Pings. When players are on the move, they can send their estimated arrival time to teammates by tapping their location on the map. Players can request support from teammates by dragging the ping button prompt to their own hero. When the player is hidden in the grass, drag the ping button prompt to the grass to instruct teammates to hide themselves and ambush together. When a player is outside of the grass, dragging the ping button prompt towards the grass will notify teammates to be careful of an enemy ambush. Wilderness Status Ping. When Abyssal Dragon, Dark Slayer, or your own buff exists on the map, players can give corresponding attack commands to their teammates by tapping the corresponding monster directly on the map or by dragging the ping button prompt to the relevant monster. If a monster has yet to respawn, dragging the ping button prompt will notify the players of the corresponding monster's respawn time. Personal Status Ping. Players can notify teammates their skills are ready by dragging the ping button prompt onto their hero's skills. Dragging the ping button onto a skill and cooldown will alert teammates of the cooldown timer. When a hero dies, the player can drag the ping button prompt onto the death countdown to inform their teammates how long it will take to revive. In addition, players can inform teammates that they're returning to base by dragging the ping button prompt onto the recalling button while in recall. Enemy Status Ping. When the enemy has disappeared from a lane, the players can send an enemy missing ping by tapping on the lane. When the enemy reappears, tapping on the lane will signify how many enemies are present. Situation Alert Ping. Players can prompt teammates to defend structures by tapping their defense tower on the map or by dragging the ping button to the tower. When the player is not in a mid-recall state and drags the ping button prompt to the recall button, it will remind teammates to return to base. Furthermore, players can send scores to teammates by dragging and dropping the ping button prompt onto the scoreboard. There are hundreds of different ping options in Arena of Valor. Players should use them strategically to give themselves and their team a leg up on the competition. Be aware that the ping button is only a notification. The key to victory lies in making the right informed decisions. This marks the end of our video introduction to the ping system in Arena of Valor. Tell us your favorite thing to ping in the comments. Thank you for watching. Good luck on the battlefield. Welcome to our video introducing the team communication systems in Arena of Valor. Arena of Valor is a fast-paced, competitive multiplayer game. Communication and coordination within your team are vital to ensure victory. To help players communicate quickly and clearly in-game, Arena of Valor has introduced team communication systems, such as pinging, quick messaging, built-in real-time voice chat, and emojis. Players can press the context-sensitive ping button prompt on the top right corner of the screen to instantly notify teammates of their status on the battlefield. Players can also drag and hold the ping button to various elements in-game for different alerts. Depending on the context, pings can be divided into types such as battle alerts, wilderness status, personal status, enemy status, and situational alerts. Check out our ping system introduction video to learn more about how you can use the ping system in Arena of Valor. Players can use the in-game quick message system to plan and communicate. Quick messages first appear as part of the pre-battle strategy screen.
Rally for a team fight.
Before the match, the player can set selections and adjustments within settings. These pre-made messages can be split into three major categories: defense, offense, and communication. Players can select 8 messages from these 3 categories to use as quick messages within Arena of Valor. Some quick messages even have voice lines that play when being used.
Let me get the buff.
In the event you want to communicate in more details with your teammates, you can also tap the box beneath the quick message window to enter text. Keep it clean. Aside from quick messages, voice chat will always be the most accessible and concise way to communicate on the battlefield. Players can use the game's built-in real-time voice chat system to speak and converse with their teammates directly. To use voice chat, tap the microphone button on the left side of the screen. When the player is queuing with friends in a pre-made party, they can choose the voice chat to be party only. Emojis are a fun and expressive way to communicate within Arena of Valor. Before the start of the match, players can equip emojis with their customization suite. Make an emoji selection while in a match to use the corresponding emojis. When triggering certain scenarios, heroes will automatically release their preset quick emojis. If there are teammates nearby that use an interactive emoji, and the player responds with an interactive emoji of their own, a new effect will be created for both emojis. One last thing to note, emoji displays can be seen by your enemies. Use your smileys wisely.
I picked Dragontail. Not the other way around.
Painting genius, Jan. Since his childhood, the exceptionally talented Jan has reached the pinnacle of painting as a teenager. But when inspiration dries up, causing the talented young man to fall into infinite anxiety, his master sends him on a journey to find inspiration, taking with him the Rivers and Mountains Dream Scroll and Sword of Inspiration in his path to find materials. The young man's search for a breakthrough is fraught with crisis, but this is no obstacle for the battle-savvy Jan, who will hold the brush of the Sword of Inspiration in his hand and repel the enemies that stand in his way as he paints everything in his path. passive, Spiritual Spark. When Yan uses Skill 1 and Skill 2, he will gain a stack of energy, having 2 stacks of energy, depending on the difference in the previous skill. Will cause the next normal attack to gain additional boost. After using an enhanced normal attack, his attack speed will increase. Yan's skill will mark an enemy when it hits them. Dealing damage to the same target will consume the mark and trigger additional physical damage, restoring Yan's own HP in the process. Skill 1, Black Jade Sprinkle. Yan will deal damage and apply movement speed reduction to enemies in a fan shape in front of him. Passive Enhanced Normal Attack. After a short delay, deals damage to the enemy in front and knocks them away. He can move during the delay and deal additional damage to minions and wild monsters. Skill 2, Draconic Step. Yan moves forward in an arc, dealing damage to enemies along the path. Yan is untargetable while using the skill. Passive Enhanced Normal Attack. Charging towards the target enemy and dealing damage, he can use another part of Skill 2 within a short time frame. Additional Skill 2 cast has a separate cooldown calculation and does not accumulate energy. Skill 3, Hills of Dream. Yan releases his seal, entering enhanced status and dealing damage to surrounding enemies, receiving a massive physical penetration, and can use the second part of the ultimate skill. He gains super armor and reduces damage taken during the cast. Yan will enhance all of his other skills. The second part of Ultimate. Yan charges forward and deals massive damage and knocks away enemies in a massive range forward. Enhanced Skill 1. Deal 2 instances of damage to the enemy. Enhanced Skill 2. Deals even higher damage. Yan's ultimate skill buff will increase with every upgrade. When ultimate is upgraded to level 1, the skill damage of skill 1 and 2 increases by 50%, and the number of times the mark can be triggered also increases. When ultimate is upgraded to level 2, passive enhanced normal attack hitting enemies will extend the enhanced status duration and can be used multiple times when under the buff from the second part of Yan's ultimate. They aren't affected by cooldown reduction. When ultimate is upgraded to level 3, passive enhanced normal attack will return 1 stack of energy. Yan is a highly controllable warrior type assassin. His damage will continuously increase as the game goes on. He becomes extremely powerful in the later stages of the match. Thus, rapid growth and increasing level are important for Yan. The key to mastering Yan is utilizing Yan's skill set, launching enhanced normal attacks with different effects, and making use of the short cooldown time of his skill set to continuously dish out skill combos. At the start of the game, if Yan needs to support and gank enemies, he can save a stack of his passive in the bush. Use Skill 1 to slow down enemies who passes by, and trigger Skill 1's enhanced normal attack to knock away the target, to crowd control them and coordinate with teammates to finish them off. Yan needs to save up 1 stack of his passive while chasing down enemies. He needs to make use of Skill 2 to get close to the enemy first, then uses enhanced normal attack's additional reset of Skill 2 to continue pursuing. Once the gap is closed, use Skill 3, Skill 1, enhanced normal attack, Skill 3's second part to finish up. In team fights later in the match, make use of the buff effect from the ultimate to bring forth a good haul. Yan needs to attack from the flank. Use Skill 2 first to close in on the back row, followed by Skill 3, normal attack, Skill 1, normal attack, the second part of Skill 3, Skill 2, Skill 1 to finish them off. When there are multiple tank-type heroes in the enemy composition, due to Yan's lack of high damage before using his ultimate, he needs to watch his timing when he enters the battle. Make use of the physical penetration from the ultimate, as the bonus can deal quite substantial damage even against tank-type heroes. Due to marks being able to be triggered multiple times, while in enhanced status, Coordinating with Skill 2's movement and Skill 1's damage, you can potentially take down tanks. Yan's passive HP Restore allows him to have decent survivability. Watch your timing on using Skill 2's untargetable effect to dodge enemy damage. Yan needs to improvise in battle and requires careful observation of the situation on the battlefield to choose the right skill to cast.
You're fighting a losing battle.
Jade Fan Beauty Yue. As the princess of the Dragon Kingdom, Yue brandishes a fan as her weapon, retaining her elegance even in battle. Aqua Force and Mountain Crusher allow her to easily control the whole battlefield, and Borrowed Might allows Yue to unleash endless attacks. If an enemy dares to offend Yue's grace, then they will taste the power of Rising Wind. Passive skill, Borrowed Might. Every time Yue uses Aqua Force and Mountain Crusher, she will gain a stack of Borrowed Might. When she has 2 stacks of Borrowed Might, Yue will reset the cooldown time of Aqua Force and Mountain Crusher and strengthen the next Aqua Force or Mountain Crusher. Skill 1, Aqua Force. Yue throws 2 bone fans at close range, dealing damage to enemies in their path. After strengthening, Yue will throw out 4 bone fans when using Aqua Force. Aqua Force will deal several times the damage where the bone fans converge. Skill 2, Mountain Crusher. Yue throws 2 bone fans at far range, dealing damage to enemies in their path. After strengthening, Yue will throw out 4 bone fans when using Mountain Crusher. Mountain Crusher would deal several times the damage where the bone fans converge. Skill 3, Rising Wind. Yue knocks back nearby enemies and deals damage to enemies in its path while pushing them back slightly. Yue will gain additional vision. Yue is a long-range mage with a powerful ability to exhaust the enemies, but is complicated to operate. To deal perfect damage using Yue, you need to be skilled in combining her skills to deal damage multiple times stronger. However, when Yue overlaps with the enemy, both Aqua Force and Mountain Crusher can deal full damage. When in the lane period, Yue can quickly clear enemy creeps via refreshing her skills through her passive skill and then assist the side lanes. In team fights, Yue needs to use Mountain Crusher multiple times to exhaust the enemies and frequently use Aqua Force to charge up her passive skill to look out for chances to kill or exhaust fragile enemy heroes. The core combo of Yue is to save up a stack of her passive in advance and instantly use Mountain Crusher twice to deal burst damage. But be cautious. Yu's ultimate is the only life-saving skill, so she needs to save her ultimate to be aware of enemy assassins' heroes in team fights.
Alright, and welcome to Arena of Valor International Championship 2022. We are your shoutcasters. Guillaume Gaming here with me is Mikos, and we are about to see fantastic plays from all the teams that are participating in this amazing event. How are you, Mikos?
Yeah, I'm fine. By the way, thank you for asking. Because of how we are making a comeback to AIC 2022, I'm just intrigued how we're going to see 15 teams from all around the world will be fighting to be the champions in the international championship. But you can see how the level that they can bring here, because somehow in AIC 2022 doesn't have the defending champion. So this is going to be anybody's game, man. I'm so happy about it.
Yeah, well, last AIC 2021, Buriram United Esports had a fantastic, reverse sweep against V Gaming, but unfortunately they won't be here right now. We are going to be seeing some new teams, new faces though, as they are going to represent their very own respective regions. And as we see on the screen right now, this is the schedule for AIC 2022. We have, well, this weekend 4 consistent days for the group stage, phase 1 and phase 2. Then we will have again next week 4 days for the knockout stage, and we also have here in July 2, July 3, and July 10 for the semifinals and the grand finals.
I love how the group stages has been split into 2 group stage, and it's going to be in a couple of days. We have to see the global bans coming into play, but now we're going to see the prize pool of $2 million to be given throughout all players and all teams in the AIC, because on the 16th place you still receive $10,000. So I think you will not sit down onto 10,000 only. You have to go into the first seed, $700 million. God damn it, that is the best amount of money that can give into AIC.
Like $700,000. That is huge. You can buy yourself so many stuff for that. I mean, who wouldn't, right? And these players are the best to actually take this amazing prize pool. We have 700 for the first, 350 for the second, that's half the third, 200k. Fourth place will have 100k. Fifth to 8th spot, it's okay, for 40,000, 9 to 16, 10,000, and the rest follows as well. We have MVP and the best lineup and quarter qualifiers and wildcards total as well. Here are the participating teams, groups A, B, and C, and D, and we are going to be seeing some of them in our first day, since it is just the start of the AIC 2022.
We're going to see Group A and Group B. We have Nova, Flash, Terry Hope, Talon, Valencia on one team, and SGB. We are playing with them today, and for tomorrow we're going to see Group C and D. But for the question is, the only 3 teams from the respective group will be advanced to the second phase. So the only phase in the first phase is only the best of 1. So they have to make a great choice in terms of drafting, because they only have 1 chance to just proceed for the second phase. Now, today, this is the matchup, Nova versus Flash. This is going to be really hard and some bombing game in the first matchup.
We have DTAC Talon against Starry Hope as well on the second match. One team versus Valencia CF on the third one. We have a lot of games. We have how many games total for
9.
today? We have 9 games. So for all the viewers out there watching and also supporting the teams that they want to give their support to, please do stick around till the very end, because we're going to be seeing a lot of action and maybe a lot of surprises as well from these amazing teams, because they have prepared so much for this tournament, and for sure they're going to be preparing as well, or like showing to us how well equipped they are.
Yeah, you can see the last game for today is Talon versus Team Flash, going to happen to just determine who are going to be in the second phase for the best of one. Single round robin, all matchups are played in best of one. Now the game number 1, Nova versus Team Flash. It's going to be really hard to just predict who's going to be the winners of this matchup, because we've seen a lot of experience coming in from Team Flash as well as Nova. So this is the lineup for Nova. They bring out Banji, Pose, Hey, another, and Snox coming in for Nova.
Little background about them. Well, they had an amazing feat during the Arena of Valor International Championship Euro qualifier after they have defeated Haka 7 in a 4-1 standing in the grand final. So they are really well equipped for the start of this tournament. For Team Flash, however, well, we have seen their performance during the AIC 2021. So far they have been quite stable, but they have yet to showcase to everyone like how dominating they can be in some of the tournaments, because during their last few matches, well, they kind of struggle on their on some other teams like V Gaming, which has been quite dominating in their respective regions. So maybe this time they can show a different sign of light on their team and maybe have a jump start on the season.
Yeah, I would want to know how Nova will cope with the comeback of XP, ADC, and KT, who had recently won the AIC in 2019, and they have a lot of experience for Team Flash. But for Nova Esports, they are in the 10th places inside of AIC 2019, so they are coming back with a strong expression to give to Team Flash, because we know how Team Flash plays in the current years. Because of how aggressive they are, they give a lot of determination into winning some games. So Nova really needs to step up their game in this first matchup, because if Nova doesn't give much of a struggle into the game, it will be really hard into the next matchup to just proceed into the next phase.
Yeah, the matchups are quite complicated in a sense here, because Group A and Group B are going to be battling each other. Like, they have to match up with all the other teams and try to get as much points as they can. Well, winning will secure 2 points. It will grant 3 points, especially on the second phase. But during the first phase, like today and tomorrow, is just trying to get as much points as they can and trying to win against their respective opponent, because they would want to secure at least a top spot or be one of the top 3 teams before we head down to the next phase. And as we see here on the screen, we're checking on to the players, the veterans, the ones who give the absolute passion for Arena of Valor, and I think they're just checking or making sure as well that everything goes smoothly.
Yep. I think the real question is how another will cope with the speed of ADC has into the jungle rotation, because of how Nova Esports really needs to just happen to be more aggressive than Team Flash, because Team Flash has evolved into their composition that brings last time it will be ADC, who bring the big games, and also Gao, but now KT and also XP will play a major role into Team Flash. And a lot of games that Team Flash plays, they are to rely on to ADC to make the big plays into this from this year. So Nova, they know who they need to shut down, because they need to find ADC. They need to go into the jungle of Team Flash, just happen to give a hard time for ADC.
And speaking of ADC as well, Team Flash, they actually are able to execute some composition as well, which has double marksman in the lineup. So having those kinds of options in the games allows you to have more routes or pathways in terms of approaching the game, and it creates a lot of issues against your opponent, because they have to predict your next move. They have to predict how you're going to draft in the game, and if you're going to be that of unpredictable of a team, you're gonna have a lot of assurance in your games, and maybe this time they can actually start it off with some surprises. Well, I say it's just a best of one, so maybe just go with their best possible lineup for now.
Yeah, I think for we will see a lot of Barons, kind of Dark Slayer champions still coming in for Team Flash because they know they need that Omen. They need a lot of Rector into the game. So Nova already know what going to happen in the drafting phase. So if they want to bring Iggy, if they want to bring Aoi into the game, they need to be fast in terms of draft because this is the best of one. It doesn't even play into the global bans as yet. So they need to bring a lot of kind of OP heroes coming in into just winning in the draft as well as snowball into the game. So Nova needs that firepower to bring down Team Flash.
One thing's for sure though, in terms of OP heroes, we won't see Aya. We won't see Aya for sure. During AIC 2021, it had a 99.9% ban rate. I mean, it's almost like like the usual soaps or alcohols that we see on the market. There's just 1%, one small chance that it slips away, and it happened. When it happened, actually, it was a one-sided stomp. So now, as the game starts, match 1 of our day 1 in the AIC 2022, Nova and Team Flash. Here we see, Aya. Pretty standard ban.
Yeah, already been taken away. That is not just a question; it's just a perma ban for Team Flash.
Just do it.
You have to do it. You have to waste one ban for Aya. That is the #1 rule for AIC right now. But the banning onto Florentino, I love it because we know how KD plays the Florentino really well. That he knows where is the Blossom is going to go. So it is the best ban coming in for Nova as well as the Elsu because of how Pikachu plays Elsu in mid. They doesn't want to give case if want to be Elsu on the side lane. So Lorian ban from Team Flash, I think that is some safe ban coming in because they doesn't want Nova has a lot of crowd control.
Crixie gonna be first picked here. Pretty solid start of this game. Crixie is actually one of the most reliable mages that you can put in the mid lane that provides a lot of assurance and safety net for the team. It has relatively good damage, good wave clear, and also can do a lot during team fights as well. Provided that right now Lorian has been banned away on the side of Team Flash, they're gonna be focusing on a different route for now.
Yeah, I think because of how the Lorian has been banned, they doesn't have the Serenite to just give a lot of crowd control. Nova brings out the Crixie because they know the Moonfall will give a substantial amount of damage into the team fight. So Nova will secure that first instead of they are going for the Dragon Slayer matchup first, like how Team Flash are going with the Zuka pick. We don't know because we have seen a glimpse of Enzo, but I think Enzo will be picked fast enough into the first 2 picks for Team Flash.
Yeah, I like how Nova Esports are drafting their lineup right now. You pick up the Crixie, you hover the Hayate, and now even in a team fight based composition. This is what a Nova Esports are wanting to take right now. They haven't locked it in just yet, so there is still like 20 seconds for them to change, but no, they lock it in with absolute confidence.
Yeah, you can see how the Kunai Blades, Moonfall, and also Mina, all of these champions are AoE damage crowd control. They want some team fights. Nova wants team fight pretty bad. They know team fight will just happen to be the bad side of Team Flash, so Nova will just push away Team Flash into the team fight, and Team Flash already know. They bring down Zuka, they want the Kafni for sure, because they know how Zuka will split push. Kafni will just melted some towers in terms of how damage is the cannon coming in for Kafni. That is some counter attack coming in for Team Flash.
Yeah, and right now so far we have secured both teams have secured a lot of their main carries, like mid lane, their Abyssal Dragon, taken as well. And so far, we have yet to see the Darkslayer laners. They are taking away some of these options, like the Omen, also Nakrot has been taken, which can be put in the jungle as well, provided that, well, the Nakrot can pretty much clear his camps pretty fast and provide that split push threat against the opponent. So I like how both teams are measuring up each other right now, making sure that there are no holes on their lineup, and they're minimizing the risk that they're taking right now.
Ban onto Scud. I think the banning Scud is just for securance onto the Cafney life, because because Scud can just burst down Cafney just in a millisecond. So look at how Nova and also Team Flash ban out Omen because they doesn't want to. Nova has one champion that can disturb the crowd control also with the split push composition. So they ban Omen. Side of Nova, they banned Nacroth, so they doesn't want ADC to play Nacroth to have the split push composition as well. So they doesn't, because of how Nova just want to force team fight all along into the game. So Nova has to ban a lot of split push champion, despite of Team Flash now want to bring down Tachi because they know if team fight is going bad for them, Tachi is the main savior for Team Flash.
Yeah, I like how we're seeing these high priority heroes right now. Oh, Aoi as well gonna be hovering for the meantime. These are the iconic heroes that we have seen not only in the past few tournaments but also in the past AIC 2021 that allowed so many outplays, allowed so many wins in the team's games. And to top it all off, well, we're seeing the final pick here of Nova Esports.
Aoi and the Baldum. Yeah. I think Baldum is just the guardian for the side of Nova. We know how Baldum doesn't have a lot of movement speed, but he can just giving a counter attack with the dome that he has. So if Aoi just played aggressive, he knows he can just secure the members of Nova into the back line, because we know Tachi and Zuka will just always go onto the back line of Nova. So Baldum is a great pick for Nova. I think the Baldum pick will be the hardcore for the side of Nova. So Team Flash, they need one more to go onto the backside. Ryoma pick, I think that is the best pick they can have. Poking ability, backside poking, and also the damage that Ryoma can give in the early game. Nova will have a fun time in early matchup.
Yep. It also has kind of a similar playstyle on it. It really suits Team Flash right now, especially that the Florentino has been taken away. Ryoma has a lot of mobility in his kit and can kind of win in the laning phase and add a little bit of pressure onto the side lanes, maybe on team fights, because Nova Esports right now has one goal: group up and take as much objectives and win as much team fights as they can. They are really strong when they're clumped up, but Team Flash can actually win on these small skirmishes. They have a lot of damage. They can assassinate some of the isolated members here of Nova Esports, and I think that is going to be their path, since they have drafted such a high mobility composition. And well, they have some late game insurance as well with the Cathany and the Iggy as well, but they can put a lot of strain or pressure on side lane control, especially on how they can just rotate across the map.
Yeah, the Iggy pick coming in for Pikachu, I think that is the direct counter for Krexay, because of how Iggy can just have 80% of movement speed for 4 seconds. He could just escape the moonfall into the team fight. But as you can see how Team Flash, they have movement speed for Ryoma, Zuka dashes, then also Iggy with 80%, Cathany as well. So they just, if Nova wants to just clump and give a team fight, Team Flash just run Nova down. They just can't chase away the members of Nova.
Like at first, they would try to keep some distance and try to poke out the members of Nova Esports. When their HP are kind of low, that's when they chase. So Nova Esports, they have to really focus on their timing because they only have kind of a linear approach in this game. Grouping up and go force a team fight, make sure no one dies isolated. And as we start this game, the first game in the Arena of Valor International Championship 2022, let's see who will take the first win.
Yeah, usually we see how we already guess how Nova will play a little bit aggressive. They just counters into the side of jungle to just shut down ADC. Look how Snox doing it. He doesn't want to give any space for ADC. Just trying to pull away the blue buff. Doesn't want to give ADC. But Pikachu and XP is always side with ADC. They go away with a couple of damage. First block coming in, I'd say, because ADC a little bit too low. XP trying to find a kill out to Snox. Snox been taken away. First blood in the AIC. Taken by Snox. Taken 2 for the side of Team Flash. Now ADC survive. I don't know how Nova just bottled that out, because 3 kills for Flash. Early game matchup. Team Flash going to be monster.
And it started with a 3 versus 3 fight, but then Case actually followed up from the bot side of the map, and that allowed them to actually have numbers advantage and win that fight. 3 kills in just 1 minute. That's already disaster for Nova Esports.
That is some mistakes that we made in the stages of early game, because we want to play it a little bit more aggressive, trying to shut down ADC. But what happened there? 3 versus 3. Nova knows the damage of Zuka and also the knockup that Zuka has in the early game. They just focus onto the blue buff, but Zuka just happened to live. I don't know how ADC spend his life into the jungle. He knows how to live more than any members of Nova. They give 3 kills and none in return for Nova. That is some...
That is an oopsie.
That is some little bit of oopsie coming in for Nova. Early game matchup. Come on, man, Nova. Come on, wake up.
And actually, Nova Esports didn't have any reason to go that aggressive, because they have a really good scaling composition already. They don't necessarily need to have the upper hand in the early game. So this is a little bit of overconfidence that we're seeing on Nova Esports. Yes, sometimes, well, you have to take the high risk because it reaps the highest rewards. But this time, it provides you with the opposite of that. A lot of struggle right now in the early game, and we're just like 1 minute 21 seconds into the game, and Team Flash already has a lot of kills. Not only that, they do have the best composition as well that can fully utilize that early lead.
Yeah, they have the Ryoma, they have the Zuka, as well as the Iggy. So I think that Nova in the early game, they just underestimate the damage of Iggy in the early game, because how Pikachu plays really well. The position of Pikachu, he just gave a lot of damage into the members of Nova. And Nova just focus on one thing. They need to just trade the blue buff inside that jungle, but they just happen to misinterpret that it's just beside of mid lane. Iggy can just, couple of seconds, just, hey, I'm here. I can just give damage. And also Caffney onto the bottom side, and just Caffney, okay, I'm here as well. So the amount of damage that Team Flash can just spam on Nova members is just too much to handle by Mina alone.
And what can they do now? Well, we're still on pause, so that's why we're talking about some of the scenarios that happened earlier. I think everyone is just making sure that the players have the best possible experience into the game, since it's just first game. Yep. Many things can happen, and the officials are just making sure that there will be no problems, no issues, and stuff like that. And well, it's just first minute of the game. Stuff happened.
Yeah,
What can you say?
yeah. For now, we have a 3-0 lead coming in for Team Flash, but Nova, as we speak, they need to have a little bit of patience because they need to know how many damage that they can deal in the early game, as well as how many damage that Mina can take. Because of how we see in that jungle side, Zuka is already like 5 HP, but still alive because of how ADC plays with the position, just focusing onto that blue buff. So if Nova does this much more, I think it will be substantially for Nova to just take the L because of how ADC just waiting for mistakes coming in for Nova.
And that's one of the mistakes that happened earlier. You know, Case got 2 kills. The Iggy had 1.
Yep.
It's already a disaster at the very start. That's going to jumpstart the scaling of the Kafeni, and well, they still have a good amount of side lane control with the Ryoma, so things are not really looking well for the side of Nova Esports. Team Flash, this is the best possible case for them.
Yeah, they need to play it really well. They just cannot bottle down a lead that they had for early game because we haven't reached 2 minutes into the game yet. Because if we seen the composition of Nova, they need the ultimate coming in from Mina. They need to force some team fight. But 3 versus 3 with the early composition that Flash had, that is a no-go for Nova. Nova just wants to see how many damage that Zuka and as well as E can give, but they happen to overextend a lot of their time inside the jungle. So Nova really trailing with mistakes right now. They need to find a way to just level up into the goal. They need to play really safe. They need to focus onto the onto Dragon Slayer. So they need some objective to be played on here.
Yeah, it's a bit of a lead that Team Flash has gotten, like 700, 800 gold just from that small skirmish. And well, it is their win condition. So win on the small skirmishes, get a substantial amount of lead, and don't let Nova Esports scale. It already has started, but it's not over yet for Nova Esports. They can just try to play a little bit safe for the meantime. It's gonna be a lot more difficult since the Iggy and the Kafeni already got their some kills. So laning phase, the first objective taking, even if Nova Esports groups up, it's not as stable and as safe as having an equal amount of platform for both teams wherein nobody has skills just yet. This time it's quite different, so they have to be a little bit more creative in their approach. This time, even if they have this kind of scaling composition, a team fight based composition, right now, you know, Case is sitting at a 1.1 thousand gold, while Post is just on his like 800. 300 gold lead is already good because you can purchase like some of your items already, or like the prerequisites of your items.
Yep, now we see 10 seconds into the first objective to be spawned in the AIC, but look at how the wave clearance coming on Team Flash. They a little bit too slow in terms of how Nova going into the Dragon. They need to go well. The ultimate. Oh no! Oh no,
my
Nova.
gosh! Oh, ooh, that ultimate from Case obliterated everyone from Nova Esports, and well, that's another 2 kills for Team Flash. This team is already having the best of time right now, even having the luxury of taking some of the jungle camps here of Nova Esports.
This is going to be a really hard matchup for Nova because they know the ultimate coming in for the Kafni just happened to just covers a lot of the rooms for that dragon. So the Abyssal Dragon is the main objective for Nova, but they just happen to not remember how the damage of Team Flash can give with the ultimate here. But now Katie will happen to have a hard time because the 2 members of Nova already just camped up top side.
And this is what we talked about earlier. Even if Nova Esports groups up, they won't be assured of a victory in a team fight. Yes, they got the Abyssal Dragon, but they got wiped out, or like lost 2 members. They took out 1 this time after a successful 5-man gank onto XP, so at least they got a bit of a token after those casualties that they had in the previous team fight. Now they're trying to take the Dark Slayer, you know, while trying to prevent other members, but it's gonna be taken away, stolen by ADC, and now Pikachu is trying to do some damage onto the back line. They lost ADC in the process, but I think that is already worth it.
Yeah, they just steal away the Dark Slayer. I think ADC is really cheeky, coming XP again with a couple of damage from XP, trying to chase down Hehe, but now Snog. Oh my god, just slither of health coming in from members of Nova. Case on the bottom side, he just defend away his turret. That is the best possible outcome coming in from Team Flash. They lose XP, but they take away the Dark Slayer. That is the win-win for Team Flash.
What's good about this though for Nova Esports is that the gold lead isn't increasing too much. It's not getting out of hand for them just yet, despite the casualties, despite the stolen objective. They're not that much behind for the moment. What we need to take note though is where is the gold going? Because for Team Flash, it's going mostly onto Case, which is their best case scenario right now, as they are going to deal a lot of damage later. And we have seen a little bit, a glimpse of it a while ago with a Pusalot coming in from the Kafeni. Now they're trying to position themselves maybe for a gank in the mid. XP is going with a sneaky play here. He's gonna get
XP.
caught.
Yeah, XP onto Hehe, but the ADC joins the fight, but Benji will just prison away the members of Team Flash bottom side here. Nova claims the kill, 3 into the 6, but now the members of Team Flash, ADC just going a little bit on the side of Benji, but Hehe needs to run away. Benji with a couple of dangerous teleportation going back home. Bottom turrets will be in the dangerous zone because of, I know, Team Flash will take away this tower.
Yeah, they're chipping this tower. That might be the first tower in this game. Yeah, it's going to Team Flash at the moment. Still the same gold lead for them. They're trying to take this dragon right now, but they're gonna be contested. This is a group up once again by Nova Esports. They're trying to contest who will take it. This is gonna be another. It's not gonna be stolen away this time. They're being contested though, trying to get into the nerves here of Nova Esports, but good disengage coming in from them.
I love how Nova just telling Team Flash we're not done just yet, because we take the Abyssal Dragon for us. We know the couple of damage that we can give. If the game just proceed into the late game, I think Nova will have a fun time because of how the AoE damage will deliver pretty well, as well as if Benji just land the prison again into the members of Team Flash, they can just isolate the damage that Flash has. So that is the best possible outcome for Nova. But onto the top side, we'll be in the dangerous side. Armor with the Moonfall being taken away.
Yeah, we're seeing Nova Esports playing defensively for the moment. Just focusing on what they need to take, like objectives, farm, maybe a bit of chunk onto the towers, but they're not overextending right now because they're able to catch up actually in terms of gold. Things are looking good right now on the hands of Nova Esports, but right now they're going to be engaging. Pikachu might be in trouble, but another is actually quite low. Pusalot coming in, trying to do some damage here onto the members of Nova Esports, but a good swift away for now. No casualties in that fight.
Yeah, no casualties on the top fight, but they lose a lot of gold onto the bottom because of how ADC just split pushed away the members of Nova Flash and Nova. But the Dark Slayer will be taken away here. Flash, they know if the team fight is not on their favor, they just doesn't want to take 100% commit into that team fight, because of if Nova happen to have the best team fight again with the prison coming in for Benji, that time on top side doesn't hit, but if it hit, the Fusilat will be cancelled and not a lot of damage will be transferred from Case to the members of Nova.
And we're seeing, you know, the gold just staying as it is. Team Flash trying to increase their gold. Maybe they can establish a bit more dominance with their side lane control. We're seeing some towers falling down onto the top side, onto the bot side. So slowly but surely, Nova Esports are losing their grip in this game. They're losing those towers. And now they're just being zoned away from this Holy Dragon, and it's going to be secured by Team Flash.
Yeah, they give away the Dark Slayer for Nova because they need that Holy Dragon buff to just happen to take away. But ADC just love to play around Snox on bottom side. But now Team Flash already taken a little bit of damage. Moonfall again with a couple of damage. Suprama coming in for Aoi. They claims the kill onto XP. Damage coming from Pose gives one member for Team Flash a hard time to just respawn again with 20 seconds on the timer. Mid tower will be the target for Nova.
Yeah, it's a good attempt coming in from Nova Esports. They're slowly gaining a lead, especially that they are able to scale up in this game. This is where Team Flash actually is starting to struggle. Yes, they had a good amount of lead in the early game, securing 3 kills, winning a team fight in the Abyssal Dragon camp, and getting some towers taken down. But if we check the gold, we're seeing Nova Esports actually being stable as a team. Right now, they're contesting onto the top side. There's an Infinite player pushing as well, but Pikachu is trying to zone them out. ADC is on the back side, but actually, that's a close one for Benji. Good thing he managed to disengage, but there's the next target, Snox. Quite a tanky member of Nova Esports, just preventing some of the members here of Team Flash from engaging, but they're not being stopped. That's a lot of damage coming in from both teams.
I think the real problem coming in for Flash is that KD does not deliver much of poking damage, because you can see in that mid lane, KD with the damage doesn't deliver that much of the threat for Nova, because Nova is not scared at all for Ryoma currently. So ADC will have a hard time. Just happen to play more aggressive. If he play aggressive, he just face knocks again and again. Now Nova takes the upper hand. They takes one bottom tower, but now Moonfall again onto the mid side here. XP trying to chase down with the Tachi, but the prison wall coming to play for Nova. ADC arrived a little bit late, but the members of Nova has not much of a health in that team fight. What happened there?
A cancel on the recall by ADC onto another. 23 seconds though before these objectives are gonna spawn once again, and it's going to attract a team fight. So far we haven't seen much casualties from both sides. I want to commend how they know when to go in and when to go out, because if they make just one mistake, it can lead to a tower takedown or maybe even more. Right now they're grouping into the mid lane, but we have to take a look. ADC is quite in a vulnerable spot. He's being chased away here by another, but actually another is going to be the target, or like the victim here. ADC tried to disengage for now, but Benji will be the casualty for Nova Esports, and it's going to allow Team Flash to take the Infinite Slayer, but they're gonna lose ADC. A bit of overconfidence by this player, going in once again only to die.
Yeah, in the meantime they lose ADC, but they take the Dark Slayer onto the top side. This is kind of a positive impact for the side of Flash. They know when to play okay on the top side here. Another will be taken down with a couple more damage, but Pikachu arrived a little bit late. That Moonfall saved the members of Nova again and again.
Yeah, while Case though secured a tower onto the top side once again. So they are taking a bit of time in getting those kills, but they are still managing to get those towers taken down. If we check out the scores here, 5-7, more towers taken down here by Team Flash, more objectives as well, but Nova Esports are still being quite confident in this case. ADC might actually get taken out, tries to flee, and is successful in doing so. But XP took a bit of damage, needed to pop out that ultimate while the Infinite Slayer is actually pushing into the mid lane. They will get this tower in the mid since no one is going to be able to defend it.
I don't think that Team Flash played really well in this game because of ADC. Being flashy throughout the game, but the ultimate coming in for ADC just happened to just be the best right now, but the damage is not there. The members of Flash just doesn't give more commitment into that team fight, because how if Nova been caught up with the 3-man ultimate coming in for ADC, that is a win for Team Flash. But how Team Flash trying to cope with that strategy? They cannot leave away another onto the top side. They form V3 onto the bottom. They just go in, full slot onto the backside. But Katie arrived a little bit late from the side lanes. Now turrets onto the bottom will be the target for the side of the Flash, but they just can't go in because the damage and also the AoE damage coming in from Nova is a little bit too much to handle for Flash.
Yeah, Nova Esports also is being able to sustain most of the damage coming in here from Team Flash, so that gives them that extra assurance that they can actually survive on team fights, while another was actually split pushing onto the top side. It forced ADC to actually respond towards defending their top side inner tower, and without complete members, Team Flash is actually struggling in getting those pick-offs. Take note that this kind of composition that they have strives on small skirmishes where they have numbers advantage, but so far they haven't gotten that. They're gonna try to take out Nox though. He is quite tanky, and that's a lot of heal. But into the mid lane, Benji is gonna be quite low. That's going to be ultimate being popped out. Oh, Posto dealing nukes of damage with a Kunai Blitz, and that's going to take out 2 members from Team Flash. XP is still relatively healthy, and on the bot sides, Nox actually got taken down. Now it's going to be 3 versus 2 in the mid lane, but it will force Team Flash actually to disengage. That was a substantial win from Nova Esports.
Yeah, Nova knows they had the wombo combo coming in from Moonfall, Prison Wall, and as well as the Kunai Blades. That is the best damage that Nova can give. Small skirmishes coming in for Flash is not going to work for them, because of if the members of Nova 3-man versus 4 versus 3 on the mid side, they can't win. KD and ADC, I think, will have a lot of problems because they happen to deal a lot of damage, but they cannot just go forward because of how Nova is really organized with their combo. So Team Flash looking a way to just happen to give a small win by win to Nova. So Nova has the ability to win this game, is despite of Flash has a couple of objectives on their hands.
And speaking of objectives, they will have this Dark Lord Slayer pushing into the mid, and it's gonna force Team Flash to actually respond to this, while Nova Esports is actually being split up onto the map. Some are on bot side, some are in the mid lane, but they're just baiting the members of Team Flash. They have to respond to this Dark Lord Slayer pushing, because if they don't, they're gonna lose more towers. Bottom side tier 2 has been taken down. Nox is just pressuring them right now, zoning them, taunting them, but that's going to be engaged for slot, being used as well as Moonfall, while they're still being able to survive. Hey though is gonna be the casualty, but that's not really a bad deal. Nova Esports still secured 2 towers for that, and they're sitting at a 2,000 gold lead.
Look at how Nova, they lost Hey in terms of the trade coming in from middle turret. They just go back. They know they need Hey Moonfall to just enter the team fight. So if Nova engage, if Nova engage right now, they will happen to lose a lot of members, because Team Flash, this is the best opening for them, because none other less than Hey could give a lot of damage with the Moonfall. So if Flash just commit and to take a lot of objective now, they need 4 more turrets to just take away the core. Now is the moment for Flash. They need to just reorganize their push as well as the damage they can give into Nova. But Nova, Hey already been alive. This is the time to just give a lot of counterattacks.
How do you think they should establish a team fight here? Because for me, I think Nova Esports is already doing a really good job disengaging and forcing them actually to group up. But Team Flash hasn't gotten their best case scenario for a team fight yet. They're looking for numbers advantage. Maybe this is a good time for Salon, and they got Hey obliterated in an instant. I was just literally asking how they should approach this, but they immediately showed us that.
Yeah, because Flash knows Hey is the target. If Hey lives, Team Flash will not have a good team fight along the way. If Nova knows Hey died, then they need to split push with another on the top side, another on the bottom. But if Flash doesn't even commit into kill Hey much more after this, it's going to be really hard for Flash. So look at how Flash, okay, they want to re-engage again. Just giving a hard time Katie onto the backside with a couple of damage. Members of Nova, they just happen to lose a lot of health.
Oh no!
Flash going in again, takes another kill onto Snox. He is alive, but it doesn't have Snox into the defense. Another will get chased by ADC. Not enough of dashes, but they can just control this jungle away from Nova. They need to take down the tower as fast as possible.
Nova Esports had no reason to check their bot side jungle. There was no objective there. Hey was down, yet still they peeked onto that brush, and it led to Snox actually getting taken down. Now they're trying to go to their top side. It's going to cause them to lose some merits, but they could die blitz once again by Pulse, dealing so much damage, but it's simply not enough because Hey wasn't there. And that cost 4 casualties on the side of Nova Esports, and Team Flash might actually look for the finish.
Yep, ADC Hey alone, and as well as Snox being alive again. The turret had been taken down. The card is next, coming in with Snox also with the AoE damage they can give. 2 members of Nova taken away. Hey lives again, but not for long. Flash claims the kill, claims the victory in game number 1, takes the full points in AIC. First game, first point for them.
Yeah, Team Flash showing fantastic performance, especially after that explosive start in the game. We saw some hiccups coming in from them, or struggles in securing some of those team fights, but when they actually had the best possible opportunity, starting in the mid lane when they were trying to defend from that Dark Slayer push, bot side kill onto Hey once again, and provided that they had numbers advantage, they forced Nova Esports out from their safety net and took out most of their members, allowing them to actually secure this game. So congratulations to Team Flash, a well-deserved victory for them.
Yeah, it takes a lot of time to Flash to just warm up into the game, because they take a lot of lead. They take 3 kills into the early game, but going into the mid, it's all Nova. It's all Nova games here. Look at how early game is. Takes 1 for the side of Team Flash, another one Pikachu kills, but away from the members of Nova, they know where they expert on, where their weaknesses is, so they bring into the mid game and just excel from there. And Flash doesn't know what could Nova do at that point, so Nova slowly takes down the objective, slowly brings the game to life, and tell away what could Nova do in the rest of AIC. But now you can see Nova is a really great contender into the AIC, but Team Flash, one of the champions a long time ago, have a hard time versus Nova.
Yeah, but they secured this win, so it's a really fantastic feat that we have seen coming in from Team Flash, and I like how they managed to actually maintain their grip into this game, because we saw actually the game kind of slipping away from them. We saw how Pulse actually started to do a lot of damage, and also Snox making some plays, especially on the side lane, while another is split pushing onto the side lane, creating some space for their team, because Team Flash actually was grouping up quite consistently in this match, looking for picks. But when Team Flash actually found the best possible opportunity for a team fight, knowing the weakness of their opponent, which you have stated out earlier as well, knowing the pros and cons of your lineup. Same goes for the opponent. They found theirs, they found the weakness of their opponent, and they took it without hesitation.
Yeah, I think the main problem for Nova, because they in the late game they takes a lot of team fight that they not full members, because that last team fight, Hey is not there, Snox is not there. Snox is a little bit too aggressive in terms of fight. He tried to find a way ADC. He just trying to hook somebody up. But when Hey is not in the team fight, it doesn't have the moonfall, doesn't have the burst AoE damage that Nova needs pretty bad. It's going to be a hard time for them because of how Flash will just punish a lot of members of Nova. Because we can see how if Hey died, 4 members of Nova will live. But if 4 members of Nova die, Hey will live in the next skirmish. So they need to take the trade really carefully for Nova if they want to just survive in the group stage.
Yeah, taking risk, especially that risk that they took during the first minute of the game, definitely shook them in a sense. If that scenario didn't happen, maybe they would have enough momentum in this game to actually take the win instead of the other way around. So this can be a learning lesson for Nova Esports, especially in how they are going to be approaching not only Team Flash but also the rest of the teams that are participating in the Arena of Valor International Championships 2022.
I would say though, if Nova didn't pick up Hayate, I think they will lose the game much sooner than we think. Because that Luna Blitz again and again just plays a major role into the Nova composition, and that is pretty well. So if the teams that watching what Nova do, I think Hayate will be an interesting ban for Blues.
It's a high pick, high priority pick. Not only in this tournament but also in other major tournaments that we have seen all throughout since last year, because of its team fighting prowess or his potential to actually deal a lot of damage during team fights. And now here are the post-game results. The fantastic win here of Team Flash, but the gold lead though is not really high. So we did see Nova Esports kind of keeping up despite that struggle in the early game, and there was actually a time that they had a substantial lead, a little over 2,000 gold. And the kill, well, if we look at the kills, it actually is high in terms of difference due to that last team fight where at the start they lost Hey and then they lost the other 4 during that Dark Slayer contest.
Yeah, I think the contest that happened for Nova, they just, we want to go for just a look up what Flash would do in that Dark Slayer. But in terms of Hey he's not there, it's going to be a punishment for Nova. If Hey 5 members of Nova will just check the Dark Slayer, I think happened to be the side of Nova, because they had the Moonfall, they had the Kunai Blitz, as well as the prison wall coming in for Baldoom. So if Nova just prepare with the communication early on, I think Nova will have the win instead of Flash.
And if you check out the damage being dealt here, really good job by Pikachu, dealing a substantial amount, especially during team fights. The Iggy deals an insane amount of the AoE damage, especially with the ultimate and the pokes that he does. Hey was actually doing quite well. However, we saw scenarios wherein Hey actually struggled being caught in a team fight and dying, and it caused a lot of damage, of potential damage dealt by them being deleted. And now the MVP is going to be Case, especially after he actually went and helped out his teammates not in the first team fight when his ally got invaded, and it allowed him to actually snowball and just deal a lot of damage, make a lot of pressure for Nova Esports.
Yeah, I think the moment that we crowned the MVP for Case is that when the last team fight for the Dark Slayer, that Case happened to just switch into the glass cannon and give a lot of damage into Post, because Post in the Kunai Blitz situation, he cannot just move around like he would. So that damage, the burst damage coming in for Gaffney, just give a lot of truth and also a positive impact for Flash as well. But nonetheless, MVP, the best player in that game, will be given into the Dead Gaffney.
We saw multiple scenarios wherein Case actually dealt a lot of damage with their Fusillade, and it forced Nova Esports to actually fall back. And even with the Kunai Blitz coming in from Nova Esports, it's just a bit of struggle that they actually made. So maybe next time, or under next games, they would try to catch up. But for now, it's going to be Team Flash with the victory. And we have more games coming up. But for now, we're just going to take a short break. Mikos and I will be back though for more action in AIC 2022.
Welcome to our video introducing the team communication systems in Arena of Valor. Arena of Valor is a fast-paced, competitive multiplayer game. Communication and coordination within your team are vital to ensure victory. To help players communicate quickly and clearly in-game, Arena of Valor has introduced team communication systems, such as pinging, quick messaging, built-in real-time voice chat, and emojis. Players can press the context-sensitive ping button prompt on the top right corner of the screen to instantly notify teammates of their status on the battlefield. Players can also drag and hold the ping button to various elements in-game for different alerts. Depending on the context, pings can be divided into types such as battle alerts, wilderness status,
Our might golem has not respawned.
personal status,
My health is low.
enemy status,
In middle lane.
and situational alerts.
Don't too eager.
Check out our ping system introduction video to learn more about how you can use the ping system in Arena of Valor. Players can use the in-game quick message system to plan and communicate. Quick messages first appear as part of the pre-battle strategy screen.
Rally for a team fight.
Before the match, the player can set selections and adjustments within settings. These pre-made messages can be split into 3 major categories: defense, offense, and communication. Players can select 8 messages from these 3 categories to use as quick messages within Arena of Valor. Some quick messages even have voice lines that play when being used.
Let me get the buff.
In the event you want to communicate in more details with your teammates, you can also tap the box beneath the quick message window to enter text. Keep it clean. Aside from quick messages, voice chat will always be the most accessible and concise way to communicate on the battlefield. Players can use the game's built-in real-time voice chat system to speak and converse with their teammates directly. To use voice chat, tap the microphone button on the left side of the screen. When the player is queuing with friends in a pre-made party, they can choose the voice chat to be party only. Emojis are a fun and expressive way to communicate within Arena of Valor. Before the start of the match, players can equip emojis with their customization suite. Make an emoji selection while in a match to use the corresponding emojis. When triggering certain scenarios, heroes will automatically release their preset quick emojis. If there are teammates nearby that use an interactive emoji, and the player responds with an interactive emoji of their own, a new effect will be created for both emojis. One last thing to note, emoji displays can be seen by your enemies. Use your smileys wisely.
Alright, welcome back to Arena of Valor International Championship 2022. We are your cashes once again, Mikos and Gion Gaming, to tell you guys what's going on. And so far, what happened was Team Flash winning, securing the first victory in the group stages, while Nova Esports suffered their first loss or defeat. Next up, we're gonna be watching Starry Hope going up against DTAC Talent. So kind of a new team coming in to the AIC, going to face off a hardcore veteran in the Arena of Valor International Championship. How do you think this is gonna go? Because
Stereo Hope coming in for South Asia, I think with the main core, I think this I think Xiao Han will play pretty well, despite of how Jeremy is really happen to have a couple of not good form lately for the side of Stereo Hope, but versus a talent for from Thailand is going to be really hard, because we know how talent plays with the RS iPod Pro. They are coming back into AIC 2021. That talent is number 4 in 2021. So this is a big step for Stereo Hope. They need to just give a lot of good impression into AIC. Just if they can just take away iPod Pro into the mid and also just give harassment into arrest, I think Stereo Hope will have a good game here.
Yeah, it's gonna take a lot of effort though, for sure. They have to give their all. They're facing one of the strongest teams that ever stepped into the AIC, DTAC Talent, which had a fantastic performance during the AIC 2021. They got defeated by the other stronger ones during that time, like V Gaming, Hong Kong Attitude, and also Burrito United Esports. But in this case, DTAC Talent is actually looking to redeem themselves because they had a strong start during AIC 2021. This time, they're looking to do the same, but with a better grip on the goal.
Yeah, look at how Talent Esports has a lot of coming back pro players, because we've seen Ares in terms of how he used Laville and also Tony with the Mina pick. And I think Stereo Hope is they need a lot of hope in this game, man. Because if they lose the first game, the second game will be really hard, because of how they happen to not have 4 teams in Group B, so they will much struggle in terms of how many teams in Group C and Group D. So Stereo Hope need the win here. They need a lot of confidence and also a best draft possible to win against Talent.
Yeah, because DTAC Talent are like really packed right now. They have the best possible momentum, especially after winning their qualifier in the Thailand region for the AIC 2022. They even defeated the Burrito United Esports in a 4-1. That is how strong they are right now. Like very well fit into the AIC 2022. And it will take a lot of creativity as well for Starry Hope, not only in the draft but also in looking where DTAC Talent can be exploited, especially when they make mistakes, because a stable, solid team doesn't usually make a lot of mistakes. So your window of opportunity is going to be low, and when it occurs, because there's no perfect team, everybody makes mistakes. And when they make mistakes, Starry Hope needs to be on point in following that up.
Yeah, this is the lineup for Talent Esports. They have Tony, Defoxin, Hyperpro, Mobe, and also NT-Hands into Talent Esports lineup here. This is going to be really exciting because of how Defoxin is somehow not in the a couple of games first lineup, but Defoxin is back in the lineup and giving the result that Talent Esports could provide in this game. Stereo Hope, we see Yongkang, Hero, Reflect, Delta L, and Xiao Han in this battlefield.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to see how they are going to be performing, especially against DTAC Talent, which is a solid, stable team. So this is going to be kind of like a testing on the water for Stereo Hope on how they are going to be able to perform in the AIC 2022. And this is a good gauge, actually, being matching upon a strong team like DTAC Talent if they are going to be able to win or at least put up a good fighting chance, this will give them a better standing in like securing at least being on the top 3 in this group stages.
Oh, yeah. I think in terms of drafts, I think I need to see a lot of weird picks coming in, because we already seen Tachi into support played by XB, but we haven't seen Timmy, we haven't seen Krizix just yet, because Aya been taken away like more times in the ban. So I think it's going to be real hard. If they want to
we're
play
not gonna be seeing Aya.
yeah, because Aya is, if you miss out Aya, that is the game that if you lose, it doesn't happen to change your position into group stages, man. If you want to play Aya, I don't know, it's just really hard to see Aya being released into the bans. But now banning for Talon, they take away Omen. Substantial ban coming in. Same ban from before this, Aya, and as well as the Necroth.
Really good, really good. A little trivia. I'm just gonna give a little trivia to you. The one time, that's why it has a 99.9% ban rate in the AIC 2021, because it's only one game that actually Aya slipped through, and it was the game of V Gaming versus AG Superplay, or AGSP. And well, we already know what happens when you let Aya get taken by a particular team. It turned into a really good victory by V Gaming. Now in this game, after the ban of Aya, Lorion, Omen, and the Nakrot, we're gonna be seeing some picks being taken here by both teams.
Whoa.
I think Ditactal is going for a similar lineup of the previous team, Team Flash. Yeah.
I think because of how Talon as well as Flash, they had the same kind of amount of experience in the AIC, so they know what kind of champion they could play here with this amount of pro level. So Zuka, Cafferty, but in terms of mid lane will be the Krexi, or they want to go with a couple of the same kind of composition if they bring out the Iggy as well, because even Iggy haven't been bad yet, but if they brought onto the Krixie, it will be the same kind of composition, because Iggy and as well as Krixie provides more AoE damage, but Iggy gives a lot of movement speed for himself. But Richter, the man of the mark, is here for the side of Stereo Hope, much more of the dashes and as well as knockouts coming in for Richter.
Really good mobility as well. He can just go across the map efficiently, or more efficiently than the other heroes that can be taken. And this can give a bit of more options here for Starry Hope in how they can actually approach this game. They haven't picked up their marksman just yet, and there are a lot of options. Not sure though how they are going to go into this game. Lubu is going to be taken here, or picked up by Star Hope, which is kind of like a good sign coming from them. It just means that, okay, Starry Hope is not going to hesitate engaging onto the Tactalen.
Yeah, I think, okay, Richter dashes, Lubu dashes, and as well as Liliana. So a lot of speed coming in for Starry Hope. They just draft the same way as Flash before this. They has a lot of ability. They have a lot of knockouts as well as Lubu and Richter, and the stuns coming in for Liliana. So if they happen to play really well with the composition with the display for them, I think Stereo Hope will have a good game here. Because of Talon Esports, they bring away the same composition as Flash before this with the Christian and Zuka. So it's going to be really hard if Talon just doesn't have much of the movement capabilities to just happen to just mimic away Richter and Lubu.
I'm not even gonna be surprised if Starry Hope will pick up a marksman like the Hayate, because it does have a lot of mobility as well. Plus that engage is like on point. But they hovered up Violet, which deals a lot of damage with a good amount of scaling as well, but not what we expected. So maybe they would want to at least have options and like, okay, we have so much frontline, we have a lot of mobility, let's invest right now on the damage, and Violet can deal a lot of that.
Yeah, I think if they, for the Violet kind of pick for side of Stereo, I think, yes, Violet has a lot of burst damage. With happen Liliana, Richter, and Lubu, if they swap away Violet with, I think if Laville or Valheim, I think it could be better because of how crowd control could get from the Double Trouble as well as Valheim crowd control. So if Stereo played with Violet, I think Violet will be a little bit of a weak link coming in for Stereo kind of composition. So if Talon bring out the Arthur as well as Florentino,
Zone control.
Hard for the Violet. Yeah, it's hard for the Violet. Violet cannot run away from this kind of composition. So Stereo, they need to just fix it back with the last pick possible.
Yeah, have that good backline protection for the team, and maybe a lot of crowd control as well, and there's not much options that they can take. It's gonna cost them to actually have reduced backline threat on their opponent. So while they skip that, they're gonna decide on getting this. Yeah, they're just gonna approach this with damage instead and not patch up the lack of mobility or like the vulnerability of the Violet.
I think the G pick here maybe just happened to just want the 1v1 matchup with the Florentino, but what happens in the game, in the team fights, I think if G can go onto the front line, deletes Florentino before Florentino goes to Violet, I think it's okay.
It's okay, yeah.
Yeah.
But
if that doesn't happen...
But there's a but.
Yeah. If that doesn't happen in terms of team fights in the early stages, I think after Violet, Liliana will be taken away as well. She cannot live away because of the cannot just go inside because of that moonfall as well as the fusilades.
I think what the okay, let's try to be optimistic here for Starry Hope. I think what Starry Hope is doing is trying to be independent or be a bit detached from the Violet. Like, yes, there is late game potential with the Violet pick, lots of damage, but since she is quite vulnerable, especially towards the front lines of the attack talent, like Florentino and the Arthur. So they decide to, okay, let's just be independent from the Violet. Let's have a lot more pressure that even if we lose the Violet in the team fight, we can still have a good fighting chance in securing a victory on that clash with the Chi, with the Lubu, with the Richter and the Liliana. They can just have a different approach on the team fight and actually win, even if the Violet gets picked up. But if the Violet doesn't get picked off, then it's another bonus for them.
Yeah, I kind of love how the 1v1 fights coming in for Stereo, because they bring up the G versus Florentino. That's a win for them. Liliana versus Grexy. Liliana has the upper hand, and as well as the Richter versus the Arthur. Yes, you kind of have a hard time to just kill down the Arthur, but with the movement speed that Richter has, it will give a moment to realize that Talon is gone. They need to guard down the Richter. Richter can go to Grexy, just knock up, just messed up with the Moonfall, as well as the Florentino. He cannot just pick away the Blossom because of Richter just camp him down onto the top side.
Yeah, and we check out this early game. I think we won't see that oopsie coming in from at the early game this time, since I think both of these teams have learned from that particular scenario in the first game and just try to scale up for the meantime, since both of them actually have scaling marksmen. But okay, Reflect though is getting zoned out. Typical Arthur thing. that we
Yeah.
do see and experience as well in our games. I mean, personally hate this here. I like it when I use it, but when I go against it, like, oh, okay, can you please back off of me?
I mean, I cannot kill you, but come on, give me some space here.
Yeah.
Yeah, Arthur is just a kind of a basic kind of champion that he can play, just spin to win.
Spin to win, yeah.
Yeah, kind of matchup. Because Arthur is too much tanky for now after the rework as well, and giving the hard time. Arthur could just run to the face of Hero kind of thing, because Hero just can't tumble around, but Arthur is there. The movement speed is there to catch up with the violence.
Oh, we're seeing Tony again. You know, Arthur things just attract, distract, and back off when you want or need to. Being contested, Fusilod being used here by Dayfoxin just to zone the members of Starry Hope away. But the first blood there by Moop onto Delta L will allow them to have numbers advantage on this Abyssal Dragon. It's being contested. Good attempt coming in from Starry Hope, but it's gonna cost them to actually might lose the Young Kang, but luckily he survives.
This is big for Talon. They takes away the jungle side of Steri. They killed out Delta in the mid lane as well as the Abyssal Dragon. That is some big impact for Steri, because Steri cannot just play it really well in terms of early game. They take a big win here, and the Zuka has a lot of crowd control. Despite of Lubu has more lifesteal, but lifesteal cannot just survive if one of the members for a talent is built anti-lifesteal, so it's going to be really hard. Abyssal Dragon for the seconds more for the side of talent. You can see how Steri a little bit underwhelming because of how talent just played on their hands right now.
Yeah, Ditak Talon has a lot of discipline in a sense. Not only that they secured a kill, but also an objective and a lot of gold. I mean, we're just in a 3.5 minute mark, but they're being able to secure both objectives without contest, and their gold lead is just rising up more and more. And this is where we see the struggle of Starry Hope. Right now, Ditak Talon are grouping up, and this is gonna force them to just disengage.
Yep, I love to see Tony one button at a time. He can just run, just facing away. Look at how Violet can do nothing in terms of how tanky it is. Tony on the bottom side. It's just really hard for the side of Steri now, because they lose a couple of drafts because of that Violet, but now the members of Talon already been here trying to find a way to couple ultimates onto Reflect. Reflect is still alive, but Tony too tanky to be realized over here.
3v1 though.
Trying to kill away Tony, but it's going to be really hard. Tony's too tanky at the moment.
Imagine going against 3 and having like the flex of walking back with maintaining like half of your health. Still relatively healthy actually, but now onto the bot side. They're going to dive under the tower. That's 4 people on Ditak Talon, and they're gonna take this tower down. Luckily, no one dies on the side of Starry Hope, but this amount of pressure is getting out of hand.
They need that Ray Breaker now. They need that 30% armor pierce now, because they cannot handle Tony. Tony is a little bit too tanky. Just can't walk away, but onto the top side of Delta L, taken away here with a couple of damage. More Reflect comes to the rescue, but armor for the default takes middle turret. Look at bottom side. Look at bottom side. Just seconds
cleared out.
Take it away.
Yeah, like put that check on your checklist, bucket list, because all turrets aside from that inhibitor tower has been taken away. They're even gonna be able to secure a top side. Look at the gold. A while ago it's just 1,000 gold lead. Now it's going 4,000, and Yonkam now will get taken down.
The dash didn't make in time to leap over the wall, but okay, meantime, Tony into the mid lane. Plus one more turret for the side of Talon. Second tier turret with the damage coming in, with a couple of damage for Tony. Tony is still alive. Delta L will be taken away. Reflect cannot do nothing here. In the turret left for the side of Stereo, they cannot do anything to kill away Tony.
This is a clean game. Yeah.
Oh no.
Tony is just too tanky, and DTAC Talon as a team is just performing really well. So far, no casualties, no objectives stolen away from them. It's basically them sweeping away with this victory against Starry Hope, but it's still not the end of the game. I mean, there's still that late game potential, probably from X Hero, but so far it's not looking good as of like pre-7 minutes.
Okay, they already have the Muramasa. So this is kind of a new hope coming in for Stereo Hope because of how they already have Pierce. But is that enough though to kill down the Tony? I don't think they just re-engage again with a couple of damage. Tony is about to die. They need to chase down the Fox in a couple of damage, but Xiaohan wants to kill Tony, but they can't. They just lose the Fox him to the main damage dealer, but Stereo Hope, they lose too.
Yeah, I mean, it's already good that Starry Hope got the kill onto the Foxen, but they got too overconfident. I mean, Tony of all people, man. Tony of all people. They have tried so many times already, and well, on the nth time, it's still not enough. They dealt a lot of damage, but so does iPad Pro in that team fight, especially with the Moonfall and with enough members. Because the fight started off with a 3 versus 5, but then reinforcements came and allowed them to actually win that. Now with a backstab from that brush, they're gonna take out Xiaohan. Might even be more since all the members are still quite healthy on the side of DTAC Talon.
Talon knows they can just camp away the members of Stereo Hope with the Moonfall coming in for the iPod Pro for members of Hope. They still have a couple of members left to defend into the mid lane, but they just happen to lose away their inhibited turrets in the mid lane. Now, it's the question to be answered here. They have the Crimson Sandy, they have the Muramasa. It doesn't have enough damage to just chuck away a substantial amount of damage away the health coming in for Tony. I think Tony will have a 0 death in this game.
Yeah. I think that's already expected given the infinite amount of times that he had faced danger and felt no danger, actually. There was a 1 near-death experience in the mid lane, but after that, I think he is just stronger than ever. I mean, being able to sustain and survive after that onslaught. Now, with the amount of gold that DTAC Talon has, 7,000 going, well, 8,500, excuse me, and now they're on the bot side, knocking onto the base of Starry Hope, while top side is being pressured as well. I think this is just a game of patience for DTAC Talon. They have spawned the Slayer into the bot side, so this will allow them to actually secure this inhibitor tower, while Starry Hope is just continuously struggling while being zoned away from their very own safety net. And one by one, these towers are falling down, and it's only the top side remaining alive. That's engaged though by DTAC Talon once again. Under the core, they're just obliterating every single member of Starry Hope, and it's just going to be a wipeout. This is just going to be a dominating stop by DTAC Talon.
Win, a great win for Talon in their first matchup. I hope maybe they need a new hope coming in for the second match for them, but what happened is that Violet is not going to work for them. I think the cheap pick here as well is happen to be some of a desperate pick coming in. It doesn't make much of a game for Stereo Hope, but giving Talon they have a happy game, they win with style, with a couple of damage deal, and then I think that Arthur is just too tanky to deal with by Stereo.
Yeah, Uh, Dizak Talon basically showing how it's done. This is going to be a kind of a wake-up call, probably onto Star Hope, and a good testing of the water nonetheless. I think most of the people that are watching kind of expected this to happen, and Dizak Talon just made it into reality. Star Hope, they have a lot of room to grow. That's the best way to put it. And actually, in this game, despite the dominating win of Dizak Talon, they had a good performance, a relatively good performance. They had a safe early game. It just showed wherein the cons of their composition started from that Violet pick, and they just couldn't get through the Arthur. I think if they have picked up something like the Hayate instead, maybe they could have been able to shred some of the members of the Tatan, especially the Arthur, because the Kunai Blitz deals like so much.
Yeah, the Kunai Blitz deals much damage as well as the true damage. So the 3 damage will chunk a lot of health coming in for the Arthur, because if they bring away, they bring down the Violet, they need that Rainbreaker, they need that Omni Arms just fast enough with the synergy that happened to have with Talon with the Arthur pick. But in terms of early game, I think Violet struggles a lot in bottom because of how the Caffney has more damage,
more utility.
And also, more utility damage and as well as attack speed, versus the Violet needs to roll down to give up a critical damage. So the game that played by Hope is that they played a slow game versus a fast-paced matchup coming in for Talon. That is kind of not the matchup that Hope needs to play versus that kind of fast-paced. But if they just reduce the amount of time that they can play, because if they choose to give Lubu onto the Dark Slayer, they give like a Kreknak into the jungle, I think it will be better because of how fast-paced Kreknak is.
And also, you know, even if they don't change the lineup that they had, I think if they just focused on scaling and not trying to contest Dizak Talon, especially on objective taken with, well, they had some parts wherein they wanted to go on a team fight. They got kind of baited out by Dizak Talon, despite the matchup that they had already. And I think if they just stick out to their strengths, which is late game, maybe they could have had a better chance. But Dizak Talon, you know, this solid of a team already has a vast amount of experience in the AOV, especially in the AIC. So they know how things get done, and they know how to actually execute things in their favor.
Yeah, I think this kind of matchup is much clearer coming in for Stereo, because of how the matchup that they give is kind of in the hands of Talon. Then with Talon have a couple of movement that they win. We can see Lubu and Richter has the movement speed, but he cannot cope with the Talon momentum into the early game, because they know they need to find a way to just breach bottom side to kill down the Violet. Look at what happened into 10 minutes into the game. They just lost 2 tier of towers into the bottom side. Violet has no room to farm. They need to give some farm into the Lubu, because of Lubu is the jungle. So they doesn't have much of an economy space left to just farm away, to just give 2 members of Stereo to have a couple of items. Omni Arms will happen late. They have the Muramasa first, but it happened to be so late at that point.
Yeah, even with the Muramasa, it wasn't enough. I think we had an instance wherein you asked that question, and then immediately a fight occurred in the mid lane, and then okay, yeah, it's not enough. Dizak Talon is just too strong and stable as a team. And now, as we check out the post-game stats, we can see that, yeah, it was a dominating one-sided stomp by Ditaktan. That is to be expected given the amount of experience that they do have as a team. And well, for Starry Hope, this is kind of like a wake-up call. It's kind of them a first-hand experience for them in the high competitive scene in the AOV, but they still have a lot of room to grow and a lot of opportunities waiting for them. The only thing that matters right now is that they learn from this game and make sure they adapt towards their next games.
Yeah, I think the next game for Stereo will be much more complex into the drafts, because if they lose the second matchup, it will be really hard to stay in the third seed. So Talon will be in the number 2 currently in the Group A. So we're seeing the MVP mob with the Zuka play. I think this is kind of a easy pick onto the MVP, because not much of the fight coming in for Hope.
And well, for DTAC Talon, they had a fantastic first game in the AIC 2022. They have 2 more games actually for today and up to later tonight probably. They're gonna face off with Nova Esports and Team Flash. Both of them actually. Same goes for Starry Hope, because they're gonna face off with Team Flash and Nova Esports as well. So this is going to be kind of like a testing ground for both teams, or for everyone, to gauge up themselves on how they are going to face off their opponents in preparation for phase 2, because the next part is going to be like Group A and Group B combined, like the top of them going against the top of Group C and D.
Yeah, because we can see how the draft after game 1 and game 2, we've seen a lot of Zuka picks into the jungle. I think that is the best possible outcome, that if Stereo Hope want to adapt into the jungle pick, because if they brought into Lubu versus a Zuka, it's going to be really hard, and a lot of characters or heroes could be picked to just replace down the Violet into the next matchup they had, because they will versus down Team Flash and Nova. So if they doesn't bring their secret weapon yet, it will be really hard to just advance into the next phase.
Yeah, I mean, generally in AIC 2022, it takes a lot of effort. It takes a lot of everything to move on and progress. So maybe we will see it on some of the teams. Some teams will win, some teams will lose, but actions are going to be shown. Speaking of actions, we have the next game, Valencia CF versus one team on our next one. But for the meantime, we are just going to be hopping by on a short break, but Mikos and I will be back. This is the AIC 2022, and we're just going to be back after a short break.
Introduction. Welcome to the class introduction of Arena of Valor. In Arena of Valor, the 2 sides will confront each other in teams of 5, and the heroes are the avatars of the players on the battlefield. Your knowledge of your hero and class is the first step towards victory. For your convenience, heroes are divided into 6 classes in the legendary duel: Tank, Warrior, Mage, Assassin, Marksman, and Support. Due to the unique abilities of some heroes, they will have multiple classes. Players can clearly see the characteristics of the 6 classes in the hero interface. Aside from this, players can also check the class of their chosen hero at Choose Character screen in a match. Tank class heroes. Tank class heroes fulfill the role of the meat shield of the team. If you're a fearless warrior who wishes to charge through the forefront of battle, then tank class heroes are undoubtedly the best suited for you. Disrupting the enemy's formation and drawing their fire is the core use of tank heroes. Thus, they also shoulder the heavy burden of initiating team battles. Warrior class heroes. Warrior class heroes excel in close quarter melee combat, combining the ability of dealing damage and tanking. Warrior class heroes are the backbone of the team, and they're suited to fight in any situation. At the same time, They have multiple item sets and play styles. In a real combat situation, we will compare item sets based on the team's composition and battle situation to balance the team's overall offensive and defensive capabilities. Mage class heroes. Mage class heroes are the core of the team's offensive capabilities, dishing out large damage via magic. Using their spells and abilities to obliterate everything in their way is what all mages desire. Normally, mage heroes all have powerful magic damage capabilities and a certain amount of control abilities to ensure that they can quickly defeat enemies with very high armor. But due to their poor survivability, they can be vulnerable targets for the enemy's attack. Assassin class heroes. Assassin class heroes are the masters of burst damage. Thus, they are quite difficult to use. If you're someone who enjoys the thrill of seeing the enemy fall to zero almost instantly, then the Assassin class heroes are your best choice. Assassin class heroes often combine excellent movement abilities with damage abilities. However, due to their lower basic HP than other heroes, Assassin class heroes rely on other players' ability to assess the situation and timing, as well as their mastery over the hero to maximize their potential. Marksman class heroes. Through steady and consistent physical damage, Marksman class heroes are also the core of a team's damage output. Different from the ability based on burst damage of mages, Marksmen prefer suppressing their enemies from afar and dishing out non-stop physical damage. But their fragility and lack of survival skills are their biggest shortcomings, putting them in a position where they are dependent on the protection and support of their allies. Support class heroes. Support class heroes value functionality. Normally, they are unable to deal substantial damage or have noticeable defensive abilities, but they have the important mission of protecting their allies, supporting their attacks, and guiding the initiations of team fights. Support players can also be the MVP. According to the different styles of the team, some teams require a tanker support hero, who can share the burden of the tank with higher offensive capabilities, whilst other teams require a functionality-based support hero, who can protect teammates in dire situations and provide buffs to control and enhance magical damage. Your choice is closely tied to the team's needs in real combat. A team will need to choose 5 out of the 6 classes above to form. Utilizing different combinations of heroes can bring forth different chemical reactions for the team, and the right mix of combinations will allow you to demonstrate your advantages. This concludes the class introduction for Arena of Valor. Good luck on the battlefield, and we will see you next time.
Alright, and welcome back to Arena of Valor International Championship 2022. Again, we are your shoutcasters, Giang Gaming and Mikos, to bring you the action here today. And the action that we are about to see is the match of Valencia CF facing off one team, and kind of like a grudge match, or a mini reunion, I guess, from back from AIC 2021. Little trivia, they faced off each other just once during the AIC 2021, and one team actually secured a 2-0 victory against them. So Valencia CF, I think they're looking to finally get their revenge on one team.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that this is a mini matchup because of how the grudge that Valencia CF had because they lost 2-0 against one
it's
team.
like it's been 6 months, bro. They're carrying it for so long.
Yeah, because we know how Valencia CF secures the 3rd spot into the qualifiers, but one team is one of the best team in the GCS region, so it's going to be really hard for Valencia again, but all ammunition will be placed down here because of one draft only, because they just happen to be in the same group. Just want to give, if Valencia has the what it takes to just give their redemption against one team needs to realize, because 6 months in waiting is just too long and much of a patch coming in. So what if Valencia has a couple of secrets that they need to bring into the game, despite one team played really the same as what they played from AIC 2021.
Yeah, well, for Valencia CF, I think I'm looking forward to see how they have grown over the past like 6 months, because, well, they had a relatively okay performance on their last tournament, qualifying into AIC 2022. They sat at second place. They were only like second to DTAC Talon, in which we saw how they performed in the last game. So I'm kind of having a big expectation towards them. Same goes for one team, actually, because they secured first in their qualifier. So these both teams have been jacking up and getting ready for the main big event here in AIC 2022. And as we check out these fantastic of a display, animation, graphics brought to us by our production team. Now we check one team on the roster: Zay, Kai, Wawa, NK, and Lunlun. No, it's just the same lineup. It's a very similar lineup from last 2021.
Yeah, we could say that one team has much more chemistry in terms of Valencia FC, because CF in terms of how they played the same kind of composition in the AIC 2021. But in terms of Valencia CF, they have Chaos, Pichu, QQ, and Bang, and also SRY. They bring their big guns into this matchup because they want to win so bad. They need to show one team that they capable of fighting for the top spot. We've seen a lot of mistakes coming in for them in the AIC 2021, but I think this time will be different a little bit because of how mature there is. Only been 6 months, so if that doesn't change us, one team could have another win here.
Yeah, I mean, like, speaking of changes, they had a significant change in the roster as well. We saw some of the players being replaced. So maybe this is kind of like a version 2.0 of Valencia CF, and we're kind of like looking forward on how they are going to be performing coming in this AIC 2022, facing off against one team. This is a game that many people are expecting a blast coming from. I think it's going to be a monumental event for both of these teams, how they are going to be facing off each other, because this will be a gauge for them on how they are going to face off against the other team, since Valencia CF is like second place in their qualifiers, sitting just below DTAC Talon, while one team is above many teams in their respective region.
Yeah, we can see. Now the question is, who's going to win this matchup? One team or Valencia CF? Who's ever watching out there, give us your prediction. Who's going to win this matchup? It's only match number 3, best of 1. Who's will taking the dub in this matchup? We have a couple of band as well, same band, Omen, and we can see Aya is expected. I mean, Iggy Band, Iggy Band kind of new for the side of AIC, because before we seen Iggy been played by Team Flash, played really well into the mid lane. Now Iggy been taken away by Q. I think
Iggy Ban kind of just states that you want to pick up something like Nelsu in the mid lane. Yeah, we see the hover. It's pretty much to AIC 2021 action that we're seeing right now. You ban the Iggy, you take the Elsu. I actually don't know why they didn't ban it out after seeing the Iggy ban, but they have some options. They the Crixie is available, they can go for a team fight based composition like the Superman or like the Superman Raz combo. They're ooh, same reaction, my dude. Nakrot being hovered right now, and it's gonna be his debut this time on AIC 2022.
Yeah, kind of in match number 1 and number 2, Nakrot has been banned a lot, but now Valencia say that, okay, you want to play Elsu in mid, you banned out the Iggy, okay, we have another kind of composition. We bring the Macross into our second pick, as well as the Crixie. Crixie could provide some defense in terms of if Macross want to back off with the aggressive that given into the mid lane. But if Elsu is not into the mid, if been replaced by Liliana, I think it's going to be really hard for the side of Valencia, because they predicted Elsu mid and Elsu be side lane. Nacros will have much more work to do just from the Dark Shadow lane, happen to go onto the Dragon lane. So it's going to be really hard. If Nacros want to snipe away Liliana in mid, I think that is not possible for Nacros.
There's still a patch, I think, that Valencia CF can do. They can put the Joker in to match up against Elsu instead, but I'm kind of hesitating on this, but okay.
I think the Lindis pick will not go through because of how they already put Nacross onto the jungle. So the picks that they going is kind of the best pick they can go, because of how they already have the defense mechanism coming in for the Moonfall. They already have movement ability coming in from the Nacross. So Valencia has an upper hand against one team currently with the third pick, but one team, they played the Zuka 100% win rate currently on the Zuka pick on jungle. So I don't think Valencia has the capability to just deny the Zuka yet with those 3 picks.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to one team though, investing more onto those posts if they want to create some space here, or maybe so investing more on front lines rather, since they want to create some space away from those engages of Valencia CF, especially that they deal a lot of damage right now in their first 3 picks. So if they want to at least chunk them out before establishing control on a team fight, maybe they should have a little bit more of their frontline power or like sustain. Joker being hovered right now, so this is a good matchup against the Elsu that we have seen quite often way back in the AIC 2021. If they lock this in, this will allow them to at least pin down or maybe bully the Elsu or fight back even.
Yeah, with the Rockets as well, with the Laughing Gas, I think is the best chance possible for the side of Valencia. They can kill down the Elsu and give some slow movement for Zuka at the moment. But if one team bring out the Scud as well as the Lumber, I think it's going to be really hard for Valencia, because they have the Glass Cannon, they have the couple of pickups mechanism. But one team, oh no, the Arthur again. This is going to be really hard. They need some constant damage for Valencia. They already have the Joker. The Joker damage can give slows, but with the Alter, they need more penetration in terms of armor to kill down the Alter.
Okay. This is the front line that that we asked for from one team. And Valencia CF Esports are actually investing on a lot of damage. Double marksman if they would really opt to do this, and I don't recommend going for that against one team right now. They will hover a different hero instead. The Kilgroth, not really so bad, but I haven't seen this coming in from them yet. So this is going to be a new sight coming in from Valencia CF, and contesting one team right now is going to be monumental. Having this creative draft of Valencia CF. They do have a lot of options in how they are going to be approaching this game. They have a decent amount of wave clear. They can match up with the Elsu, and they can actually go in and pressure split push as well against one team, since this lineup of one team is kind of based on team fighting rather than small skirmishes. So those can be the pathways here of Valencia CF.
Yeah, for the side of Valencia, I love how they have the kill growth and as well as the Roxy. They can just grab and just try to find a way to grab away also maybe Zuka, in terms of they need to split away the members of one team. So I think Valencia has the better kind of composition in this kind of matchup, but if the Roxy doesn't even online in terms of they cannot just fight away the Alter in the game, so it's going to be really hard. Alter just too tanky with the most armor currently, and Roxy can just chase away Zuka as well as the Elsu, but nothing can be done for Alter because they doesn't have much of the true damage as well as the constant damage could dealt to Alter. But the rank breaker could be built by Joker to just give some damage to kill down the Alter.
Yeah, I like how, like, I just want to commend, you know, AUB in general in terms of how they kind of improve the visuals here of Roxy. You know,
Yep.
I almost kind of didn't recognize Roxy anymore, especially on how this hero looked like way back in AIC 2021. You know, this just demonstrates how AUV constantly is improving itself.
Yep.
So kudos to everyone that actually is supporting.
Yeah, we're waiting for the for kill growth kind of change here. Maybe a little bit more masculine, but it's okay. But it kind of Roxy is currently best at his support kind of role because he has the grabs. Look at how Scud on the top side. London cannot play really well because of how two-man stacked top. So if Scud go in front, he just cannot deal with that damage, the fire burning coming in from Teos, and as well as the area damage for the SRY, too much to be handled with by Scud.
Yeah. Looking at the pros here of the composition of Valencia CF, I think they can actually establish good picks, especially with the Agnes grip coming from Taos. Look at this knife though. Oh, this is the good side when seeing a good Elsu player. You know, landing those knives, just poking some of the members of the enemy team, and that's going to hurt. That's going to leave a mark on the Peachy, even forcing the Joker to actually fall back a little bit. Kai has been hitting all those knives. Does he even miss? But Towers actually tries to flicker in for that Agnes grip, but he will be the first blood in this game after that small oopsie, and one team will get the upper hand in this objective take.
That is some quite quick movement coming in for Wawa because he just dodged the grabs coming in for Teos, and Teos cannot do anything because that is a Roxy. After you flicker inside and also miss the ultimate, you need to run away with the movement speed you had. But look at how one team has the upper hand in terms of crowd control. You have the Liliana, you have the Zuka. What you can do at that moment, unless than just pray for your health at that moment of time. So one kill for the side of one team. They really be patient with that. With Teos kind of not impatient team fight, so it's going to be really hard for Valencia. They're gonna do one more mistake here because that Abyssal Drake will be taken away a couple of minutes.
Yeah, I was trying to think of a term to best describe the scenario there of Taos, because he missed the Agnes grip, and because of that, he kind of became like a walking target. You know, he had nothing to do since you cannot hijack or kidnap someone from one team anymore after you miss that ultimate. And now, well, this is a good sign coming from Valencia CF. They traded out this Abyssal Dragon for the Slayer, and it's not so bad actually. Them being able to keep up in terms of objectives while trying to scale up and kind of bounce back from that small hiccup.
Yeah, I think one of the best moment coming in from Kai. They just want to give a lot of damage. Kai with these back-to-back snipes for Kai on the bottom side here. Pichu cannot just cope with that damage because we know how Elsu deals damage with those snipes with crazy amount of critical. And bottom side will, you know, having a hard time. But Valencia, they need to bring their synergy up because in the mid lane, Necroth can play a lot of split push, but Lulun on the top side, SRY with a couple of more damage doesn't deal much damage for SRY. That lifesteal is too much for them. For this gun.
Yeah, it's really high. I mean, both of them are quite durable in a sense, and they're gonna be kind of like an isolated mountain on that Dark Slayer lane. Nobody's gonna touch them unless they would want to secure an objective on the top side. So it's not much attention being gathered, but maybe so, because that's going to be engaged there by N-Bank, only to back off. It's just a little scare onto Lun Lun, but he is kind of like very disciplined in his laning phase, so he's not going to be that much threatened from those ganks.
Yeah, I think Valencia need to play a little bit more passive in terms of they need to wait for Pichu has a couple of damage because they cannot just tank away. Okay, coming in with the Dutchman onto the backside here. N-Bank trying to find a kill, but he just can't. Tara's been taken away first, but low on health. One snipe, two snipe maybe coming from Kai, but no one takes the L or death coming in for that kind of composition onto the bottom side. It takes the first objective for Valencia.
Yeah, one tower in exchange for nothing. So that was kind of crucial, but they made it work. Now, one team trying to contest. They will take out QQ as they dive under the tower. Takes out Pichu as well. And a bonus structure to top that off. Now they're sitting at 1,200 gold lead, while Lunlun is just having the best time of his life here on the top side. Nobody's touching him, while SRY is on the other side of the map, just interrupting those waves to have that enough control on the map. But both of them are just trying to make ways to attract their opponent, but one team still has the upper hand in this.
Yeah, I think it's just going to mimic a way from SRY and London onto the top side. But happened for Valencia, they has a deficit of 3 kills for now. In terms of goal, will be a couple of minutes into 2,000 goal lead coming in from one team. Top side will be hard because will be hard to defend for Valencia because Kai already on the top side, Teos and Pichu having not much of the damage. 1,400 for one snipe. That is some bargain coming in for Kai.
Yeah, those snipes keep coming from Kai, and slowly but surely it's gonna be a problem here for Valencia CF. The Agnes Grip now connecting onto Zabe, but it's not much of a problem. I mean, it's an Arthur, for God's sake. He's going to survive. Nearly takes out Pichu or Taos, but one team surely is forcing Valencia CF to actually back off, as they're just continuously taking these objectives.
Yeah, because one team knows if they give it a lot of damage, they wait for Kai to, with a couple of snipes, they can win this game easily with no casualties at all. And look at how Valencia has been treated away that how Stereo been doing in the game number 2. Now, the question is who going to take this Dark Slayer for the side of Valencia or one team? Currently, Z and as well as Teos just hovering around the Dark Slayer, leaving deal London and SRY bottom side, top side here with the laughing gas doesn't deal much of a damage. Chaos and QQ they need with a couple of moonfall with the stuns, but this does not connect more with the AoE damage. Valencia is crumbling to the ground.
Yeah, Valencia CF so far struggling against one team, and this becoming kind of like a deja vu from AIC 2021. They need to find a way to actually deal with one team right now. Zay going in, Mariagna's grip is gonna be used. Good disengage coming in from BCF. Same goes for Zay, but he actually nearly gets taken out. Kai continuously pressures Valencia CF with those knives as Taos nearly gets blown, and Pichu even is quite low. Wawa flickers in, trying to get a kill, but unfortunately, he won't. So one team now just regroups and tries to take that tower on the top side, while in the meantime, some other members, NK and Zay, are starting the Slayer.
2 turrets versus 1 turret for Valencia. Currently, the Infinite Slayer again for the side of one team. They just happen to have a lot of space to play, despite of Valencia trying to really struggle to find a way to just chuck down a lot of damage, a lot of health coming in from one team. Look at 1,000 damage coming in for that snipe alone. Kai, this team fight will determine who are going to be stay in terms of turrets or the game as well. Okay, one grabs, trying to find a way. They can take down one member. They take 1 kill, but Teos is a little bit too low on the backside with the Joshua coming in for NC Pack. Backside, they claim to Wawa and Z has been died in that team fight. NK onto the couple of damage, but Lundlund saved the day for one team. Valencia needs to run. They need to find help. Teos is still alive. One fight, one judgment coming in for one team.
An explosive team fight brought to you by one team right now, and it just dictates how well they can actually execute this kind of lineup. We saw the pokes coming in from Kai, we saw the follow-ups being made there by NK, and it's just too much for Valencia CF right now. It's they're not that much behind in terms of gold, but if we check out the overall macro of this game, one team has been consistently getting every objective for them. Same goes for this Holy Dragon right now. Agnes Grip, not really on the best target. Zay is immortal. He has faced off death so many times, and he's just sick and tired of looking at him. The snipe keeps on hurting Pichu and the rest of the members here of Valencia CF. One by one, they're getting picked off, and it's forcing them to actually just back off. They're gonna lose this tower fast as Kai is just landing those knives onto Pichu. Oh, that is just too much for him now, and Bank needs to fall back. He's taking a bit of damage from one team, and one by one, these towers are falling down. 4 towers left here for Valencia CF. And here on the top side, SRY trying to defend, but it's going to be quite tough for them.
This is a dominance effect coming in for one team. They take turret on the bottom, they take it on mid, and as well as the top side in the current target. But now the members of Valencia, they don't know how to cope with the momentum that one team currently have. They a couple of damage. They don't know what to do in terms of how to evade the snipes coming in for Kai. If I were to rate this Elsu snipe, it would be 10 out of 10. It's just too perfect currently for one team. Kai is the main problem for Valencia. They cannot just go in front of the face of members of one team. They cannot just fade check, because that damage from Kai will determine the win for one team.
Yeah. One team is just too disciplined in this game, and Valencia CF has been quite struggling getting or finding a way to turn the tides, because one team has been one team is just pressuring everyone right now. Yeah, bottom side there's attempt on the gang, while Lunlun, well, it's going to be hard for Valencia CF to actually kill this god because he is quite sustainable, being alone in a lane. And while that's happening, topside is being pressured. Those snipes keeps landing onto the crucial members of Valencia CF, and it's forcing them to just keep on disengaging and keeping their distance. Now, the Doombringer being spawned up onto the top side. This is a dead tower. Yeah, it's going to get taken down.
I just want to say that snipes coming in from Kai is more precise other than our prediction for today. That is kind of whack that Kai been doing, but the bottom side with the judgment has been called. But Super Armor coming in, but SRY been a little bit too low with the members of Valencia. They doesn't want to go full on commitment into that team fight. Z has been spotted by Teos. One grabs could find Z into deathbed, but Valencia doesn't want to raise anything into the 30 seconds on the Dark Slayer.
No time should be wasted, especially in this game. And one team is not hesitating at all in every objective that they want to take, and no hesitation as well in engaging onto the members of Valencia CF. Now they're just trying to take control on the jungle camps here of Valencia CF. I don't even know what Valencia CF should be doing right now, because most of their attempts in trying to come back in this game has been denied. How do you think they should approach it? Should they just continue on trying to scale up? Should they try to contest on objectives?
I think they need to find a way to just split the members of one team. They need to split onto 3 categories. They have to move Roxy, Joker, as well as the Necross to just find a way to kill the members of one team. But look at what happened. One team is really brilliant onto their rotation. They move 4-1, so none of the members could be separated enough for Valencia to pick up their mistakes. So it's going to be really hard. But now one team, the Dark Slayer, with a couple of damage, more 20,000 damage, but now coming in with Valencia members. Dark Slayer will take away by Valencia. They can take the win here with a couple more damage. NK is about to die as well as Z, but Valencia had enough. They take the Dark Slayer. They know that is one of a hell of a comeback coming in for Valencia. They need to find a way to cool down a little bit in this game.
We asked for an answer, and Valencia CF answers fantastically with that steal on the Dark Lord Slayer. Now they have the upper hand. They have the chance now to turn the ties. This is it. They have to make it count as the Doombringer is marching in the mid lane. It's gonna allow them to maybe secure some towers, but it's going to be contested here by one team as they're trying to land those pokes. But this time they're the ones being pressured, because this Dark Lord Slayer is going to deal a lot of damage onto the structures and also provide a lot of safety net for Valencia CF as they're looking to secure more towers. That's 2 towers already, and it allows them to actually close the gold disparity from a while ago, which was 3k. Now it's close to none, and they're knocking onto the base. This inhibitor tower is gonna fall down, and there's nothing that one team can do. This Dark Lord Slayer is still relatively healthy. It's gonna force out a team fight because they're trying to end this game right now. But one team now going on to the backside. That's Lunlun on the front, but he's taking a lot of damage and he might actually fall down. SRY has to flee. Kai with those knives, but it's just going to be no casualties. But that was an almost moment for a game end.
I think that is some Independence Day for Valencia. They know that Doombringer will defend them from snipes coming in from Kai. Look at how the members of Valencia just happen to, you know, just hold onto the backside of that Dark Slayer. He knows that the Doombringer will protect them for the damage of that else. So that moment they push down mid, they push down bottom as well, but bottom has been tightly sealed by London. But the moment that Valencia had is that they steal down the Dark Slayer. They know for sure they have the momentum at that point. One team could not do anything about that because the health of that Doombringer is too much to be handled with. The damage coming in for Elsu is not enough to kill down that Doombringer inside of the tier 1 turret.
Yeah, this is going to be tough for one team because yeah. It's 35 seconds before the next Dark Lord Slayer, and things are looking tight. We saw the sign of light coming in from Valencia CF. They struggled for the past 16 minutes trying to endure these pressure that one team has been consistently making the entire game, but after that steal, we're seeing the aggressive side coming in from Valencia CF. But oh my gosh! That snipe is ridiculous. That is obnoxious, disgusting amount of damage coming in from Kai. And you have to avoid those snipes, or else you're just gonna be falling. You're just gonna be losing the fight before it even starts.
That will leave some depression inside, man, because of how the damage coming in for the Elsu is too much. But now initiate from LT. What happened there? He can't just live again, but the damage coming in from Valencia is too much. They lose one members. NK, what happened there? You're just too aggressive with none of the members to back up.
Yeah, that was an unnecessary play. And now without the jungler, Valencia CF can actually just go on a reset and start this Dark Lord Slayer, because they do have numbers advantage. SRY is split pushing onto the bot side. This will draw attention from one team to actually, well, collapse or at least attend to this push by SRY. But Valencia CF hesitating a little bit. They are grouping up. They're just watching or checking if the other members of one team will actually contest them. Now they send out Taos to prevent those contests, and it's taking a bit of time before they take this Dark Lord Slayer. NK is already alive. Zay is trying to zone them, check them. The snipe is lined up, nearly takes that Dark Slayer, but they will now engage onto the members of one team. They're taking a bit of damage. The snipes are landing, but after that shenanigan, Valencia CF this time no longer steals, they take.
I think that is kind of late kind of Slayer coming in for Valencia, because of when the Slayer has been taken down, NK has already been alive. So the amount of time that Valencia takes is too much to take away, because of they doesn't have enough smite for that point. But one team, they defended pretty well against 4 members, but Valencia takes a lot of time to configure what could they do at that moment. But the members of Valencia, they need to find a way to kill down that core, with a couple of damage more coming in for Kai.
QQ
a little bit too low coming in for Lunlun with a couple of AoE damage, but members of one team, they need to crumble down Valencia. It takes away,
and
take it away, but they find the core interesting more than the members of one team.
And SRY!
That is the Valencia win against one team.
And they finally got their long-time revenge against one team. 6 months in the making. A big amount of roster change, and they finally got that. Of their first win as well in the AIC 2022. It took a long time. I think that game was almost 30 minutes, and it was a long game, but they made it work. They made it happen, and it was all worth it for that victory. So congratulations to Valencia CF. I like how both SRY and NBank went straight to the core alongside with the Dark Lord Slayer. They went for the victory. They had their eyes locked in on that core. They just wanted to win it.
Yeah, I think at the moment they know the core is the main target, because if they fight much longer, they would lose that fight, instead of giving the moment for Infinite Slayer to just chunk a lot of damage onto that core. That is going to be ridiculous if Valencia is not focusing on that core at that moment, because that is one a hell of a game coming in for Valencia. One single mistake made by one team, given away the Dark Slayer for the first steal coming in for Valencia. That is the moment Valencia kick on that gas pedal. This is our game, and you can see in the replay what happened to NK at this moment of time is too aggressive, and he's alone. No one dare to back him up.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a bit of a learning lesson again, as well for one team, and a momentum boost for Valencia CF after this victory, because they really have invested a lot to make this happen, to qualify and also perform quite well, and having to see them win and get finally get their revenge victory against one team is kind of a big moment for them. So for them, there's no more way but maintain their standing and their wins. But for one team, I think they need to regroup and also rethink their strategies for their next games, because they have a couple of games coming up later on, and in order to be able to secure at least on the top 3, they need to secure victories against their next matchups, which is Saigon Phantom. Well, for today, it's just Saigon Phantom.
Yeah, they need to realize that after one game, it would be much more a hardship to just happen to have a next game after this. But what happened in the Talon kind of game, they misinterpreted that there is a Necros inside of the composition of Valencia. So that Necros played really well with the Judgment as well as the Punish at that correct moment to steal down the Dark Slayer. And yeah, I think that is the best comeback we've seen for today in the match number 3. So Valencia will be happy for today because they has settled a long-lived redemption for now. So Talon is going to be really hard for them if they lose to Valencia, and after this will be SGP and as well in throughout the stage. So I would say Talon, I would say they had a lot of games. One team had a lot of potential to win that game, but one single mistake just takes away that momentum.
Yeah, the steal, that monumental. It started with a monumental steal by NBank, and that allowed Valencia CF to finally get their momentum back and have that chance in pushing 3 towers. That is a lot of goals already. They even attempted on ending that game with just the first Dark Lord Slayer. But on the next one, they just went in. And well, it took some time before they actually started. NK actually revived, just like what you said, before they started the objective. So there was a small window of opportunity for one team to contest on it, but I think they started to hesitate a little bit on contesting this time because of the amount of pressure that Valencia CF started doing with the push on the top side, with the waves pushing on the bot side as well. So they needed to answer those waves first before committing on the Dark Lord Slayer, and that time that it took for them to clear it was actually too much before they regrouped and went on to that Dark Lord Slayer. And when the push happened, well, it's just SRY and NBank going for the goal.
Yeah, I think who would thought that Roxy, Kilgroth, and Joker could win that team fight? I mean, that composition alone has a lot of meanings that is going to be really hard versus Scott, versus a lot of damage coming in for Elsu. So that kind of matchup is a do or die moment for Valencia. They know they need to steal away a lot of moments coming in for Necros, that given the time that they need the medallion, they need the Hyuga Age for Kilgross to just team fight away with a couple of damage, and that is some win coming in for Valencia. Look at how many damage that Bang given into throughout the game. It's only 66,000 damage, not much as Pichu as well as QQ, but Bang played a pretty major role with that steal. The goal difference is on the side of one team from minute number 1 in terms of trying to ending the game. Valencia has only one possibility for maybe 10,000 kind of universe at that time.
Yep, it was pretty much a solid game already for one team until that Dark Lord Slayer steal by Bank, and things just took a turn, 2 turns actually, towards in favor of Valencia CF with those steals. The damage is, if we check out the damage, right? Wawa Kai deals an obnoxious amount of damage compared to the members of Valencia CF, but the result is different due to that macro play coming in from Valencia CF, and the MVP is going to be SRY, especially after he was one of the most stable lanes in the game, having just a KDA of 100, but the amount of help that he actually made towards those team fight, and also split push, and also in ending the game alongside with Nbank was substantial and necessary to allow them to secure that victory.
Yeah, I would say this. If you only seen the result, you will not believe who won the game.
Yeah.
Because how one team played really well in terms of damage, objectives, and as well as momentum that they carried. But that is some Necros game. We know what Necros could do. This is why some of my friends hate up the Necros, because what Necros could do is just slippery and also cheeky in terms of steal objectives, and the movement that Necros has could jeopardize the entire game as well, like what happened into one team. So next game, possibly for one team, they need to ban out the Necro. What happened in, just like what happened in game number 1 and game number 2, Flash ban out the Necros, Hope ban out the Necros. Maybe it's time for one team to ban out the Necros as well.
Yeah, since it was banned out by the other teams as well. Well, they do have some chances later on, but for now, we are just gonna be going on a short break before our next match, which is Starry Hope getting their second chance this time on the group stages against Team Flash, after Team Flash had secured their victory against Nova Esports. So Mikos and I will be back after a short break. So guys, don't go anywhere. This is the Arena of Valor International Championships. We'll see you in a bit.
私が行った方が手っ取り早いのに本当バカ。何？私じゃ不満なわけ？ほら、最初から私が行けばよかったじゃない。次はあんたの番よ。全部私が片付けるから。ほら、最初から私がそれで不安あるとか思ってるの？最初
Hi, rookies. Now you've completed the most basic practice. Show me what you've got. please, no! Well, I have to say, you look a little funny. There's nothing wrong with pushing your limits, but in order to grant a satisfying Arena of Valor experience, why not start with some simple heroes? As a beginner, you'll get some free heroes. I know what you're thinking. Free means they aren't good. Trust me, that's not how it works in this game. The free heroes you get are all very powerful and are easy to get started with. Let me introduce you to some friendly heroes that are perfect for a rookie like you. The first is an old friend, Arthur. His passive skill, Paragon, increases his armor over time as he levels up in a match. His skill 2, Holy Guard, can deal a great amount of damage over time, which is quite brutal in the early game. What's more, Arthur can use skill 1, Righteous Fervor, to leap forward and interrupt the enemy's movement. He is definitely the nightmare in the eyes of his enemies, especially when they encounter Arthur on Slayer Lane. If you prefer the pleasure of killing enemies from range rather than being a tank, then you could pick Vera for the middle lane. Vera is also a perfect choice for beginners that want to play a mage. Her skill 2, Mesmerize, can control her enemies and puts Vera one step ahead of them. This will provide you enough time to aim and deal damage. Her skill 1, Hellbat, and ultimate, Inferno Bats, are pure damage skills that can hit enemies from afar. Using Vera, you can wipe out your opponents from a long distance away with just a few hits in the later stage of the game. The last one hero we recommended is Valheim, played in the Dragon Lane. Valheim causes consistent damage to harass his opponents. While Valheim's skills deal magic damage, his skill damage increases with physical damage as well. His skill 1, Bloody Hunt, provides area of effect crowd damage, while skill 2, Curse of Death, can stun his enemies for a short duration. Valheim can use his ultimate, Bulletstorm, to slow down and damage his opponents in a wide range in front of it. Both skills 1 and 2 can lock down enemies automatically, making Valheim easier to play. Normally, Valheim should stand in the back of a team fight and use his wide range of skills to help deplete the enemy team. Of course, you can always purchase your favorite heroes in the in-game shop if these free heroes do not interest you, or you simply want more choices to play with. Click your selected hero in the Hero section to see the 4 attributes of the heroes. Well, I have to admit that sometimes the length of the attribute bar may also bring you trouble, because the hero may be too difficult for you to master when starting out. Please be sure to choose carefully before buying new heroes. Before buying, you can also find the hero you want to try in the skin section of the in-game shop. By clicking Trial in the lower left corner of the hero's details, you can play a practice match with your chosen hero and get a feel for them. This helps you avoid buying a hero that is not suitable for you. However, the most important thing in-game is that you have to adjust the position and hero you want to play according to your team's lineup. Take a look at the lower right corner of the selection interface, and you can see the issues with your current lineup noted automatically. By correcting these issues and supplementing your team with a different position, you can build a perfect lineup. Maybe you're fast enough to instantly pick your preferred position and role, but that might not be the best way to earn a team victory in Arena of Valor. Keep in mind that AOV is about teamwork, and the interest of the whole team is above all. Got it, rookie?
You're fighting a losing battle.
Jade Fan Beauty Yue. As the princess of the Dragon Kingdom, Yue brandishes a fan as her weapon, retaining her elegance even in battle. Aqua Force and Mountain Crusher allow her to easily control the whole battlefield, and Borrowed Might allows Yue to unleash endless attacks. If an enemy dares to offend Yue's grace, then they will taste the power of Rising Wind. Passive skill, Borrowed Might. Every time Yue uses Aqua Force and Mountain Crusher, she will gain a stack of Borrowed Might. When she has 2 stacks of Borrowed Might, Yue will reset the cooldown time of Aqua Force and Mountain Crusher and strengthen the next Aqua Force or Mountain Crusher. Skill 1, Aqua Force. Yue throws 2 bone fans at close range, dealing damage to enemies in their path. After strengthening, Yue will throw out 4 bone fans when using Aqua Force. Aqua Force will deal several times the damage where the bone fans converge. Skill 2, Mountain Crusher. Yue throws 2 bone fans at far range, dealing damage to enemies in their path.
After strengthening, UA will throw out 4 Bone Fans when using Mountain Crusher. Mountain Crusher would deal several times the damage where the Bone Fans converge. Skill 3, Rising Wind. UA knocks back nearby enemies and deals damage to enemies in its path while pushing them back slightly. UA will gain additional vision. UA is a long-range mage with a powerful ability to exhaust the enemies, but is complicated to operate. To deal perfect damage using UA, you need to be skilled in combining her skills to deal damage multiple times stronger. However, when UA overlaps with the enemy, both Aqua Force and Mountain Crusher can deal full damage. When in the lane period, UA can quickly clear enemy creeps via refreshing her skills through her passive skill and then assist the side lanes. In team fights, UA needs to use Mountain Crusher multiple times to exhaust the enemies and frequently use Aqua Force to charge up her passive skill to look out for chances to kill or exhaust fragile enemy heroes. The core combo of UA is to save up a stack of her passive in advance and instantly use Mountain Crusher twice to deal burst damage. But be cautious. Yu's ultimate is the only life-saving skill, so she needs to save her ultimate to be aware of enemy assassins' heroes in team fights.
Okay.
Welcome back to the AIC 2022. Now we are seeing the Stereo versus Team Flash in the match number 4, still into the best of 1. This is Mikos with GG or Guyan Gaming, as we call Brian. Brian, what on your thoughts about Team Flash composition? A convincing game number 1 in terms of this game versus Stereo. What on your thoughts here?
Well, Team Flash actually had a fantastic performance against Nova Esports. On the other hand, Starry Hope, well, they tried their best against DTAC Talon. Unfortunately, it didn't turn out into a win. It turned out to be a learning lesson for them, especially to jumpstart this Arena of Valor International Championships 2022. Maybe they have learned a lot. It's hard to learn from a short span of time and adapt towards this, but it is possible for Star Hope. And since it was made as well by other teams way back in AIC 2021, I do want to apologize for my comment earlier. I mean, I have been, quite invested on my beautiful pet, my cat earlier, and thank you so much, Mikos, for stepping up in that beautiful intro. Speaking of beautiful, we're hoping, both of us, Mikos and I, are actually hoping for a beautiful match in our 4th game in this group stage phase 1, as we are about to see match 4 starting up. This time, Team Flash on the blue side, Star Hope on the red side. So, Star Hope, unfortunately, will be forced once again to ban the Aya.
I would say though, Stereo Hope has the upper hand to ban up the Zuka as well as the Aya. But now, Aya has been slipped away from the first ban.
They have to ban it.
I mean, Stereo Hope, don't do this, man. You cannot give Aya for the side of Team Flash for the first pick. It's going to be really hard for you guys to cope with the Aya currently in the patch. Yes, it's killable, but it's going to be so much of a hard time. But Roxy has been taken away first by Team Flash. That is kind of new because of Flash doesn't want to ban out the Aya. He wants to slip away the Aya. Now Lorian and as well Aya being taken away. First pick Zuka. You already know that Team Flash loved this Panda to be taken into the jungle role for ADC. Opens out to be Crixie as well as the Kilgroth if they want to, but Crixie is the main pick for Team Flash. But we can still say that if they want to bring the Liliana as well, I think it's okay for Stereo.
While during the banning phase, I think it was just a little bit of mind games coming in from Starry Hope. And actually, it is better sometimes to ban on the second phase. Or like the second ban for the Aya. Looking at the hero selection this time of both teams, it's not going to be a Zuka ban. It's still going to be taken here by Team Flash, which has a good standing so far coming into AIC 2022, paired up with Itachi and the Crixie as well. It is looking really solid from Team Flash. Looking at Starry Hope though, they pick up the Liliana, the Ryoma, and also the Joker, preemptively looking if Team Flash will pick up the LC a while ago, but now they are just going to ban it out. They have a decent amount of damage and mobility as well on the side of Starry Hope, so let's see how they're going to put it off on the second pick phase.
Yeah, I think if they already has the Crixie, Itachi, and as well as Zuka, they know that they can play a little bit same kind of composition without the Ryoma being taken away by Stereo. Stereo kind of looks a lot more ready in terms of this matchup because they steal away the Ryoma, and as well as the Joker, they has the burst damage. They has a couple of poking ability to just run down Flash. But Flash, they know they cannot give down the Baldum for Yonkang as well as the Varus. So the Varus will be one of the better composition if Stereo Hope has. But Arthur, no, Stereo Hope, you played on the meta as well. You know Arthur been taking you down, but now you want to bring the Arthur in front of the faces of Flash.
Oh no!
Not Team Flash, but Team Flash bring down the Hayate. We know how Hayate versus Arthur. We know how this is going to go down.
Yup. Oh, this is what Star Hope lacked earlier, alongside with the other teams that matched up against an Arthur. The ultimate shred with the Kunai Blitz, alongside with this Florentino. I mean, if you lock this in, it can easily burst down even the tankiest heroes like the Arthur. So Team Flash quickly patches up that threat with the Arthur pick, and now Starry Hope, as they decide on their last hero to lock in, they're hovering Richter, which is not really that much bad of a deal. It can be another front line that can allow the other members like the Joker and the Liliana to have that security on the backside.
Okay, let's see what we can here. Florentino Hayate will try to kill down the Arthur, but Stereo Hope kind of make a move side to the not much more of a tankiness. They bring up the movement kind of speed with the Rector onto this onto the support kind of role, maybe onto the Dark Slayer. That is kind of a good kind of combo because the man of the Hunter kind of lived into expectation versus down Florentino. But Tachi versus Arthur, I don't think that Arthur has much of a fun time versus Tachi and Hayate because of true damage that Hayate could deliver. Then it could be a nightmare for Arthur, but we've seen a lot of Arthur plays for today that brings the win for any team that use Arthur. So Stereo Hope trying to find a way to take a steal from Flash in this current moment, but you know Team Flash, what can they do is to play much more aggressive with the Florentino as well as the Hayate.
Yeah, it's a tough matchup right now for Starry Hope, provided as well the amount of experience that Team Flash already has, not only in like this kind of composition, but overall, generally, they have a lot of experience and they can actually make their lineups work. So Starry Hope in this game, we can assume that they might actually struggle with the discipline that Team Flash has, but I'm hoping to see more fight in them since they already had experience with one of the toughest contenders here in the AIC 2022 against DTAC Talent, now against Team Flash. Hopefully they have learned from their previous game and have a better performance against Team Flash.
Yeah, Starry has some time to just refresh their mindset and as well as their mentality. So it's going to be really fun for the side of Starry. They still can bring up the momentum for game number 1. So if they want to kill down Flash in this term, they need to find a way to just kill down ADC with Azuka as well as Pikachu into the mid lane. So it's going to be really exciting to see if Starry Hope can take down much of a Goliath that Flash is in terms of a matchup, because they steal down the Ryoma they put into the jungle by Delta, but in terms of the auto pick 100% win rate, they bring it as well. So Starry Hope has much more ability to win this game, despite of Team Flash still bring out the Zuka as well as the Tachi inside of their composition.
Xiaohan as well on the top side is keeping up with KT with the Richter Florentino matchup, although he took some damage from that short trade earlier, so he might need to be a little bit more careful while dueling with the Florentino. This is going to be an additional gold for KT in the laning phase after securing that neutral objective, while Starry Hope on the other hand are just trying to group up as much as they can so that they can at least find a way to pick off a member here of Team Flash, because objectives are about to spawn in the next 15 seconds and they're already positioning themselves towards this Abyssal Dragon, while Team Flash are also going across the map, maybe going for a contest on this Abyssal Dragon too.
I would feel sorry for Delta if he died before the Abyssal Dragon has spawned, but a couple of damage coming in onto the backside as well. Liliana Reflect needs to run away, and maybe a steal farming for Delta. Flash needs to run away with a couple of damage coming in with the Kunai Blades from Case. Pikachu takes the kill onto Xiaohan. Flash is going 3 kills inside of the members of Starry Hope. One by one been taken away, beheaded by Flash.
Yeah, and that's the composition of Team Flash. It's built for team fight, but X0 at least got one. They also have stolen the Abyssal Dragon thanks to Delta on that discipline, on that punish. But we have to take note, team fighting is scary coming in from Team Flash, and that was completely demonstrated with the amount of AoE damage that they do have, especially with Case securing 2 kills actually in that single team fight, and they managed to even equal that objective taking with them securing that Slayer.
Yeah, the Slayer kill coming in for Flash, I think is kind of more to a desperate kind of objective, because they lose away the Abyssal Dragon outside of Starry Hope. Flash, we've seen a lot in game number 1. Flash happened to lose a lot of objective in terms of stealing, but Starry Hope, we expect more from them, that they give us more than what we expect. So it's going to be quite happy what could Hope do in this game, because the energy is more, as well as the patience that Hope give. In terms of kill, yes, they kill down the Case on the bottom side with the laughing canister coming in for X0. So Hope trying to find a way. They know they can do this, and they're hoping for more mistakes coming in for Flash.
And so far, Team Flash are not really making much mistake. There was a little bit of a hiccup there by Case after he got chased down, but ADC on top side will secure kill onto Delta L after successfully invading his own camp on the top side. He will try to secure this top side buff, but there is Yongkang trying to stop him from doing so. Unfortunately, Punish is available to secure that objective, and oh no! That's going to be Xiao Han dying after a misplay on that flicker.
I think that flicker just happened to slip away for the members of Team Flash, who still know that they can just win a couple of small skirmish, but onto that team fight top side and as well as the jungle camps will not be able to do more for the side of Hope. Now the damage has been registered coming for Hero with a couple of rockets on the members of XP, but Yongkang is still too tanky. If Yongkang could not die, Flash will have much of the damage. Delta L trying to find a kill here, needs to steal this red buff because ADC is still his, but ADC is still faster than Delta L. So Delta fighting down ADC, KT on the backside. One Blossom could finish this game, but Yongkang still has more movement speed to run away from that disaster moment.
Yeah, Starhawk this time are transferring their energy and attention towards this Abyssal Dragon, but Yongkang is trying to fall back. He is relatively tanky, but the amount of damage is just too much coming from Team Flash. Now, Delta L trying to get a trade after they lost one, but they won't be able to get anyone from Team Flash. Looking at the gold, it's still heavily in favor of Team Flash with over 2,500 gold, and they will have the luxury of securing this Slayer once again.
We have Ramp Breaker already finished by X-Hero. That is going to be really well for the side of Starry Hope. You can see how Flash is coping with the momentum that Hope brings. He knows that he can take Darkslay a little bit more faster than Ryoma or Delta L. So ADC knows how to fall onto Reflex. Reflex cannot... He doesn't have much of the Reflex. Trying to run away from that Moonfall, but Pikachu has the momentum right now. He can just control mid lane, just control the members of Starry Hope in terms of one objective more than Starry Hope.
Yeah, I like how after Pikachu landed his skill onto Reflect, XB immediately follows up without hesitation, and that allowed them to actually secure a kill. That demonstrates how good of a synergy Team Flash has overall as a team, and slowly but surely they're extending their lead and forcing Starry Hope to actually fall back. The only tower that has tier 1 is their mid lane, and this is a good job coming in from Starry Hope, but it's not gonna be there for long because Team Flash are slowly securing the jungle camps now of Starry Hope even, and it limits the mobility and like the overall options here of Starry Hope, since they can't establish vision on their jungle camps. At most, they are just sitting under their tower in the mid lane and in the bot lane.
I think for most of the time, X-Hero needs that Cliffs of Santi. They need to have that critical, but the jungle camps for Starry Hope has been controlled by ADC, has been controlled by Flash. They cannot just go in. Look at how Reflect just trying to find a way, some opening to just burst down ADC, but he just can't. He just cannot go in with a couple of damage from Flash. He needs to take the target. Look at Tachi XP coming in with a couple of more damage, but Xiaohan a little bit too late. Delta L from the backside, giving the damage, freeze a little bit, but Delta L cannot just sustain the damage coming in from the ADC. But Case is still alive. Members of Flash still has a lot of health. They cannot just burst down. You can't poke, but you can't kill Flash right now.
Yeah, that was a good flank coming in from Delta L, but the problem was Case was zoning the other members of Starry Hope, and that basically just deletes the hopes there. Star Hope in coming back in that team fight. Team Flash really knows, even after an interruption or an unexpected scenario, they can quickly adapt towards it, and that just was the case there on that particular team fight. Now they have a good standing in this game, 8-1, and almost, well, a little above 6,000 gold lead. They can just take the Slayer down without contest because everyone is just so confident. Look at Case just going in front, not scared at all on the members of Starry Hope.
Case is just looking at options, just in case that he could just kill one of the members of Hope. ADC again with Infinite Slayer, they need to find a way to kill the inner turrets for the members of Starry Hope. Look at this, is kind of perfect moment. Okay, now the blue buff in the hands of Reflect, but now the members of Hope is really mad for Flash taking away their jungle. They need to find a way to kill down this mid turret, but the members of Hope, they cannot just commit 100% into this team fight because they need to wait for cooldown coming in from Reflex because they need that crowd control. They just can't do with that team fight coming in from Flash.
Yeah, this Infinite Slayer's marching in the mid. Team Flash is just gonna let it be for a while. They already have taken down the tier 2 tower in the mid lane. They're gonna be happy with that. ADC though is just pressuring the members of Starry Hope while the rest of the team are taking all the camps here of Delta L, and now they're gonna pile onto the bot side. That lots of damage being made there by Pikachu. They're gonna take tower. Even Katie is flanking from behind, but they will still be able to survive with a sliver of health remaining on the Young Kang. They're pressuring mid though, so their tower is taking a bit of damage now, down to 4,600. It's only a matter of time before Star Hope lose their first inhibitor.
I would say that Team Flash really have a good game because they know what to do in terms of Hope doesn't have enough ability to control their jungle. So Hope cannot go outside of their base. That is one problem to be answered by Hope. They have the Richter, they have the Joker, but they just can't burn down anybody for the side of Flash because Flash is more complicated than it sounds. Because look at on the top side, waiting. Katie is just waiting for ADC. They know they just show his faces, just push down top side, waiting for a Case on the bottom. 3-lane push. 50 seconds into the Dark Slayer to be returned into the pit. This is going to be really hard for Hope. Hope could not wait no more. He needs to find a way. He needs to shut down one lane and just benefit from that lane itself. Because of what happened was, if 3 lanes been pushed by Flash, this could be the end of Hope because they have a lot of gold, they have a lot of momentum, and that Arthur could not sustain much more damage coming in.
Yeah, it's too much damage coming in from Team Flash right now, and despite the efforts here of Starry Hope, they're being squeezed back into their base. It's a good sign though, they're trying to go in, but this is really scary. I mean, it's just XB that they're trying to deal some damage with, but the other members are actually eyeing onto them, and it takes a lot of effort to just deal damage, but at the end of that, it's still the Slayer being taken once again here by Team Flash. It's not the Dark Lord Slayer just yet, but the Infinite Slayer is already enough actually to get some pressure done onto Starry Hope. Now pushing onto the top side, they can just spawn the Slayer here, or maybe in the mid since the tower is lower, but they decide on the top. They know the position is strong right now. There's a wave pushing in the mid as well. That's going to be the contest here by Starry Hope, but a lot of damage being shown or thrown at them from Team Flash, and now with the wave crashing onto the mid, they're gonna take the inhibitor tower. Kunai Blitz is available. They're just positioning themselves, and this allows them to just keep on pressuring Starry Hope one by one. The towers are falling down. The top side is just so vulnerable. The pressure coming in from Case on that Kunai Blitz is already too much for Starry Hope.
Yeah, I think the number one problem right now is Hope needs to just denies the ultimate coming in for XP, because we know how Flash will go 100% with teamfight if XB has the ultimate. So what happened in the mid lane, XB goes with the ultimate, but no other members of Flash just want to commit 100%. So you're going to be really hard. 8 kills coming in for Flash, 1 into the respawn for Starry Hope, 1 turret left into the bottom lane. No turret onto the top side. ADC being really busy onto the top side. Couple of damage. Laughing Canister has been taken away. Super Armor coming away. But now onto the backside. ADC looking for opportunity. This turret will be chopped down like butter. But coming in for the damage. Flash takes one. Xiaohan a little bit too low. Delta will be taken away. Couple of damage left. Core is exposed. Flash takes the kill. Case died, but he's still alive in that sickle. But Core has not have any health left. 2 wins for Flash today. 3 points ahead. They are number 1 in the Group A. Well done. Good job for Team Flash. Second loss for Starry Hope.
Yeah, unfortunately for Starry Hope, their hopes are being destroyed right now by these well-established teams, as Team Flash once again demonstrated how stable they are and how good these players are in the AIC 2022. We saw multiple times that Starry Hope tried to contest them, but unfortunately, Team Flash knows when to go in and when to go out. They know the limits of their composition, and they know the proper timings, the best possible timings to actually obliterate their enemies. There was almost 0 contest as well on the objectives, so Team Flash knows that they have the upper hand, continuously increasing their gold lead as well, and having that assurance in the late game. So as we do check out this amazing victory sign here for Team Flash, we kind of reflect on how Starry Hope progressed so far in a short amount of time. They did a little bit, but it's still not enough. I like how they adapted the Arthur. They adapted some of the picks as well, but quickly Team Flash actually knows how to answer that based on experience. And as we check out the highlights of this game, we see that how big of a synergy there is on Team Flash, especially during team fights. And I think that's the only kill that Starry Hope had in that game. The kill onto Case, and after that, Case didn't even feel any pressure after that. And overall, Team Flash just knows how to fully execute a game.
Yeah, I think after the first kill that they killed Case onto the bottom side, and after that, Starry Hope happened to have a case closed, not intended, but what happened was that the synergy of Team Flash is a little bit too big to be handled by Starry Hope. But I love to see Starry Hope is currently evolving. It just happened on one game. They can make Flash sweating a little bit in terms of drafting. They take down Ryoma, they pick away the Joker. They've seen a lot of experience from game before him, so there is good chances of bans that coming in for Starry Hope. But the game number 3 for Starry Hope, they cannot lose this, because only 3 teams on the group will proceed to the phase number 2. So it's going to be really hard for Starry Hope. But Flash, they already have 2 points. They are in the lead. They are happy with their lead, and I think they will have a lot of rest before they are to.
Yeah, they only have one more game. It's not gonna be that easy anymore though, because they're gonna be battling with DTAC Talon on our last match. But for Starry Hope, it's going to be another tough one. They're gonna battle against Nova Esports. It's the team that lost to Team Flash, so maybe they would have a more fighting chance against them, given the experience of Nova Esports against Team Flash. But based on their performance in this particular game, it's still a long way to go. If they do want to at least be on par against these well-established teams. they need to improve themselves, and they do have a lot of time. We're still a couple of games away before their match, and they can still at least recuperate on what happened, maybe plan out a different strategy to execute their game, and whatever they need, because we're already diving into AIC 2022. Things are going on, teams are clashing already, and there's little to no rest to be made. You have to give your all if you want to win.
Yeah, I think the most damage could be done is Team Flash win the game number 3. So that is the most damage could be done. But members of Hope, they need to realize that if they lose against Nova, it could be the last chances for them to just survive into the second phase. It's going to be really hard because we know how Nova played really well in terms of their rotation and the skirmishes with Team Flash. So they need to, Sterry need to find a way to just cope with the energy that had for Nova in game number 1. They need to rewatch the game. They need to find a way to just find a gap of mistakes coming in for Nova. But look at how the game is here with our game number 4. Flash wins the game in 14 minutes in terms of a couple of more seconds into 15, but the damage dealt from Pikachu is so much, as well as XP. Look at how similar is game number 1 for Flash and game number 2. They always had Zuka as well as Tachi. I think that is the answer for next team who face Flash. I think for Detect Talent, just ban out Zuka and Tachi. Look what could happen for Flash if they doesn't have Tachi and Zuka.
Yeah. On both of their games against Starry Hope and Nova Esports, they both used the Zuka and the Tachi. A little bit shift on the other laners or the other roles, but pretty much the plan is the same. Secure those heroes, and well, it's their comfort picks as well. Given the incredible amount of experience of these players, Pikachu is always going to be able to dish out a lot of damage with his heroes taken. But the MVP here is going to be no other than ADC on that spectacular performance on the Zuga. Of course, no deaths, provided they only lost, they only had a death onto Case. But overall, Team Flash, a well-deserved victory, a fantastic performance, and of course, the people that are supporting the team are going to be looking forward to their next games.
I just love how the KDA for ADC is an error because of 404. I just love it because how in terms of what jokes aside, that Zuka pick coming in for ADC, already 2 games, and we can see what happened if we want to see what happened if ADC doesn't get the Zuka.
Yep, and let's see later on if they are still gonna get the Zuka. But next match is going to be Saigon Phantom going up against Valencia CF. So let's see what's going to happen there. But before that, we are just going to be going on a very short break. This is the Arena of Valor International Championships, and we are your casters, Gion Gaming and Migos. Don't go away, we'll be right back.
God, please, no! Well, maybe your gaming life is not so smooth after all. Don't be nervous. I know you think you've learned everything about winning, but your enemies are not sheep waiting to be slaughtered. To get your game victories easier, you'll still need to learn some little tricks. First, you need to know about the 3 lanes. In AoV, there's the Abyssal Dragon Lane, Slayer Lane, and Middle Lane. Don't forget about the Vast Jungle, which is a special path between all 3 lanes. Now choose your lane and march onwards to victory. No, stop! I know you're trying to be different, but as a rookie, you should begin by learning the most common and easiest ways to start the game. Once you're partially in the lane, you'll face an equal opponent. Do your best against them and level yourself up. Of course, there will always be enemies coming after you. Don't worry, AOV is a team game. This means you must focus on team fights, fight alongside your teammates, and eliminate your enemies. During team fights, you must cooperate with your teammates to find every opening and opportunity to kill your opponents and ensure the survival of your own team. Victory lies ahead of you after you wipe out all of your enemies' defense towers standing in your way. That is, if you are still standing after the team fight. Oh, dear Lord, don't ask me what to do if your rivals have respawned. Just repeat what you did earlier until you have won this match. That is how you win a game in Arena of Valor. You must be in harmony with your team every step of the way. Understand, rookies? Okay, I know that you cannot communicate telepathically. To be more effective at each stage of the game, maybe you need to know some terminology in order to communicate with your teammates. Carry, leading or majorly influencing leadership on a team.
Double kill. Bloodbath.
Gank, a surprise attack on an enemy hero. Buff, status effect that gives a beneficial boost. Debuff, status effect that gives negative impacts. Farm, gaining levels and gold by killing creeps. KDA, kills, deaths, assists. CD, skill cooldown. Poke, to damage enemies from range with minimal risk to you. DPS, damage per second. That's all the rookie training for today. Let's start a match and get fully absorbed into the world of Arena of Valor and win glory with your teammates. What could be more enjoyable than praise from your team?
I fight for what I stand for, what I stand for. You testing me, then I go Rambo, Rambo.
Hey, I taste the glory, taste the pain, I know what it takes to play. Got the kingdom on my back, I came long ways to engrave my name. Found my pride at the borderline, I will never back down till my dues are fortified. Hit him in to get a little cautious. It's part of the process.
They think I'm crazy, or am I really brave? I don't let nothing faze me, there's no hold up delay. I still survive, I own the confidence up in my mind. I'm running towards the light, it's time to shine and go take flight. No pain, no gain, if you don't wanna fade away. The both ways, hope pays. Heroes moving silence when they say the day. Yeah, I'm a queen, I overcome relentless pain. And I got it in my genes, I pass through anyways crisis. No matter what the price is, prepare. Protect my people, always beware. There's always the rivals everywhere. From your order I declare, I'm riding to the air. Fight for what I stand for, what I stand for. You test me, then I go Rambo, Rambo. I'm quick to grab the grip and go, I'm best with it. Okay, I'm lit. My mind's on city mode, I'm flexing it. Okay, I'm wild. I'm tripping on my mind, investing it. I'm still high-minded. My destiny, you'll find it hard to find it.
Winning street, my dubs elite, I bring it. Yeah. 50 feet step back, I'm about to speak my G, I'm with it. Yeah.
And welcome back to Arena of Valor International Championships 2022. We are your shoutcasters. Still, Young Gaming. Here with me is Mikos, and we're heading down towards another game. This time, our fifth game of Phase 1, Day 1 rather. Saigon Phantom going up against Valencia CF after Valencia CF secured finally the revenge game against one team. This time they're going to face off against Saigon Phantom. First game of Saigon Phantom.
Yeah, we haven't seen a lot of games for Saigon Phantom yet, but we have some remarks onto Valencia after they flashy win against Talon. They know how against one team, they know how to steal down objective. Then that is really good for the side of Valencia. But in terms of early game, that we know for a fact that SGP early game is so strong. So if Valencia cannot cope with the early game matchup, they will have the same kind of composition, same kind of energy that they bring versus one team. Before they before in the early game they messed up a little bit, but in that kind of Necros steal onto the Dark Slayer made the game for them. But I think SGP could, ban onto the Necros before they lose much more objective, instead of giving down the Necros and lose some points for the SGP, because this is the first game for SGP. I don't think SGP will treat this game as we can give 1 point or we can play it slowly. I don't think that SGP could give this a best time for Valencia.
Yeah. Saigon Phantom is just a monster of a team right now. And let me elaborate it back it up with some stats. They have recently participated in their very own qualifier, of course, and they actually secured first, winning against V Gaming, one of the strongest teams, the finalists in the AIC 2021. But Saigon Phantom defeated them in a 4-1 scoreline, and they actually battled once again in a different tournament, Arena of Glory Spring 2022, this May, and they defeated B Gaming once again in a 4-0. That is how strong Saigon Phantom is right now, looking to dominate in the AIC 2022. So Valencia CF, if they want to get more wins, this time it's going to be a much bigger challenge. They have defeated their rival, but can they defeat a high momentum of a team such as Saigon Phantom?
I would say that Valencia needs more energy, more hype into it, because we've seen a lot of hardship into their draft in the game versus one team. But we know for a fact that SGP come for not to play but to conquer AIC 2022. But look at the lineup for SGP. We have Koa, Redfish, Bang, and Yue. This is by far the best lineup that could be provided by SGP, and we know Red is some of the fierce ADC in the game.
They're pretty much still the same people here on the side of Saigon Phantom, and they're looking to have a better performance. Well, their roster is kind of big, there's a lot of members, and they can easily swap whatever they think will fit better for their game. On the other hand, Valencia CF, after their major big change on their roster, which has been quite successful as well for them, after they have defeated one team earlier this time, as they face off another strong team such as Saigon Phantom. They need to jack up more of their energy and willpower if they want to secure more points, because this is not going to be an easy game for them. If the previous game against one team was difficult and challenging, this one is going to be a higher level of difficulty of that.
I would say this is a mountain to climb for Valencia, because they know after they win one game, they have the momentum to bring in this matchup. Because SGP, we would say that they are not warm up yet, because haven't have a game for AIC just yet, so there might be a little bit of a starstruck with the momentum they could bring by Valencia FC. But we could see Valencia game before SGP goes for their first game, so SGP slightly has an upper hand in terms of drafts. So if SGP winning in terms of draft, I would say FGP will have a better games instead of Valencia, because Valencia doesn't know how SGP will bring into the table in their first matchup together.
Yeah. Heading out into this match number 5. Of course, Aya is gonna get taken away, but I like the bans here of both teams so far. Lorian has yet to see the light of day, since he's always constantly being taken away as well, and we do understand the reason why. Well, the engage is just really strong. The pressure is that he can actually provide during team fights is incredible, especially when he is paired up with the Hayate. Double engage, so much synergy in that combination. But Crixie is one of the most allowed but consistently picked off heroes in the game. But this is going to allow Valencia CF to actually secure the Zuka and Tulin. Actually, finally, we're gonna see Tulin.
Yeah, a Talon versus a Crixie, I think it is kind of the matchup that Valencia really needs to think about, because he has Crixie has more range into normal attacks, despite of Talon with the Thunderbird has more damage and range. But it's going to be really hard a bit versus Crixie. But we've seen it hover Baldum and Talon Nas for the side of the SGP. This is a classic SGP, bringing the highest synergy for bot side, Baldum and Telenas. We know how Telenas' constant damage as well as the Baldum could defend a lot of AoE damage coming in from that Talon. And the Telenas will have a couple of security in terms of backups. It's going to be really good for the side of FGP. But Valencia hovering into a lot of archers or marksmen into the game. Do they want to bring Valheim or Hayate? Maybe I think Hayate is more suitable because of the Baldum. If the Baldum counters around with the prison wall, yes, it would be such a waste onto the Kuna Blitz. But if the Kuna Blitz launch after the prison wall, Valencia would have much more damage with the true damage that Hayate could give.
Yep, and this is an explosive composition that Valencia CF is building right now. I like the confidence that they do have, but they still are lacking those initiators. Yes, Nezuka can initiate for the team, but I think it would be better if they back it off with more crowd control on their hand. Thane has been removed, which is actually I understand the reason why. It can set up so well for Valencia CF, and it can be an option. Double marksman gonna be the option for the double marksman is going to be removed here by Valencia CF, since the Elandor can actually be put into the jungle, and Saigon Phantom has been known actually to use that as well way back in the AIC 2021 and in the other tournaments that they have participated over the past few months. Now with the next pick here of Valencia CF, I think they're going to want more security, especially for team fighting with the Seniel, and it's going to be locked in. Good pick here for Valencia CF.
Yeah, I think if they brought the Zenial kind of composition, they need one more kind of support. Maybe a Richter onto the Dark Slayer, because it's hard to play around the Zenial, because Zenial doesn't have a lot of armor in terms of if Telenas focusing on him. So Zenial could have a hard time versus Baldum as well as the Telenas. He can just skip away the moonfall coming in for Crixie. So Zenial pick is kind of risky a bit for Valencia, but they need one more champion, one more hero that could play around with the Zenial. A Yena is a good pick, maybe a Richter as well, but I think the Yena could play a bigger role because he can just push away Baldum instead of just knock up a little bit and give us some silence into the biome before the prison wall could be initiated by SGP.
Yep, and SGP also has a lot of backline threat and burst damage as well, especially with the AD being picked up already, alongside with a good frontline as well with a Veres. So both teams have drafted quite a high potential composition here, and they're looking very confident with the lineup that they do have. I want to take note though that both teams also has a good amount of early game towards late game scaling. So it's going to be an explosive match, a much more less predictable of a game compared to the past few games that we have seen, that we can actually kind of assume who is going to win based on just the lineup in terms of probability. I want to take note though that Valencia CF, provided that they do have an explosive lineup, it takes one team fight for them, or like one trigger for them to win a particular team fight, a one chance. If they lose that chance, Saigon Phantom can actually just out-kite them, since they mostly go on high DPS. They do have a good amount of burst as well, but the high DPS, especially with the Telenos, is going to be their key strength. So Valencia CF needs to be able to burst down Red and Fish if they want to win the team fight. But if they don't, I mean, they have the tools for it, but if they fail to do so, because of the amount of defenses that the Saigon Phantom has, especially with the Baldum, they're going to slip up their chance.
Yeah, I would say that for SGP kind of competition, they rely too much on Telenas because they bring them Varus jungle. We know how Varus jungle works. It's not too aggressive. It just happens to have more armor than maybe a Kreknak or a Nakros. So kind of slow kind of pace that FGP trying to bring. But if the team fight happens, I think team fight for SGP is much more happable. No, Pichu is going to take it away, but safely trying to run, and he will miss a couple of minions onto the bottom side here. So SGP takes away with a double invasion. Valencia is just happened to take one, but Fish takes the claim onto that Salamander, but onto the top side they lost their blue buff.
Yeah, Saigon Phantom actually got the better hand in that exchange of invades, especially after they also have zoned away Pichu from a wave. So they're looking to be more proactive than Valencia CF, especially in terms of their rotation, and they have the composition for that. Valencia CF needs to scale up a little bit so that they would have enough damage for their burst potential, and Taos has a big responsibility in providing that safety net for Pichu in the laning phase, because a while ago it was quite struggling a little bit from that early gank from Saigon Phantom. And as the objectives are about to spawn, the next 20 seconds, we can see that Saigon Phantom might actually prioritize the Abyssal Dragon rather than the Slayer. So Valencia CF might need to at least take the consolation prize of the Slayer instead.
I think Valencia knows that they had they had damage as well because of the Hayate. And look at what the prediction coming in. For SGP, they tried to take the Abyssal Dragon, the Slayer for side of Valencia, but look at how Valencia is coping with the mechanism coming in for SGP. SGP knows they had to play aggressive because of they need much more of the damage coming in for Telenas, but the Moonfall being pop off coming in from Fish, but none of the members of both teams trying to commit more into that team fight, because they know if they commit from now, they would lose some of the chances after this, because they already have Abyssal Dragon and also as a Slayer. So objective more crucial rather than this team fight. But Ultimate coming in for RE is not been picked away. They're going in. SGP Red onto the backside. Couple free hits onto the side. Miras have been taken first into first blood for the hands of SGP. Positioning is so good for SGP.
Yeah, positioning, the timing, and also the amount of follow-up that they actually put when they commit onto a team fight. And we saw more hesitation coming from the side of Valencia CF, and it cost them a casualty on Meira. So Saigon Phantom with this small win on the team fight, they're also being able to gauge the team fighting potential here of Valencia CF. But good job by Valencia CF for at least keeping up in terms of the gold. They're not losing much in the economy department, and they're managing to just scale up, especially that it is very essential for Pichu and QQ.
I'm waiting for the best thunderclap that could give coming in for for QQ. But now looking too aggressive for SGP. Zeno coming in with Teos with a couple of jumps, and look at the damage and also the lifesteal coming in for Bang. Bottom tower will be taken away with a couple more damage, but Prison Wall has not hit any members of Valencia. So SGP realized that mistake. They just go back home and reset because of a couple of in 1 minute time, double objective will spawn.
Yeah, that was an almost oopsie coming in from Saigon Phantom. If there were more members to assist Myra there on the bot side, they could have taken a kill. But so far, they are taking the lead a little bit in terms of the economy after the small hiccup by Saigon Phantom. And they do have a good amount of chance to actually secure an objective right now. They're trying to just get some vision here on the bot side river. And they can still go with securing the with the Dark Slayer before contesting the Abyssal Dragon, because they actually secured their own objective faster than Saigon Phantom. And noticing that, they do start off. The Slayer immediately takes off, and now they can position better for the Abyssal Dragon, or maybe gank topside, since two people are there. SRY and Myra are positioning themselves to try and dive UA on top side, but it's not really the best idea. Tao's engages. He is relatively tanky, but he's still going to be obliterated there by Bang. Now with numbers advantage, they can freely take this Abyssal Dragon.
Yeah, they take the turret onto the bottom side, but you have to remember that Bang doesn't have the Venom to just steal away one kill coming in. But that Venom coming from Bam just seal away the kill for number 2 for the SGP. Slowly but surely for SGP to win an objective as well as kills, because we've seen how Valencia, they takes away the Dark Slayer a little too early, but they doesn't commit onto the top side to kill down Ari. Maybe Yue has a lot of dashes. It could be a bad decision to just shut down top side. I think after Dark Slayer, they just go onto the Abyssal, just happen to stay there and make a move instead of just leaving the members of their members onto the bottom side, losing bit by bit, losing the turrets, and as well as a kill to SGP.
Yeah, the kills matter so much, but so does the macro plays. Like how Valencia CF are answering back a little bit in terms of structures, thanks to Pichu split pushing onto the bot side with the help of his allies, and they're actually having the upper hand a little bit in terms of the economy. Now for the next objectives, which are going to spawn in the next 50 seconds, Saigon Phantom needs to decide right now, because a while ago they're kind of hesitating on their taking. It is necessary for them to pay the respect onto Valencia CF, which is due, but they need to also contest on where Valencia CF is going, because if they're just going to give this away for free, it's not going to benefit them at all.
Yeah, Valencia really need to bring the momentum up to par, because Yen on the top side, SRY battling down Koa. SGP, I would say that they doesn't have any idea what to do currently, because they just stall away top side and push side lanes. They only have one deficit of objective, because we've seen one turret each, and also 2 Abyssal for the side of SGP, 2 Dragon Slayer for the side of Valencia. But now Dark Slayer has been the main target for the side of Valencia. Onto the bottom, we have a fight. We have a chase onto Mira. Mira been taken away with a couple of damage, but still alive and still Gucci on the side of Mira. But Yue as well as Fish has been relocated. They just can't.
Oh no!
There's no members of SGP could defend this. Fish been taken first. Now the second is Yue. No ultimate, no dashing could save them. Top side, turret been secured by Telenas.
Yeah, it's 2 kills for a tower. Not really the best deal here for Saigon Phantom. They're trying to secure this Slayer as a consolation as well, but they're gonna be contested here by Valencia CF. They're grouping up. They're being very confident. It is a good sign coming in from BCF. We talked about the teams earlier before the start of the game, and now BCF keeps on breaking these boundaries, and now with the momentum that they do have, they have the utmost confidence to take everything away from Saigon Phantom. This Holy Dragon though is not going to be contested. They're just gonna allow Saigon Phantom to take it, but it's not so bad. They have secured the Slayer. They can just take more structures as they please.
This is going to be a glass cannon of Telenas, because you can see how Bang as well as Koa just protects Telenas more than any members like Fish and also Yue just happen to just not be protected by members. So SGP trying to find a way to just kill one members of Valencia, two into their accounts. Slayer has been summoned onto the bottom side. They need this target, but 4 members of SGP chunk down that health of the Infinite Slayer a little bit too fast. The damage for Telena has already been registered, but one slip of strategy will cost their game.
Yeah, one opening. Actually, for both teams, one opening can actually lead to at least an inhibitor tower takedown. But so far, Valencia CF are showing discipline as well. Just focusing on the outer turrets, not really committing onto the team fight, because they know that Saigon Phantom can actually work well in terms of sustaining that damage, especially with Koa on the Baldum. So they just decide to focus on to the structures, getting as much lead as they can. Now they have the jungle access as well towards the bank's camps, and they can just increase their gold lead more and more. They also have enough potential to actually secure that the last outer turret in the bot side, because they are pressuring 3 lanes right now, and Saigon Phantom cannot defend everything at once.
Yeah, not much of the items coming in for Telenas. Already have the Slick Stings, but the Eclipse of Santi, but the critical is not dead. He needs more enemies to just take it away. But Koa trying to find some food here. He needs to fed the Telenas. Okay, takes one onto the damage coming in, but the prison wall doesn't even connect. But Teos trying to find a opening for the side of HGP. Where is the opening they've been hoping for? This may be the lowest scoring team right now, 2-2, and inside of the 12-minute game, because none of the members from SGP nor Valencia want to risk anything. But SGP has been taken away their objective, just like no one noticed it. Valencia just taken, like, he was happy to take one turret, another objective, but none of the members of SGP really cares about this objective.
Yeah. Saigon Phantom is being pushed onto their limits right now. Yes, they do have a good amount of scaling for Fish and Red, especially on the damage department, but we have yet to see the outcome of it for now. Valencia CF keeps on pressuring them, taking the objectives, taking the structures, as well as finally they have taken all outer turrets, 6-2 on those structure score. And they will also take this Holy Dragon uncontested. Good job by Taos actually getting the vision across the map, making sure that nobody will be able to contest their objective taking, while the others are actually positioning themselves across the map so that they have more option in this game. Now with VCF knocking onto the base, that was an oopsie though. They got the kill on the QQ, and that is what Saigon Phantom has been looking for. So this Infinite Slayer is just going to be wasted.
Yeah, it's not going to chuck down any damage onto the towers, because we know that Kiku mispositioned himself with the damage that the red could give right now, because already 3 items ahead. Now Koa find a way. He just want to kill down, but no, the prison wall doesn't connect onto Teos. He doesn't want to give the ultimate coming in for Zeniel to be alive. This is the opening that SGP hoping for. They take one tower, the second tier tower may be taken away as well, but they focus onto the bottom side, in and mid, because QQ already been live, so already been regen alive, so it's going to be really hard for the SGP. They need to back down again. So if Valencia lost QQ for more than 2 times, I do think this is a game for SGP. Look at SRY onto the backside, finding red. The members of SGP is a little bit too clumped up. They lose red. Maybe Koa is the next to fall. Fish nowhere to run. One by one will be taken away. Pichu takes the kill, and only Yue and Fish will defend this tower alone. The core is their honor because the members of Valencia is looking for the win.
Yeah, I think they're going to recall for a bit in preparation for the Infinite Slayer, but they can also take this Inhibitor Tower down. They have all the resources, they have numbers advantage already, and just waiting for it to actually turn into a Dark Lord Slayer now. They are overextending a bit. They might actually get punished as Yue will take a kill onto Myra, looking for more as Styles will fall down as well, and suddenly things are getting a bit too complicated for Valencia if they got too overconfident, and this Dark Lord Slayer might be for the taking now of Saigon Phantom.
They have Bang, they have Fish, they have the full members of SGP. Dark Lord will be in the hands of SGP because none of the members of Valencia realized that is an RE coming in for Yue. He could dash, he could just give much more crowd control. That is miscommunication as well as misinterpret what SGP could do. 2 members of SGP denies the win for 4 members of Valencia CF. Wow, I just say wow for SGP.
Yeah, things were actually looking really bad for them, but when they saw the chance, they took it without hesitation, and that was really thanks to Yue and Fish as well. Now, as they come back in this game, well, Valencia CF still are trying to apply some pressure, but with the Dark Lord Slayer marching into the mid lane, this is going to allow them to have a little bit more security in this game, or at least time to stall and scale up, especially for red.
It's going to be the 5v5 into the mid lane. Teos need to find a couple of slides coming in for SGP. 4 members SGP into the mid lane. Mira in the brush, finding Koa. This Dark Lord will be taken away with a couple of damage onto Valencia. This mid turret will not taken away just easy enough. SRY, look at more cheeky SRY in the backline of SGP. But look how SGP incorporate with the position themselves. They doesn't want to give where is red is. So they come with a couple of initiation here, but none of the members of Valencia needs to find a way because SRY a little bit too far, and they are going to split the member of SGP, but SGP say no.
Yeah, they got the Inhibitor Tower as well in the mid lane, but that's a nice plan coming in from SRY, but not much follow-up. Now they go in, Tao's trying to tank for the team with the crowd control and the shields. Bang is gonna get taken down. Pichu deals a substantial amount of damage as they take out Koa as well. And this is going to be a good sign from VCF. SGP overstayed a bit, and they did not see that coming.
Both of this team overstayed their welcome into the inner turrets. It's going to be real hard for ending the game because SGP know they could punish if Valencia overstayed. Then Valencia really knows as well. They know how to punish one mistakes coming in for each team, but now Moonfall has been taken, has been pushed. Yue been chased around with the Thunderclap coming in for QQ. No ultimate for that Talon, but the damage coming from Yue will register enough to defend this base for SGP.
Yeah. This game, we have anticipated this actually earlier, that this game is going to be more complicated than the other ones and much more unpredictable, and it's being demonstrated right now by these amazing teams, Saigon Phantom and Valencia CF, fighting for their point, fighting for their standing, and not letting each other just take it away that easily. But Valencia CF, with the advantage that they do have, especially in the wave control and how they can just easily burst down Saigon Phantom, especially on that last team fight, they have a better positioning onto the Dark Lord Slayer. But Saigon Phantom not being scared at all. They are still peeking onto this objective, making sure that they have enough vision to contest.
Red caught up. Red. Oh no, Red coming in for Mira, and Red has been taken, but now with the dash vehicle, but Mira, Red is still alive, but the members, but no, 1 health left. Fish is still alive, but the members of SGP really needs to bring their hopes up, because Red missed position, underestimate the brush on the side lanes. Oh my god, this is an opening for Valencia to win this matchup.
Yeah, Red just wanted to clear out some ways, but Valencia CF had a different motive for themselves, and now with that opening, they have secured the Dark Lord Slayer. They can put it onto the top lane, and they can just pressure even more. We have SRY pushing into the bot side, and this is becoming really scary for Saigon Phantom. Because if they give at least one more opportunity, one more opening like that, it's going to be game end. And now with the Slayer marching into the mid, they take out a tower on the bot. They only need to take the top side, and it's going to be really fast with the amount of damage that Pichu and QQ actually deals. Taos is taking a bit of damage. He needs to disengage. Has a lot of shield though. Who is going to survive? But the Slayer is marching in the mid. They can just go in. They have all the resources that they need to actually engage onto Saigon Phantom, and with the waves crashing as well, things are looking really complicated.
But yeah, we've seen how Bang already have the medallion. He can just sustain a lot of damage coming in from QQ, but he needs to deal with a couple of damage. With the moonfall, that's not active just yet. With a couple of damage knocking away, and now lift Pichu. Pichu still having a couple of damage, but now the prison wall takes 3 members of Valencia. Valencia is still alive. SRY takes down the tower first. That is the main priority right now. QQ needs to run away. Yue chase down the members of Valencia. 1 more hit point with the thunderclap coming in for Yue. This is not going nowhere. SGP defend. Valencia is still happen to have the best defense in the game. And Yue wants to kill. He takes the kill. Fish a little bit too late. And Yue secure the kill onto the Zaniel. This is the moment for SGP. 3 members of Valencia is going to watch their despair onto the core.
Yeah, they had their chance, but unfortunately, Pichu did not. Wasn't able to land that Kunai Blitz, and now with SRY dead, with QQ dead, Saigon Phantom eye on the prize, and they will secure this a victory against Valencia CF.
SGP, Saigon Phantom played a really long game versus Valencia, but unfortunately for Valencia, they a little bit too early in terms of how their rotation, but I love the evolution that Valencia bring in this game as well. But congratulations to the SGP, secure their first game, first win in the first day in the AIC 22. But SGP looking a little bit shaky there with their gameplay, because we know for a fact that Valencia a little bit too confident into their drafts, but SGP getting lucky into their win.
Yeah, I think well, luck is a big factor, because it allows you to have that opportunity that you need to take, and they definitely. The only difference here though is that when the opportunity arise for Saigon Phantom, they did not hesitate at all. And that opportunity was Pichu actually being too close to them, and they just piled onto him during that last fight. And unfortunately for Valencia CF, Pichu wasn't able to use his Kunai Blitz. So no shred, no burst AoE damage with that Kunai Blitz, and with healthy HP bars on the members of Saigon Phantom, they managed to just keep on living, defend successful, and even win that game and clutches out actually.
Yeah, I love how Valencia CF played in this game because they know what they can control onto the side of how many damage they can bring. But in terms of early game, both of this team just have a chill game. But the team fight that they bring is going to be really hard. Look at how Red is just free hitting every corner that he has, and a couple of damage that could be registered is supposed to be kill down Red first for the Hayate, but that Valencia has no much of a luck that XGP has. So if game number 2 it's not so unfortunate for Valencia, but Valencia has already 1 point, XGP 1 point, but that is the game number 2 for Valencia. So in game number 3, he cannot lose more in that matchup.
Yep,
because
if
it's going to be really hard. Yeah.
Especially if Valencia wants to keep on being in the top 3 here in the phase 1, because only the top 3 will retain here. They need to win on their next matchup, and it's going to be really difficult for them after this scenario. They invested a lot, especially in terms of effort, and their next matchup is actually well, I will get back to you on that, but unfortunately they will lose to Saigon Phantom. They had the win on their hands already. They had their hands on the door to victory. Unfortunately, they weren't able to open it properly, and it was immediately closed by Saigon Phantom with a proper team fight execution. I think they could have done it better, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
Saigon Phantom with the superior discipline. They know when to actually give space for the meantime, and they know when to actually go in. When they go in, they don't do it with any hesitation. They fully commit without backing off. That's what makes them really strong.
Yeah, I think for the side of the HGP, they made one major mistake when we see Red is to expose the mirror onto the top side. But when that thing happens, Valencia doesn't punish even more. They know they want to take the Dark Lord at that moment. I think if they open a lot of space into the top inner turret for the side of the SGP, they could win the game because they already punished the main damage dealer for the side of the SGP. But SGP, they know they lost. They lost still on us, and they played really safe. They defend up a lot more onto the top side because they know the side of Valencia, they have the talent, they have the Zuka, a little bit too hard to just take down objectives because of how it's designed to play on team fights rather than taking out objectives. So SGP know it really well, and they play like they know somehow Valencia will make a mistake in that objective gameplay.
Yeah. Valencia CF still has a big fighting chance. I mean, they are still able to fit in the top 3 in the respective group in Group B, while Saigon Phantom has already secured their very first victory. So it's kind of like a win-win for them for the meantime. Looking at the stats of this game, we can see, like, look at the graph on the goal. That is pretty much art, right? Seeing it going up and down, and we can say with confidence that this game was really close. Really close. Looking at the goal, 22 minutes, only little over 4,000 gold of a lead, and the kills are really tight as well.
Yeah, look at how SGP they have a lead like maybe 8 minutes into the game, but for most of the time it's all Valencia. Valencia knows they had an upper hand against SGP, so they doesn't punish it even more onto the dark slay lane as well as the side lanes. They wait for objective. They wait for a couple of mistakes made by SGP. Nonetheless, SGP make less mistake than Valencia. That is what we saw in that game particularly that made SGP win this game. That in the fight in that base, how Red is free hitting as well as the Moonfall coming in from Fish makes the dream come true and giving the MVP to Fish and makes the SGP win more valuable instead of Valencia lost the game and they need to play it really well in game number 3.
Yeah, I mean, he dealt a substantial amount of damage. 187,000 in that game. Like 50,000 higher than QQ in his mid lane matchup. So they did such a fantastic job here on the side of Saigon Fandom. Valencia CF, they have grown a lot, but unfortunately it wasn't enough for them to win against Saigon Fandom. Good luck on their next match. Speaking of next match, our next game is going to be up of Nova Esports versus DTAC Talon. So we're really looking forward to that. It's a heavy game. But we are going to go on a very short break before that next match. This is Giang Gaming and Mikos, and you're watching Arena of Valor International Championships 2022. Don't go away. We'll be right back after a bit.
To send your team the corresponding ping. In addition, players can click the map button on the top right corner to expand the map and send pings by tapping the corresponding location on the map. Of course, players have the option to block ping sound effects and voiceover from other players to prevent interference during the battle. Battle alert pings. When players are on the move, they can send their estimated arrival time to teammates by tapping their location on the map. Players can request support from teammates by dragging the ping button prompt to their own hero. When the player is hidden in the grass, drag the ping button prompt to the grass to instruct teammates to hide themselves and ambush together. When a player is outside of the grass, dragging the ping button prompt towards the grass will notify teammates to be careful of an enemy ambush. Wilderness status ping. When Abyssal Dragon, Dark Slayer, or your own buff exists on the map, players can give corresponding attack commands to their teammates by tapping the corresponding monster directly on the map or by dragging the ping button prompt to the relevant monster. If a monster has yet to respawn, dragging the ping button prompt will notify the players of the corresponding monster's respawn time. Personal status ping. Players can notify teammates their skills are ready by dragging the ping button prompt onto their hero's skills. Dragging the ping button onto a skill in cooldown will alert teammates of the cooldown timer. When a hero dies, the player can drag the ping button prompt onto the death countdown to inform their teammates how long it will take to revive. In addition, players can inform teammates that they're returning to base by dragging the ping button prompt onto the recalling button while in recall. Enemy status ping. When the enemy has disappeared from a lane, the players can send an enemy missing ping by tapping on the lane. When the enemy reappears, tapping on the lane will signify how many enemies are present. Situation alert ping. Players can prompt teammates to defend structures by tapping their defense tower on the map or by dragging the ping button to the tower. When the player is not in a mid-recall state and drags the ping button prompt to the recall button, it will remind teammates to return to base. Furthermore, players can send scores to teammates by dragging and dropping the ping button prompt onto the scoreboard.
Alright, and welcome back to Arena of Valor International Championships 2022. We are your shoutcasters, Giyong Gaming, and here with me is Mikos, and we are going to be watching the game of Nova Esports versus DTAC Talon. What are your thoughts so far here? How are you, Miko?
Yeah, I'm still standing still in terms of already seen 6th game. We happen to see the 6th game because we have 9 for today. Remarks onto Talon and also Nova. I think Nova has the ability to learn what Talon has to offer before what could be bring by Talon in terms of game. But Talon Esports, they need a win here. So it's going to be really hard as well as Nova, because Nova recently lost to Flash in game number 1. So this is an honor game. Who's going to win in the 3rd place? Because if Talon already have 1 point and Nova has 0 currently, so if Talon won 2 times, they will happen to be number 1 instead of Team Flash. That's same as them, 2-0. But look at how could be playing here by Nova. Nova cannot lose to anyone. Nova needs that 3rd spot. If not, the phase number 2 will not have Nova.
Yeah. What's interesting about here too is that Nova Esports, well, if we talk about DTAC Talon, they are really, really strong. They're really strong, especially on their performance a while ago against Starry Hope. And for Nova Esports, what I want to say though, even if they lost against Team Flash earlier, that game was actually really close as well. The only thing that made Team Flash win, aside from their fantastic team fight in the end, was their early lead from that weird unsuccessful invade that Nova Esports made onto their jungle, which allowed them to actually allow Team Flash to secure like 3 kills at the start of that game. But if they can actually avoid those kinds of unnecessary and maybe they can have a much more stable game against DTAC Talon.
Yeah, I think we've been talking about Talon Esports right here because of how Talon just killed down Hope. Just happen to have no hope again. But Talon Esports has the ability just to shut down anybody in terms of early mistakes. If Nova made an early mistake, Talon will have the upper hand long ago because of how Talon is so organized in terms of strategy and as well as the patience that they had. So, been praying to see that Nova Esports doesn't do much of a mistake in early game because they are facing Talon. If facing Team Flash, I would say Flash a little bit more like a V6 kind of engine, but now this is kind of for Talon. If you make mistake in early game, it will be punished throughout the game itself by Talon.
Yeah, yeah. DTAC Talon is as strong as that. They are one of the veterans in the game, and they can definitely not only bully out teams, but also make sure that if you make a mistake, you will regret it. That is how strong DTAC Talon is, and even their photos right now on the screen are like kind of intimidating, like with their pose and their really serious faces. You can see that they are really into dominating teams.
Yeah, we want to see how Nova Esports try and bring a new kind of matchup, because if an early game that they want to go like a Ryoma pick, like a Liliana pick, I think is going to be really good for them, because if Team Flash has a lot of hard time versus a Nova at that moment with 3 kills given at the early game, I think Nova will have a good game here because Talent Esports, we know for a fact that they are strong, but Nova is a jack of all trades. We know what they can do. We know that Nova has the upper hand in terms of draft because they are on the blue side.
Yep. First pick priority. They can prioritize heroes like the Elsu. They can prioritize heroes like Zuka. Stuff like that. Depends on where they actually want to go into this game. But since they have banned out the Elsu, okay, they would like to prioritize maybe the Zuka since it has been like the trend so far in this phase 1, day 1.
Yeah, I think the Zuka pick coming in for I think for Nova go to blind pretty well, but if they want to try to shut down the Foxin, I think the Caffeine pick will be much better for Nova Esports currently. If they want to go for a hard engage, yes, the Caffeine pick will be much more reasonable for the first pick, but they could lose Zuka, they could lose onto the Anakroth pick, maybe onto the Roxy as well. But Mina is the first pick for Nova, again like what happened in game number 1, but the Mina pick happened to be the last pick for Nova versus Flash.
Yeah. So maybe they want to stick with their previous composition, like the team fighting based composition, and the Tactalan is like okay, we're seeing a trend right now, and we would want to focus on the pick potential on our team instead, because if they can take down one member of Nova Esports, then the whole draft kind of collapses, because a team fight based composition is kind of dependent on one another being complete as a team, and if the Talent can dismantle that, if you break the foundation, the whole structure collapses.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really hard if the Mina and versus Roxy and Crixie, but bringing out Omen and as well as Hayate, this is going to be a foundation, the new foundation for Nova, because of how Omen is really strong with the split push as well as the team fight. They tend to bring Mina onto the support role, giving to Benji instead of game number 1 they put Mina onto the Dark Slayer for Snox. So this is going to be really good for Nova, but if they give the direct for the side of Talon, it's going to be really hard a bit for Omen, because Omen really needs the movement speed. Omen really needs the opening for the chain, but if the chain doesn't connect, it's going to be a sweet for Talon. A Caffeine pick for the Foxin, we already know that it's going to be really good for the Foxin.
Yep. They demonstrated how to fully utilize this earlier, and they can just do it again. They can even go with well, Arthur is gonna be kind of difficult to execute here this time, provided that that Nova Esports is drafting this kind of composition, especially with the amount of shred that the Hayate can deal onto tanks. But the Attack Talent, I think, will just opt to go with yes, a good amount of team fighting capability, but also split push potential and also pick potential on those small skirmishes. So maybe options available can be like the Richter on the side lane, and maybe just go with damage rather than tankiness.
Yeah, I think it's really well for talent. They can go for the Kilgrowth, the Dark Slayer, because they already have Roxy into the support if they want to. Roxy, Caffrey really have the movement speed they need. But for the side of banning here, I think Nova really needs to ban the Kilgrowth if they want to, but Krigna and also the jungle Nakros have been taken away by Talon. So Talon doesn't want any one-shot mechanism coming in for Nova. So Nova has the idea if they want to bring maybe a Darcy onto the jungle or maybe a Varus. I think Varus quite well if they want to put Varus into the mid lane versus a Krexi is going to be really good for Nova.
They take out the Zuka though, which kind of makes sense that Ditac Talon hasn't picked up their jungler just yet. That's going to at least limit the options there for Ditac Talon. Oh, okay. There's going to be the first Amelie in the AIC 2022, and it can deal a lot of damage as well. It has some cons as well on this pick, but with the draft that they do have, since they want to contest on team fights as well, this can be good for them. And you talked about the Varus in the mid lane, can be an option. It can be a good matchup against the Krixie, and they're hovering it right now.
Yeah, I think the Varus could be flexed onto mid or jungle because we've seen this kind of matchup with ADC. But we go, a Pain? I think this is a Pain jungle. They both can flex, maybe jungle, maybe mid. I think the Pain jungle more suitable in this kind of matchup. Varus onto the mid versus the Krixie, because we know for the fact that if the medallion has been made by Varus, Krixie will have a hard time. And we know Krixie will suffer a lot of damage into their mid turrets. It's going to be a nice matchup for Nova. Talon is, but what is the answer for okay? It will be Yan into the, I think Yan for dogs, for jungle. I think, yeah, Yan for jungle.
First Yan and the AIC 2022, one of the new heroes in Arena of Valor, and these teams are more than just capable of utilizing this. They can just pick it up and make sure to make most out of these heroes. So far in the matchups, who do you think has the upper hand? Because I'm looking at Nova Esports and how teamfight based composition can really strive, and how they even perform quite well despite the small hiccup, actually the big hiccup that they had against Team Flash earlier. I'm kind of leaning towards their draft.
I would say I love how Talon picked out the Yan onto the jungle, but I'm seeing kind of a miracle that they are going for a Omen mid for Hey, other than Varus go into the Baron. This is kind of a new idea coming in from Nova. We know for a fact that 2019 AIC, at that moment, we could see a Omen mid, but this is an old meta, has been brought back to life in 2022. Now, Omen mid versus a Krixie. I would say that Krixie has an advantage because of Omen need that medallion first to just sustain a lot of damage coming in for the Moonfall.
Yeah.
Kind
it's
of
gonna be a
for
tough.
Nova.
Yeah. You talked about earlier that it would have been a best case scenario, or I think it's really good for Nova Esports to put the Varus in the mid lane. So now with the Omen instead, things get surprisingly different for Nova Esports.
I mean, it could work for Omen into the mid, because if Omen has a lot of space to travel, he can just lock anybody on the side lane. So he has a lot of momentum to just go inside of the members of the jungle of the side of Talon. But as we can see, it's just a lane swap coming in for Hey and Snout. So it's a Varus bid. I'm not wrong. Okay. The Varus bid, alright.
Okay, too much analysis for us casters. They just answer back with Alright, yeah, it's a Varus mid. Just a different player. Swapping a lane. And we're seeing Nova Esports now engaging in that invade is more than successful. I mean, they tried it out earlier against Team Flash, failed miserably. Now it worked fantastically well for them.
Yep. This is going to be a really fun game for Nova because they know the Varus bid will work for them. And a couple of damage that Varus could give, look at how goal differentiate the Varus has. Already finished his boots first rather than anybody inside of the game. So Talon is trailing by 800 gold currently. So if Talon played a little bit of the safe game, they will secure down in the Emily and as well as the Yan. But if the team fight currently broke out, look at how Nova plays. He just sniped away the Grixie. Grixie knows he cannot just go in front because of the 3 members of Nova. Is trying to find a way to shut down the Grixie because of the Bloodthorn coming in for that Varus. Varus is a little bit too bloodthirst coming in.
Yeah, Nova Esports is bloodthirsty in this game, looking for picks, rotating and baiting out Ditak Talon. I like the side of Nova Esports now. They have the utmost confidence actually to take this Abyssal Dragon. Well, it has been traded out by Ditak Talon on the top side. Now they're invading on the jungle camp here of Moop, and they're just grouping up constantly, trying to get some picks here on the members of Ditak Talon. But now, as they go back into the lane, they realize that, okay, Moop is invading their camp since they're grouping up on the bot side. They are on the top side this time, while Moop and NTNZ have successfully invaded, but now they get caught out. Moop might be in trouble, but here comes the retaliation and the reinforcements. Who will die? It's gonna be NTNZ killing another, and even Benji in the process. There is a trade though onto Moop, but that is pretty much worth it for Ditak Talon.
Yeah, Talon knows they had a lot of damage with the Moonfall. They just proceed into the killing of Benji as well as another. It's going to be really hard for Talon. They need to force a team fight rather than Nova finding a way to pick off much more. Now, the ties has been turned. Talon know, in fact, that if the Omen lands on the ultimate, they cannot run away with the Moonfall as well. Look at how iPod Pro onto the backside. He gives a lot of damage. Varus could run away, but Varus couldn't do nothing in that team fight alone. Now, Nova need to realize team fight is not their best kind of composition. They need to realize that if team fight will win by Talon, they need to find a way to kill down Tony here with the grab stop. He falls in with the damage on the backside, but NT in the middle here, trying to control this middle river because of Talon need the role to play into the jungle.
Yeah, they have to be really careful as well with Tony, always ready with that Agnes grip, and if they are gonna be able to pick up a member of Nova Esports, they can easily dismantle their composition. We saw earlier that they attempted, that Nova Esports attempted to go with a team fight onto the top side, but NTNZ was actually dealing a significant amount of damage in that fight, and that's something that Nova Esports should respect. Now they group up towards bot side, looking to maybe secure a tower here as they're grouping as 4, but onto the top side, Hey is actually struggling a little bit. Tony might get caught, but has the Agnes skip, missed the target. Now Fusila just for that damage, but they also have reinforcement. Good disengage coming from Nova Esports, but that gap close by Ditak Talon allows him to secure a kill onto a member. Might be 2 right now, but almost dealing a lot of damage, but it's still not enough. iPod Pro survived, but he is there, the flicker in, but he will get a kill onto Moop. iPod Pro survives. And look at the scenarios happening in this game. A lot of fights, a lot of casualties. Both teams just sizing up onto each other. But NTNZ will secure a tower onto the top side. So that will help them in terms of the economy. Hey is going to get punished for that overextension too.
Yeah, he just stayed too long onto the bottom side. He knows after the kill he needs to run away, but now the redemption coming in from Snox as well as Benji, but they know that doesn't have a lot of damage. They have sustained, but onto killing Tony, he needs another Hey, maybe pose in terms of the process, but now Talon Esports has a couple of impact in hand. They had a goal lead, they had a kill lead as well. So Talon will play it really slow in terms of the synergy because of how Tony had been eliminated onto the bottom side here. Pony with the Venom on the top side with the Kuna Blades from Pose, but still alive. iPod Pro with the exchange with the turrets. iPod Pro, what happened there? Must been killed away. 2 for 1. That is not a good trade coming in for Nova. Second trade into the mid lane coming in from Mob onto the top side. Benji needs to run away.
But DTAC Talon now are starting to up the pace. Getting 2 towers in the top lane, getting the mid as well opened up. And now with this dragon getting taken down, DTAC Talon are just not stepping on the brake at all. We saw the death of iPad Pro, but he got a trade earlier on his opponent, and now DTAC Talon are switching things up. They are grouping up onto the bot side, but they have to take note that Nova Esports can contest. Pose with a burst capability. Benji got traded out though, and Nova Esports has to disengage because Moop is sizing up on them. He is overextending a little bit, but he's not alarmed at all. He will go and get the kill onto Snox. And look at this sandwich position onto the bot side. DTAC Talon though will just disengage for now.
The talent that Talon has in this game is remarkable because we know how the energy that Talon bring before the couple. Oh, Andy, you just mistake. You doesn't know anybody in there, but Pose need to run away with a couple coming in for the moonfall. With a good outlet, can secures the kill. Anti-Anzi is still alive, and also iPod Pro with the defense. Benji cannot do anything with the Mina itself. Talon Esports is still on front. Nova is trailing with fear.
Yeah, look at how technical that clash was, as short skirmish, and now with it, Benji is just going to get obliterated. Nowhere to go, no allies near him, and this is gonna allow DTAC Talon to secure this Holy Dragon, and might as well just eye on the Infinite Slayer as well. They can secure this bot side tower, and they have all the resources to actually get it, since they are 4 people hovering onto the bot side. And look at the gold, 3,000 going 4,000 gold lead now for DTAC Talon. Tony will actually go with the ultimate now with the burst damage. Bro, Moop will secure and help DTAC Talon actually get more kills and structures falling down on the side of Nova Esports. A while ago they were getting like some resources, being very confident, and also getting some kills, but now the tides have turned and DTAC Talon are taking full control of this game.
The main problem for Talon is that the Foxing on that Caffrey has a lot of damage, but re-engage coming in from Nova. They need to take the kill. They lost one for Tony. The iPod Pro is the next to fall. The Foxing is still alive. This Foxing needs to run away with the Stereo Knight onto the backside here. Hey, and Snox is still alive, but Anti-Anzi eyeing for that kill. He can run away, but Anti-Anzi with the ultimate has been popped. He has some life still, but it's not enough. Anti-Anzi with the defense trying to secure the Foxing getaway, trying to live another day.
Yeah, that clash allowed Nova Esports to at least breathe a little bit. But that clash was actually 4 versus 5. Anti-NZ wasn't there. And despite the team fighting there of Nova Esports, they still lost 3. That is how strong DTAC Talon is as a team, and in their composition as well, working so much for them. So Nova Esports, you need to find a way to actually win a team fight despite how strong and scaled up DTAC Talon is right now.
First Omen gameplay coming in from Nova has a little bit of hardship into the game because of Talon has more damage, and we've seen a lot of NTNZ trying to find a way to just close the gap into the game. 7 kills ahead of Nova in the best of 1 is going to be really hard for Nova. If they lose this game, Benji will get caught up. Benji gonna run away with the grabs coming in from Tony. Still could run, but Mob onto the side, but damage coming in. Oh no, Benji, what are you doing over there? Because damage coming in from Default State a little bit too much. Dawnbringer has been summoned onto the top side here. Mid lane has been opened up. Knocking on the door from the top side. Nova, what can you do? Because this score is delicious for the side of Talon Esports. Re-engage coming in for Nova. None of the damage, but still on the Moonfall on the backside here. None other than the Foxin trying to melt the members of Nova. Nova cannot do anything. Just happen to stay inside the font of life, and Talons claim the game number 2 for them.
An absolute domination there by DTAC Talons. Things started off in favor of Nova Esports. I want to commend them for that with that first blood and a successful invade. But the discipline and the coordination here of DTAC Talon is just above everyone else. And it shows really how well they can take control of the game despite being on the losing end in that start of the game. They find a way to equalize the economy. They find a way to get the pickoffs that they need. And actually, this composition really was so well for them. The Agnes grips coming into play. The fantastic performance of NTNZ on the top side. The amount of damage that Foxin and iPod Pro throws out onto Nova Esports, especially on those team fights, especially in the mid lane, is just fantastic. Despite the efforts there, despite the picture perfect play or setup of Nova Esports in the mid lane, we saw the clear difference in terms of damage and also execution in that team fight, heading in favor of DTAC Talon.
I love how the change of energy coming in for Nova. They succeeded using invade into the jungle, but what happened next is Talon read the mind games coming in for Nova, and they did punish a little bit by bit. Look at how here they just try to kill away, but that orb saved NTNZ life, and they're gonna do anything. They're gonna trade with the Kunai Blades. That doesn't have full much stack, but 5 members of Nova versus 4 members of Talon. They're gonna do anything. One single push with the Dawnbringer has to win Talon the game, and I think Nova, they need to change a little bit more to succeed in game number 3, because if they lose one more, this is going to be a done for Nova. Nova could not make it to phase number 2.
Yeah, it's a tough time for Nova Esports. So far they haven't secured any wins for them, and things are looking kind of tight for Nova Esports. They have one more game, kind of like the decision match here for Nova Esports against Starry Hope, and whoever loses in that match later on will be the ones to bid goodbye to the whole AIC 2022. And against DTAC Talon, well, I think Nova Esports performed quite well, especially at the start. However, they lost their grip in the game, especially during the big team fights and the small skirmishes as well. We saw more coordination and the synergy coming in from DTAC Talon, especially in the mid clashes as well. We saw numbers advantage for Nova Esports, but DTAC Talon still managed to clinch out a victory, or at least an equal amount of kills during those scenarios, and that just shows how good of a team DTAC Talon is. And if Nova Esports wants to maintain or at least catch up in terms of points here in the AIC 2022 group stage, they need to improve a lot more and find a way to secure a win, maybe against Starry Hope. But Starry Hope as well is recuperating and finding a way to secure their very own point. No team wants to get dropped out, especially in the first day.
Yeah, because we know how Starry Hope as well has 0 points currently. So if one of them still doesn't have a point, they will back their backs a little bit early than others. So 1 point from Nova and Starry Hope. They one by one, who's going to take the lead here is going to be the question to be answered after this. For Talon, they are still the best team in the groups, so they know they have a couple of games left versus Team Flash, I think. So it's going to be hard for Talon and as well as Flash, because both of them wins against Nova and giving the positive impact as well as the momentum that they bring in the best of one. Who's going to win the draft, who's going to win the matchup into the early game is the question to be answered. But if I want to give an MVP for that game, I would say it will be the Fawcett. Maybe QQ into the mid, because that Grixie play is bonkers, man. That is the best move followers, I would say.
And also, overall, the follow-up of all the members of DTAC Talon. Like, overall, these teams have each other's back all the time. That is how good of a team, an established team, DTAC Talon is. And it takes more than just aggression to take them down. You have to be more technical than that. You have to find more ways to actually clinch out your victory if you want to actually dismantle DTAC Talon, because they have experienced so many difficult times already, so many strong teams as well, and they're kind of like this rock that has been shaped so much that underwent so much pressure, and when a rock experience so much pressure, they turn into a diamond. So DTAC Talon, as a diamond that they are, it takes more than just strength to take them down. If we check out the graph here in the post-game stats, look at how constant DTAC Talon or consistent DTAC Talon is in securing like small wins. The game started off with a lead of Nova Esports, but slowly but surely DTAC Talon took over.
Yeah, because I know for a fact that Talon Esports, they played into mid game. They for 4 minutes into the game, they takes a lot of objectives, 9 turrets, as well as they take 1 Abyssal, 1 Holy Dragon, and the team fight that Talon finds played really well for them. So it's going to be really fun for giving the win for Talon. But this is the MVP. Like I said, iPod deserve the MVP because of how the position of Moonfall that he provides into the team fight is really nasty for the members of Nova, because Nova could not escape from that Moonfall either than a couple of, with the orb and as well as the with the flicker. So they just cannot do it with that Moonfall. I would say that the best MVP for now is that Grixie from iPod Pro.
Yeah, lots of damage has been shown or dished out as well. I mean, how big was that? I think it was. He had the highest damage in the game as well. 82,000 damage. But let's see what will happen. There is also a tiebreaker match that is going to happen between Starry Hope and Nova Esports. But the next match is going to be one team versus Saigon Phantom. So let's see what will happen later on. But we are just going to be going on to a very short break. We are your casters, Gyung Gaming and Mikos. You are watching Arena of Valor International Championships. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
I'm running towards the light. It's time to shine and go take flight. No pain, no gain. If you don't wanna fade away, look both ways, hold pace. Heroes moving silent, spend and say the day. Yeah, I'm a queen. I overcome relentless pain, and I got it in my genes. I pass through anyways crisis, no matter what the price is. Prepare, protect my people, always beware. There's always new rivals everywhere. Bomb you on the right, declare I'm riding to the air. Fight for what I stand for, what I stand for. You test to me, then I go Rambo, Rambo. I'm quick to grab the grip and go. I'm best with it. Okay, I'm lit. My mind's on fading mode. I'm flexing it. Okay, I'm wild. I'm tripping on my mind, investing it. I'm still high-minded. My destiny, you'll find it hard to find it.
Yeah. Winning street, my dubs elite, I bring it. Yeah. 50 feet step back, I'm about to speak my G, I'm with it. Yeah. Sun shines, I dream bigger. Believe in myself, I maintain rigor. Be what I wanna be, don't be little. Me.
No pain, no gain. If you don't wanna fade away, look both ways, hold pace. Heroes moving silent, spend and say the day. Yeah, I'm a queen. I overcome relentless pain, and I got it in my genes. I pass through anyways crisis, no matter what the price is. Prepare.
Hey, send me up at any location, I hold up and mow them down. Look at the constellations for consolation while I retain my crown. Back in the background, I'm a background, what goes gon' come back round. I'm self-made, built everything from the ground up, I say it proud.
No pain, no gain. If you don't wanna fade away, look both ways, hold pace. Heroes moving silent, spend and say the day. Yeah, I'm a queen. I overcome relentless pain, and I got it in my genes. I pass through anyways crisis, no matter what the price is. Prepare, protect my people, always beware. There's always new rivals everywhere. Bomb you on the right, declare I'm riding to the air.
Hi, Rookie. Now you understand the basic knowledge of Arena of Valor. Let's review what you have learned. Use your left hand to move your hero, and use your right hand to attack. Easy peasy. Now, raise your weapon and smash that crystal. No! God! Please, no! Well, maybe your gaming life is not so smooth after all. Don't be nervous. I know you think you have learned everything about winning, but your enemies are not sheep waiting to be slaughtered. To get your game victories easier, you'll still need to learn some little tricks. First, you need to know about the 3 lanes. In AoV, there's the Abyssal Dragon lane, Slayer lane, and Middle lane. Don't forget about the Vast Jungle, which is a special path between all 3 lanes. Now choose your lane and march onwards to victory. No, stop! I know you're trying to be different, but as a rookie, you should begin by learning the most common and easiest ways to start the game. Once you're partially in the lane, you will face an equal opponent. Do your best against them and level yourself up. Of course, there will always be enemies coming after you. Don't worry, AoV is a team game. This means you must focus on team fights, fight alongside your teammates, and eliminate your enemies. During team fights, you must cooperate with your teammates to find every opening and opportunity to kill your opponents and ensure the survival of your own team. Victory lies ahead of you after you wipe out all of your enemies' defense towers standing in your way. That is, if you are still standing after the team fight. Oh, dear Lord, don't ask me what to do if your rivals have respawned. Just repeat what you did earlier until you have won this match. That is how you win a game in Arena of Valor. You must be in harmony with your team every step of the way. Understand, rookies? Okay, I know that you cannot communicate telepathically. To be more effective at each stage of the game, maybe you need to know some terminology in order to communicate with your teammates. Carry, leading or majorly influencing leadership on a team.
Double kill. Bloodbath.
Gank, a surprise attack on an enemy hero. Buff, status effect that gives a beneficial boost. Debuff, status effect that gives negative impacts. Farm, gaining levels and gold by killing creeps. KDA, kills, deaths, assists. CD, skill cooldown. Poke, to damage enemies from range with minimal risk to you. DPS, damage per second. That's all the rookie training for today. Let's start a match and get fully absorbed into the world of Arena of Valor and win glory with your teammates. What could be more enjoyable than praise from your team?
Arena of Valor is a popular mobile MOBA game with a total of 200 million players worldwide clashing on the battlefields of Athenor. AOV has top-notch graphics, featuring over 100 unique heroes, excellent balanced battles, rich underlying lore and story, and a well-established global esports scene. AOV has had so many highlights, but let's pause for a moment to return to the original question. What is AOV to you? Arena of Valor is a mobile-based multiplayer online battle arena where you control heroes in a fair multiplayer competition on a battlefield known as Athenor. In the game, each side will occupy one side of the map through constantly attacking the enemy, destroying their towers until the eventual destruction of the enemy's crystal base to secure victory. The extremely large number of unique heroes, filled with the imagination and creative skills, the excitement of confronting real players in real time, and the uncertainty that comes with teamwork are all factors that make every game you play a refreshing and unique journey. The thrill of the warriors' brutal attacks pummeling defenses, the mage's arcane abilities that control the flow of battle, the agility and fatality of an assassin ambushing from the shadows, the marksman's incredible long-range burst damage, the support's incredible offensive buffs and team protection abilities. There's a hero for every playstyle, with the amazing variety of classes in AOV. On top of that, your growth as a player is something even more exciting. Operating skills, the number of heroes you can comfortably play, game sense, situational judgment, split-second decisiveness, and courage. The accumulation of all this growth will give you a stronger ability to win games. Maybe one day, you too will grow up to be a professional player on the stage of AOV's global tournament and become a star that everyone looks up to. Welcome to Arena of Valor.
I fight for what I stand for, what I stand for. You testing me, then I go Rambo, Rambo.
Hey, I taste the glory, taste the pain, I know what it takes to play. Got the kingdom on my back, I came long ways to engrave my name. Found my pride at the borderline, I will never back down till my dues are fortified. Hit him in to get a little cautious. It's part of the process.
They think I'm crazy, or am I really brave? I don't let nothing faze me, there's no hold up delay. I
Alright, welcome back to Arena of Valor International Championships 2022. Again, we are your shoutcasters, Gigi and Mikos, to bring you the action into the game. And speaking of action, we are going to be seeing one team versus Saigon Phantom in this best of one series. Let's see who is going to take the win this time, because one team has secured their victory against one team rather suffered a casualty or a loss against Valencia CF earlier, while Saigon Phantom has jumpstart their game with a victory against the one that defeated one team. So this is going to be an interesting matchup this time in our 7th game.
Yeah, already into our 7 games for today, but you can see how SGP, they played a really in terms of late game rather than an early matchup that can be bring by one team. So if one team just solid away in the early kind of matchup, it's going to be really hard for the SGP. But we know how SGP played. SGP is one of the strongest teams in AIC 22, given the fact that SGP has most of the wins before coming into AIC. So we know one team has suffered a loss before this, but 1 point is needed for them. If not, maybe he will join either Nova or Hope in the tiebreaker game.
Yeah, it's kind of like a different story here for Group B. But what we can assure though is that one team is going to stick around for this day 1 or like phase 1, because of what happened here on Group B in terms of the supposed 4 teams that are playing. But against this matchup, Saigon Phantom being really strong as of the moment, it's going to be challenging for one team to actually take them down, especially that the matchup is kind of interesting. One team losing against Valencia CF earlier, and then Valencia CF losing against Saigon Phantom, and now one team is going to face off against Saigon Phantom. It would take more than just their usual strategy, their usual poke composition. I think they need to be able to charge head on against Saigon Phantom, because the way that the Saigon Phantom draft is really good for early game and late game.
Yeah, as we can see in the screen right now, SGP currently ready for the game number 2 for them, and one team as well onto the red side. Given the fact that one team really needs a revise onto the meta to bring in the game number 2, none of the changes coming in for the lineups for SGP. I would say the same for one team, because they bring the same kind of soldiers into the game. So despite what happened, if we see red using the Telenas, despite using a lot of tanky kind of composition, that's SGP kind of about to lose. So it's going to be really hard if they brought kind of the same composition into the game. If one team saw that Massacre coming in before SGP win, I think one team could punish it more in terms of drops and as well as mispick by SGP.
Yeah. One team needs to find that loophole, or find that hole on the composition of Saigon Phantom, and also in their playstyle if they want to win this. It's not going to be that easy, especially given how strong Saigon Phantom is right now. And you can see that some of the players here are kind of feeling the long day of Arena Valor International Championships 2022, and hopefully they would have enough energy to go into this game. Oh, is someone Oh, okay. He's awake. He's awake.
Yeah. I thought
Yeah,
he
okay.
was just sleeps, just waiting for the game to start. It just happened. You can just pick me anything. I can play after I woke up. But yeah, I think he needs to just cool down in terms of his mental ability because of how intense this kind of game is. Because we sure know that one team really needs 1 point because they lose the previous game. So in terms of matchup, I think SGP could win, but we have to see in the pick and bans here. They already banned onto the Omen as well as the Narcroth. They doesn't want any kind of steals onto the objective like we saw before this, and Arya as well as Lorion doesn't even give a chance to play. The Elsu is open for SGP if they want to take it, because we know Kai uses the Elsu kind of hard hitter with his snipes.
Yep, Iggy is available though for one team, so maybe they can use that. They go with a different option with utmost confidence. Pick up the Roxy and pick up the Slims as well. So a lot of pickup potential here for the side of one team. Saigon Phantom though fully utilizing range and burst and poke as well with a good amount of frontline power with the Thane. This is going to be an explosive composition of Saigon Phantom.
Yeah, with Iggy and Thane, I love it because of how Iggy could provide a lot of movement in terms of rotation. And Thane as well has the burst damage onto the ultimate. But I would want to see what could Elsu do in this kind of composition, because not a lot of red uses onto Elsu, despite we know Kai lands every shot he has. And with the triple pick coming in for SGP, I would say it has opened some ability to play aggressive and also pokes that has much of a damage. But now one team respond with a Kali pick.
Ooh.
I would say this is kind of weird pick for one team because they have Slims, Akali, poke as well. One spear coming in for Slims, and also the grabs coming in for from Roxy. So if Kali could just pierce away a couple more damage, that will be a confirmed kill coming in from one team.
Yeah, I think they're looking to focus on small skirmishes here on the side of one team rather than head-on team fights. It's gonna be a lot more difficult though, provided the amount of damage a Saigon Phantom can throw at them from time to time, especially with the snipe and also the Iggy damage, especially with the ultimate too. And good bans coming in here, especially for Saigon Phantom, taking out the Zuka, which has been like the priority pick so far in this day number 1. Volcath going to be removed by one team, which really makes sense, especially with the amount of damage and sustain that this particular hero has.
Yeah, I think the Volcath ban coming in for one is one of the most understandable because of how Volcath could stay alive with the ultimate, and he can just go onto the backside to just deal damage to Akali, just trying to run down Slims on the back line. But one team doesn't want to give Volcath as well as the Varus, because Varus with the Thorn with the Venom can just deal into the team fight much more complicated than one team composition. So they ban it out. They want to pick they already have the support for Roxy. They doesn't have the Dark Slayer yet, as well as the jungle. Maybe Slim's jungle, but kind of risk to be taken here for one team. They need one more kind of double ADC kind of composition, but Aoi may be the best pick that they can bring versus Iggy. SGP, they ban out the Tachi as well as the Zuka. The combo coming in for Team Flash, they doesn't want to give it to the other side, so a pretty good ban coming in for SGP.
Yeah. If they take out the Aoi, well, they would be able to dish out a lot of damage, and also have a good amount of split push potential as well, given the mobility that this particular hero has. And one team really wants to be creative in their approach in this game against Saigon Phantom. Let's see though how Saigon Phantom would react to this, since they will be able to finalize their draft after this lock-in of Kai on this AOE.
Alright, AOE been locked in by Kai for one team. Now Ryoma pick, I would say a kind of a risky pick for SGP. They have more pokes with Ryoma and also with the Elendor pick here. I like how Elendor has been hovered by SGP because we know the early game potential Elendor and Ryoma has. SGP could boss around early game because if AOE has the mid game, if AOE is online in mid, I would say one team has the potential to win more rather than SGP. But if Elendor and Ryoma could just shut down the Baron lane, and is going to be really hard because the Akali ultimate is long range, we know that. But the Kira pick here, I would say the best kind of it is either Elendor or Kira, because Kira could burst anybody up. They can just kill down Slims, and also with Kali. Kali cannot run away with Kira.
Oh, I think what the Saigon Phantom is thinking right now is either go for the double marksman with the Elendor to aid out the Elsu, especially that Elendor deals consistent DPS while the Elsu focuses more on poke. But with the draft that they do have, especially with the one team securing the AOE, it would pose a threat on the double marksman that they are opting to make. So they go in the Kira instead to have that matchup in terms of burst potential as well. Since they do have enough pokes already with the Iggy, with the Elsu, lots of chances that Saigon Phantom would be able to chunk the HP bars of one team below half health, and the Kira is the best possible hero to lock in to actually execute those skills. Now one team responds with a front line of their own, with the Lumber being taken here, which can provide that security for the backline, but I am kind of leaning towards the draft here of Saigon Phantom. What about you, Mikos?
Yeah, I love how SGP drafts because they have the Kira to just burst down either Slims or AOE, but I would say that one team has the potential to play it really weird and has the upper hand in terms of the AOE pick with the Kali, but I think the team fight will has a lot more power for one team. SGP pokes and ability is just massive, but bossing around with the Lumber and Slims, one team has the potential of team fight better than the poking ability for SGP.
Yeah. What's really nice about this composition of Saigon Phantom is the fact that it is really balanced. What they're lacking at most is the strength of a high DPS marksman, which is usually being made by heroes like the Elendor, like the Kafeni, like the Telanas, but that's not what they are prioritizing right now. They're focusing more on poke and burst. Chunk down the HP and then go for the execute. And one team on the composition that they do have, they want to be able to at least hijack one, kidnap one, take a kill one by one, pick off the members of Saigon Phantom, and they can actually make it work. They have enough setups, they have enough damage as well. What I'm kind of nervous though is that the off chance that they do miss their targets, that's going to be a huge window of opportunity for Saigon Phantom. And there are cases wherein the Agnus Grip does not connect. There are instances where the stun of the Slims would not connect, and it will buy time for Saigon Phantom to make some setups for themselves.
Yeah, I think if the crowd control coming from Roxy and as well as Slims doesn't connect, they still have the Kali to play a little bit more spacious, I think, because of how Kali, with the range that Kali has, will buy their moments to live in terms of team fight. But one team has a little bit of an unorthodox kind of composition because they think about the Slims go into the jungle rather than they bring out the AOE into the jungle. But they need that grabs, they need that movement speed coming in for AOE to play a good kind of split push, because if they doesn't have one damage they could bring split push ability, I would say this is going to win for sure for the side of SGP, because SGP has some sort of balance. They doesn't have DPS, but they have physical damage coming in for the Ryoma, could give a lot of potential hits. Ryoma with the stuns, also Elsu with the burst poking. So SGP has the upper hand in terms of drafts, but with the picks that I'm looking forward to work for the side of one team, because it's kind of weird, but I like it.
Yep. Very well discussed there, Mikos. And let's see who will gain the upper hand here. The pokes are really irritating coming in from the Elsu, and Red is more than just capable of executing this particular hero. Let's see who will gain the upper hand, since most of the time we do see some interruptions in the jungle, and Saigon Phantom is currently doing it on both sides. You know, we see 3 people on invading, and then 2 people invading as well on the top side. This is a difficult scenario right now for NK.
Yeah, double invasion coming in for SGP, because they know for the fact that they had a lot of damage in the early game. They had Ryoma, they had the Elsu with a couple of pokings, so it's going to be really hard for one team to just cope with the energy that SGP had. One team doesn't have the momentum from the previous game. SGP has, and they could just impact it a lot for SGP. Look at how this is the time for SGP need to defend a lot. 2,000 hit points coming in for the red buff. They go in, but the team miss out. Koa missed the push for the members of one team. If they got one, I would say that is first blood for SGP.
Yeah. Good job for one team recognizing that, okay, we don't have punish on NK. There's no reason to push on that invade, since they have no way to contest that red buff from Bang. And now we're seeing a little bit of poking here by both teams, as the objectives spawn on both areas, and one team will not hesitate at all. They are starting this Abyssal Dragon already. Good contest, but NK will still secure the Abyssal Dragon. A take on the Slayer though by Bang, and this is going to be a good job as well by Saigon Phantom. Looking at the economy of both teams, we do see some lead here by Saigon Phantom, especially on how they have invaded the camps there of NK, that allowed them to at least interrupt some economy on one team. But one team is still catching up, especially with the amount of security being provided here by Zay and Lunlun on both side lanes.
Yeah, I think the promising start for the side of HGP and also one team is that they will fight for objectives like after level 6, because we know the ultimate coming from Lumber, ultimate coming from Tate will online at that moment. So if they just go for it, just like on the top side here, Aoi NK takes the first kill for one team. That is a really good kill. They thought of it. They just shut down Ryoma. It's already like past early game, so Ryoma will have a hard time here, because we know Ryoma early game is too much of a damage. Now entering the mid game, Ryoma will has a couple of hardship into that Dark Slayer lane. Aoi has more damage, Aoi has more burst with the help of Roxy on the top side.
Yeah, Lunlun as Eroxy is more so like a tank sitting onto the Dark Slayer lane, waiting for a gank. What matters for Lunlun is landing that Agnes grip when NK arrives, so that they can find a kill onto Yue. It happened earlier and it can happen multiple times, especially when teamfight arises. So Saigon Phantom needs to be very careful of that, as the next objective is gonna spawn in the next 55 seconds. It's still long, but it will attract a teamfight for sure. And Saigon Phantom is kind of equipped for that, but they need setup first. They need the pokes happening. They need to chunk down the HP bars here of one team before they actually commit, because if they don't, well, it's gonna take a bit of time, or it's gonna be difficult for them to actually secure an objective and get some kills.
I think Ryoma versus a Roxy, Roxy has much more the upper hand, because Ryoma can deal damage, but Roxy has a lot more armor rather than Ryoma could give. So unfortunately for Ryoma on the top side here, Yue has much of a hard time dealing with Roxy. That's why the first blood coming in when Roxy has the upper hand with MK on the top side. Now members of SGP trying to find a way to just shut down this bottom side economy coming in. One team doesn't allow it to happen though, but this is the second objective has spawned. Who's going to take the dragon first, and as well as the Dark Slayer? Ryoma will not stay on the top side. He needs this team fight rather than a couple of one team members just push it away. Couple of damage here. Ultimate has been used by Tain, but now Elsu doesn't want to connect any damage. Oh, has been seen there. Aoi with the leap coming in. Ultimate coming for Kali as well. But none of the then it's connect. Snipes coming in for Red. Doesn't even connect one member. But now Kakao has to find a way here. No one has suffered a death in that team fight.
Yep, close call by both teams. We saw instances wherein multiple members of one team could have died, but it was really fortunate for them to survive. Saigon Phantom though will secure a tower on the boss side, an Abyssal Dragon, and there is a short attempt by Yue a while ago to take the Slayer down, but being alone, you know, it's gonna be harder than usual to do that, and one team can just trade out on the Slayer since they are complete and grouped up at top.
They want to shut down the UA line, but I would say it's going to be pretty hard because of how SGP cope with that much more. They know Ryoma has suffered in the mid game, but they kind of doesn't even matter how Ryoma changed lane. Roxy will just follow. Topside Lumber as well as Kai will just happen. Oh no, a couple of damage coming from Yue. Give it the ultimate away. Lunlun with the grabs coming in. Oh, the flicker doesn't even connect with the grabs. That is one oopsie coming in for one team.
Yeah, that is what we talked about earlier during the drafting phase. That is the window of opportunity for Saigon Phantom, and they're taking it really by the brim, getting the kill onto NK, and even having the luxury of getting that double kill for Fish onto Wawa. Topside, almost kill there by Red with the ultimate, but here comes the ulti by Fish instead. That's his third kill of the game, and it puts Saigon Phantom right in control against one team.
That orb itself giving Ege a much more convenient kill, and also kill steal coming in, just secured the third kill. He has a lot of kits that could bring into the game. And what could happen to one team? They know Iggy been taken by Fish. He just show up to be caught up by one with the ultimate coming in from Fish. We know Iggy better, that Iggy could do much damage if somebody for the side of one team is currently just, you know, days a week, left and right. If giving them much more poke coming in for Elsu, coming Iggy, as well as Ryoma. So SGP played it pretty well with the kits they had, but now they want to take away this mid turret. Can they do it? Because the ultimate coming in for Koa has been initiated, but SGP feels like they still has some chance in that mid turret.
Yep, they want to secure this mid turret away since they have already secured the outer turrets on both side lanes, and now as they spawn this Doombringer in the mid lane, they will secure this tier 1 tower. Now they go onto the bot side, taking away Kai and even having luxury of killing NK as well, while the Slayers marching in the mid. This is how big of a lead Saigon Phantom has already in this game. They can just take more objectives. They can take the Holy Dragon on the bot side river, or maybe just try to push even more, since they know for a fact that they can actually win a team fight with Koa just consistently slamming them with his ultimate to zone them away, especially with the snipes always connecting there by red.
Yeah, a couple of, oh my god, that damage. GG is going to be called GG by one team, because we know that Iggy damage is might as well give a heartache for one team, because we know for a fact that Iggy may be a lot of bans needed. It's kind of, the stacks is a lot more hard to just you know, save the stacks, but RGB with the poking composition, they bring a lot more versatile into it. They know where is the gap between the members of one team, one by one. One team already have one kill, perhaps. It's going to be really hard to just 4 deficit coming in for SGP. SGP is too disciplined. And SGP knows the creativity of one team currently, so it's going to be really hard. The Tain played really well with the... oh my god, what? Okay.
That damage.
One snap is needed coming in for red. That will secure kill.
Yep, one more snipe connecting would have been a kill already, and he has a lot of mana still. You know, you can just continuously do that without rest. And one team aren't able to have any rest in this game, as Saigon Phantom are not holding back at all. Now with the 6,000 gold lead, that's a good ultimate being thrown out by Wawa just to zone them out. But simply not enough actually to save their towers, as their top side tier 2 is gonna get taken away. Only the inhibitor towers are remaining alive. Yue is being ganked. Is not gonna be able to survive. A bit of overstaying on the bot side, but it's not so bad for Saigon Phantom.
Yeah, as I said, the Saigon Phantom composition is only the Ryoma is kind of not in the good shape for SGP. If they bring up maybe an Omen, Omen has been banned by SGP as well. The kill growth maybe onto the mid game has to be online, but they need the security into the early game for the Kira to has a lot of items. But now the re-engage coming in for one, but given the fact that Wawa has spent a lot of damage days for Koa. Koa trying to find a way with a couple more damage coming fish onto the backside here, but Red chunk a lot of damage for the members of one team. Wawa with the teleportation still has the time with little of health, trying to run away from the for the danger bringing from SGP.
Yeah, Saigon Phantom is just really strong right now with the 7,000 gold lead, even going up as the game progresses, and they have the luxury of using, you know, taking more objectives now with the Slayer marching into the mid. It's going to be tough. They're trying to contest here, one team, but they're gonna lose their bot side inhibitor tower. Might lose their mid lane as well, because the Slayer is just attacking it freely right now. It's going to be taken down, but
no one cares about the Slayer.
Yeah.
I think for the moment that we see SGP could end the game because of how it's not an Infinite Slayer just yet, but if we've seen one team still liked it, don't know what to do, the whole Dragon will be taken here easy peasy by SGP. Mid tower has suffered a lot of damage. Mid for mid health. Top turret will be the target for later on. Holy Dragon be taken away. 4 kills deficit coming in for one team. What can they do? Look at the damage could provide by Fish and also with Red. Poking ability is too much.
Whoa.
They're gonna just clump up like that because of how SGP will keep their needles intact. Because one team, I would say they need to find a way fast. If not, the core will be taken away.
Yep, their pick potential lineup is not suiting them at all so far in this 14th minute mark. They couldn't find the kills that they do want. Sometimes, yeah, they do get some kills, especially onto UA, but other than that, none. So, in this case, as the game progresses, as Saigon Fan continues to increase their lead, well, oh, that's a good Agnes Rip. This time onto UA once again. They will take him down. Still the same cycle, just only getting the kill onto UA, but no other kills than that.
Yeah, they need to find a way with a couple with the re-engaged. Koa takes the kill onto Zay, but now with a couple of snaps onto the red buff first. But SGP, they bring it away. They doesn't know what to do in terms of the Ryoma pick here, because we know that Ryoma is to fail the early game, but in terms of late game, Ryoma will feed a lot for the members of one team, and it could bring a spark of counter attack and comeback, maybe a comeback for one team.
It can, however, it's really hard as of the moment. No other victim is there other than UA, and well, it's gonna be hard to reach Elsu. It's gonna be hard to reach Iggy. It's difficult for one team to actually execute their lineup right now. We see multiple times that Wawa just tries to zone them away from their inhibitor tower, but since they only have one remaining standing, which is the top side, it's much more difficult now in a sense for one team to come back, because when the Darkslayer actually spawns and the Saigon Phantom secures it, it's going to be difficult for them to clear the wave, especially if Wawa uses the ultimate already on zoning the members of Saigon Phantom away. If they use it on the wave or on the Slayer, it's going to be difficult for them to disengage because they don't have the ultimate of Wawa anymore.
Yeah, I would say that the unorthodox kind of composition that bring from one team is not working for them, because the Kali and also the Slims, I'm not seeing any efforts been made by Slims just yet. Not much of the damage. The ultimate has been pinpointed a couple of times, but yeah, the Slims currently not much of a help for one team to take their first game. So SGP, they're currently laughing because they know this game is a win for them for sure, but they need to focus down the Ryoma. They cannot do anything because of Ryoma. Late game kind of looks bad, but because it been targeted a lot by one team members, because we know for a fact that Ryoma has done his job in the early game. Now it's time for Kira, it's time for the Elsu to carry Ryoma back to the win.
I'm trying to see some options here for one team and how they can actually turn the tides around against Saigon Phantom, but it's really hard to see that as of the meantime, since they really struggle in getting those pick-offs on the crucial targets like Fish or Red, or maybe even just Bang. Even if Yue dies, Saigon Phantom can still actually engage onto them. That's how stable their composition is for this game. They can easily just let go of Yue. His job is basically just to pressure on the side lanes and attract distract the members of one team, and they don't do if they aren't able to defend themselves one by one, they're just going to get dismantled.
Yeah, the question is how long that can they do the distraction, because it's already been like 15 minutes and they need to do it fast, because if they played along with the damage that could be dealt by SGP, it could be a bloodbath coming in, because of how Iggy, we know the damage that Iggy could transfer is for the late game in terms of how she did it in the mid game with the Kira as well. Late game Kira and late game Iggy is not a playful thing to just remember what could possibly happen if the hero got full items. So I think they need to punish down the Ryoma more to get some goals, and need to give on to the Slims, because if Slims doesn't have the items, he need Santi next things, and to prove that Slims still has the ability to be in the current meta and to win one specific point for one team.
I don't know what happened right now, but if we check out the cameras right now, I think we're seeing a lot of stress happening here on the side of one team, and it kind of makes sense, you know. This is a tough team to actually take down, Saigon Phantom, and if you want to secure a win or like the first point here in day number 1, you need to really exert a lot of effort and also like fully extend your limit, you know, go beyond your limit and efforts to try and take them down. And we saw multiple attempts of them actually trying to get some picks, but it's really not that much working as of the moment. So maybe a miracle play, but they don't really have that much setup for it. That's a con of their composition right now. This is the route that they took for this game, and well, all drafts has pros and cons. It's up to you where you want to actually go. They went for this, and we're seeing the downside of it really happening or showing right now.
Yeah, I think the miracle play that you asked is when the grabs coming from Roxy will transfer into Kira as much as possible. If they doesn't grab Kira, I think it's going to be done for one team, because Kira late game, we know that a couple of runs and the burst damage that Kira could give is a nightmare. So if one team can take down the Kira as fast as possible with the composition that they had, I think one team could make it into a late game that is suitable late game for them. Despite of SGP still has the lead and the momentum, as well as a lot of objective, rather than one team only have one currently, because they cannot do any split push because of that. Ryoma played really well. Ryoma has a defense mechanism who can run away, as well as the lifesteal that Ryoma had. So it's going to be really hard from now on for one team. But we can say it still has a chance. But for me, I don't know what it is.
Yeah, actually same thoughts here, my friend. It's pretty much like a walking deadline right now for one team. I think their supposed strength was early game. If they were able to make some pick-offs earlier, we saw some pick-offs being made by them, especially on the Slayer lane, wherein Lunlun was able to actually set up for NK, but other than that, we didn't really see much, especially for Kai on those javelin throws. not really landing on the necessary targets, and we saw the kind of disadvantage when picking up the Kali in the mid lane. It's not as powerful or potent as the other mages that they could have taken.
Yeah, I think if they brought the maybe a Liliana into the mid lane, or maybe a Talon into the mid, they can secure an early game much more rather than they bring into the Kali. Late game Kali, yes, it has potential, but with the Ryoma pick for the side of FGP, they could punish with the Raz, they could punish with the Talon into the early game matchup. So it's going to be really hard for Kali to just slide into the meta versus an Ige that has a lot of burst damage in terms of damage and movement speed. Kali lost a lot with those stats. So with the sleeves on the side, I think this is kind of the draft that SGP won a long time ago, before the game even started.
Yeah. We already talked too much already on the pros and cons of both teams, and also how things can pan out. Mostly it's going to be, as the trend goes, Saigon Phantom is just squeezing out one team right now. It's only a matter of time before they close it out, unless a miracle play happens from one team. And now hopefully the technical issue is going to be addressed already, and especially for the teams to continue playing, since it can actually affect their mental state, especially this kind of being prolonged.
Yeah, I think because of how SGP currently on the winning stage, they can lost a lot of momentum because they just happen to, for the side of one team is the one that has the issue. So we trying to figure out what is the issue currently being solved, but it's going to be really important for the side of one team. They need to rest a little bit. They could take this as an opportunity to just to play against. Alright, so seeing a lot of technical issue, they need to find a way to repair it. And gaming will take a little bit of rest before we're going to resume the game. See you guys in a couple of minutes.
私が行った方が手っ取り早いのに本当バカ。何？私じゃ不満なわけ？ほら、最初から私が行けばよかったじゃない。次はあんたの番よ。全部私が片付けるから。ほら、最初から私がそれで怖いとか思ってるの？ほら、最初。
Welcome to our video introducing the ping system in Arena of Valor. Arena of Valor is a fast-paced competitive multiplayer game. Communication and coordination within your team are vital to ensure victory. To help players communicate conveniently while reporting and delivering quick, accurate information on the battlefield, Arena of Valor has a context-sensitive built-in ping system that is easy to use. The ping button prompt is placed on the top right corner of the screen in a match. To use it, Long press the ping button and point your finger to the triggerable area to send your team the corresponding ping. In addition, players can click the map button on the top right corner to expand the map and send pings by tapping the corresponding location on the map. Of course, players have the option to block ping sound effects and voiceover from other players to prevent interference during the battle. Battle alert pings. When players are on the move, they can send their estimated arrival time to teammates by tapping their location on the map. Players can request support from teammates by dragging the ping button prompt to their own hero. When the player is hidden in the grass, drag the ping button prompt to the grass to instruct teammates to hide themselves and ambush together. When a player is outside of the grass, dragging the ping button prompt towards the grass will notify teammates to be careful of an enemy ambush. Wilderness status ping. When Abyssal Dragon, Dark Slayer, or your own buff exists on the map, players can give corresponding attack commands to their teammates by tapping the corresponding monster directly on the map or by dragging the ping button prompt to the relevant monster. If a monster has yet to respawn, dragging the ping button prompt will notify the players of the corresponding monster's respawn time. Personal status ping. Players can notify teammates their skills are ready by dragging the ping button prompt onto their hero's skills. Dragging the ping button onto a skill in cooldown will alert teammates of the cooldown timer. When a hero dies, the player can drag the ping button prompt onto the death countdown to inform their teammates how long it will take to revive. In addition, players can inform teammates that they're returning to base by dragging the ping button prompt onto the recalling button while in recall. Enemy status ping. When the enemy has disappeared from a lane, the players can send an enemy missing ping by tapping on the lane. When the enemy reappears, tapping on the lane will signify how many enemies are present. Situation alert ping. Players can prompt teammates to defend structures by tapping their defense tower on the map or by dragging the ping button to the tower. When the player is not in a mid-recall state and drags the ping button prompt to the recall button, it will remind teammates to return to base. Furthermore, players can send scores to teammates by dragging and dropping the ping button prompt onto the scoreboard. There are hundreds of different ping options in Arena of Valor. Players should use them strategically to give themselves and their team a leg up on the competition. Be aware that the ping button is only a notification. The key to victory lies in making the right informed decisions. This marks the end of our video introduction to the ping system in Arena of Valor. Tell us your favorite thing to ping in the comments. Thank you for watching. Good luck on the battlefield. Arena of Valor is a popular mobile MOBA game with a total of 200 million players worldwide clashing on the battlefields of Athenor. AOV has top-notch graphics, featuring over 100 unique heroes, excellent balanced battles, rich underlying lore and story, and a well-established global esports scene. AOV has had so many highlights, but let's pause for a moment to return to the original question. What is AOV to you? Arena of Valor is a mobile-based multiplayer online battle arena where you control heroes in a fair multiplayer competition on a battlefield known as Athenor. In the game, each side will occupy one side of the map through constantly attacking the enemy, destroying their towers until the eventual destruction of the enemy's crystal base to secure victory. The extremely large number of unique heroes, filled with the imagination and creative skills, the excitement of confronting real players in real time, and the uncertainty that comes with teamwork are all factors that make every game you play a refreshing and unique journey. The thrill of the warriors' brutal attacks pummeling defenses, the mage's arcane abilities that control the flow of battle, the agility and fatality of an assassin ambushing from the shadows, the marksman's incredible long-range burst damage, the support's incredible offensive buffs and team protection abilities. There's a hero for every playstyle, with the amazing variety of classes in AOV. On top of that, your growth as a player is something even more exciting. Operating skills, the number of heroes you can comfortably play, game sense, situational judgment, split-second decisiveness, and courage,
The accumulation of all this growth will give you a stronger ability to win games. Maybe one day, you too will grow up to be a professional player on the stage of AOV's global tournament and become a star that everyone looks up to. Welcome to Arena of Valor.
Hi there, rookie. Welcome to Arena of Valor. This is a multiplayer online battle arena mobile game. This may be your first time with a MOBA game, and you're at a loss about fighting with real players. Fear not. You have Arthur, a trustworthy pal to help you around. He will lead you into this legendary battle and show you the exhilaration of this game. See that crystal over there? Smash it with your divine blade and victory is all yours. Pretty simple, eh? But what about before that? Patience, pal. One step at a time. First, you have to destroy every defense tower in this lane. Of course, your enemies will not let you. They will do anything to stop you. So, do not rush to the tower. Wait! Get back! No! God! Please, no! Well, at least it won't get any worse.
You have been defeated.
Never mind, pal. We cannot run back time, but you will fully respawn as the countdown ends. See? Dying is no big deal in this game. Don't chicken out. Just go for it like a warrior. I see you have realized that you're not even qualified to fight against your opponents. Hurry up! Grab your divine blade. Embark on the journey of getting stronger. There's only one thing you need to keep in mind if you want to become stronger. That is, to get richer. You can buy all these dazzling items with the money you earn to improve your combat capability. Creeps on each lane. Monsters in the fields. Even your enemies are all resources of your economy. The process of killing these targets and improving your abilities is called farming in Arena of Valor. Also, remember that you are not fighting on your own. There are 4 partners standing beside you. You will be a tough tank after you are fully farmed. Charge, hero! Charge! Your teammates will support you without reserve. Let your enemies fight back as all they want, but all in vain. You are no longer the rookie you used to be. Consolidate at every step. Break down every defense tower in sight. The glory of victory will eventually shine upon you. Woohoo! But if you keep dying all the time, your side will progressively lose ground. In the end, your base is destroyed by the enemies. Are you really
Alright, welcome back everybody into the game of SGP versus One Team in the Arena of Valor International Championship 2022. We're back in the game. We see a lot of potential for SGP, but One Team has been eliminated for the moment of time. It takes a lot of a couple of aggressiveness for SGP, but we know the Dark Slayer has been taken away. Now the marching is on for SGP inside the area of the crystal for One Team.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard for One Team to actually defend this given the composition that they do have. In an instant that middle lane inhibitor tower falls down and Saigon Phantom only needs to push the top side. One Team has yet to find the proper Agnus grip onto the crucial member here of Saigon Phantom, and slowly but surely being chipped away. It's gonna be hard for them to actually defend. And then onto the bot side, they're actually ending this game, and Saigon Phantom will just cleanly secure this victory against One Team.
Yeah, look at how synchronized the members of SGP put down their phones at the same time, giving the fact that SGP has a lot of the lead in terms of the throughout the minutes. But yeah, I think SGP really need to end the game because of how One Team will stall a lot of time more, but SGP could not take it anymore. They turned down the offers to play lots more games. They just take down the crystal away, and SGP takes the second win for today.
Congratulations. And establishing a really good scoreline in this day number 1 in this group stages. Unfortunately for One Team, they will suffer their second loss. They are still in this tournament, provided that they will automatically secure a victory, since the fourth team registered for Group B is not going to be able to participate, and they are going to be at least be standing still in this tournament. If they want to sustain themselves even more, though, they would need to have a better performance in the next upcoming days, since some more action are going to be seen, of course, and the other teams on Group B, the other teams on Group A are looking forward to having a better performance for sure.
Yeah, I think if given the honors to just give the MVP for the members of SGP, I would say I would go with Iggy mid, because the damage that Iggy delivers in terms of burst is too much to be handled by one team. And a couple of moments that we saw, 1 kills from one team is 0 for SGP, and all of a sudden just 3 kills for Iggy. I think that is the moment that we saw SGP just climbs up and grabs the opportunity to win the game much more, because of that power spike that Iggy had before the triple kill landed in the early game. So the question is, how is one team going to survive in the group, because they doesn't have enough points just yet. In matter of fact, doesn't have any more points. But for SGP, they win 2. They has a lot of potential to go forward into phase 2. So yeah, one team, despite the Group B already has 3 members or 3 teams only, so one team is still going to go for phase number 2. So I think one team is still keeping the secrets into their drafts.
Maybe, or the other teams have really been performing a bit better than some, and I think if they want to move on further into the latter stages of the AIC 2022, they need to up their performance, have a better drafting, and also execute them better, because all drafts have win conditions, and they really have to be met when it has to come. So for one team, if they want to draft an early game composition, they need to be able to execute that. If they want a scaling composition, they should recognize how to properly do that and avoid the early threats of their enemy team. And this scenario on this pick composition, we saw the potential of it. The Agnes grip, into that funnel onto NK, the Slims with the javelin throw for that stun, and also Wawa on that Kali for that wave clear, and also good amount of scaling as well. We saw the pros points on those picks, but we didn't really see it manifesting onto them. So maybe one team needs to go on a different route instead, or if they want to stick around on that kind of composition, they need to find a way on properly executing that. For Saigon Phantom, we have seen already fantastic performance coming from them, especially like during their match against Valencia CF. And if we check out the game stats here, the post-game statistics, well, we can see the huge damage being made there by Fitch, especially on the pokes, on the ultimates. And if you check out the goal difference over time, it was a slow start by Saigon Fan. There was a time that actually one team had a little bit of a gold lead in their favor, but slowly but surely Saigon Fandom took over.
Yeah, I think they have a lot of back and forth when we reach the 4th minute of the game, when they split one Abyssal Dragon and one Slayer at that moment. But when SGP Fish played really well with the ultimate, they secured a triple kill. At that moment when SGP smelled the victory coming for them, they played really well in terms of prioritize mid lane, kill down Wawa first, and Kai has not landed enough javelin shots onto Red with the pokes that Red has, it's going to be really hard for one team. But now the MVP, as we speak, SGP Fish is the MVP on that game, playing onto that Ige with 5 kills and 1 assist with 0 death. It would be a meaningful MVP for that Ige play, because we saw a lot of Ige plays in mid, but Fish played it really well to be in the spotlight to win the game against one team.
Yeah, the whole team actually performed quite well in this game against one team. Saigon Phantom, they have improved significantly over the past few months, and they're looking to secure the top spot alongside with the other teams that performed quite well in their respective groups. Let's see though what will happen on the next match, because we have the tiebreaker for Group A, Starry Hope versus Nova Esports. But before that, we are just gonna be hopping by onto a very short break. But Mikos and I will be back. You are watching Arena of Valor International Championships 2022. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
Fan as her weapon, retaining her elegance even in battle. Aqua Force and Mountain Crusher allow her to easily control the whole battlefield, and Borrowed Might allows Yue to unleash endless attacks. If an enemy dares to offend Yue's grace, then they will taste the power of Rising Wind. Passive skill, Borrowed Might. Every time Yue uses Aqua Force and Mountain Crusher, she will gain a stack of Borrowed Might. When she has 2 stacks of Borrowed Might, Yue will reset the cooldown time of Aqua Force and Mountain Crusher and strengthen the next Aqua Force or Mountain Crusher. Skill 1, Aqua Force. Yue throws 2 bone fans at close range, dealing damage to enemies in their path. After strengthening, Yue will throw out 4 bone fans when using Aqua Force. Aqua Force will deal several times the damage where the bone fans converge. Skill 2, Mountain Crusher. Yue throws 2 bone fans at far range, dealing damage to enemies in their path. After strengthening, Yue will throw out 4 bone fans when using Mountain Crusher. Mountain Crusher would deal several times the damage where the bone fans converge. Skill 3, Rising Wind. Yue knocks back nearby enemies and deals damage to enemies in its path while pushing them back slightly. Yue will gain additional vision. Yue is a long-range mage with a powerful ability to exhaust the enemies, but is complicated to operate. To deal perfect damage using Yue, you need to be skilled in combining her skills to deal damage multiple times stronger. However, when Yue overlaps with the enemy, both Aqua Force and Mountain Crusher can deal full damage. When in the lane period, Yue can quickly clear enemy creeps via refreshing her skills through her passive skill and then assist the side lanes. In team fights, Yue needs to use Mountain Crusher multiple times to exhaust the enemies and frequently use Aqua Force to charge up her passive skill to look out for chances to kill or exhaust fragile enemy heroes. The core combo of Yue is to save up a stack of her passive in advance and instantly use Mountain Crusher twice to deal burst damage. But be cautious. Yu's ultimate is the only life-saving skill, so she needs to save her ultimate to be aware of enemy assassins' heroes in team fights.
what it takes to play. Got the kingdom on my back, I came long ways to engrave my name. Found my pride at the borderline, I will never back down till my dues are fortified. Hit him in to get a little cautious. It's part of the process.
They think I'm crazy, or am I really brave? I don't let nothing faze me, there's no hold up delay. I still survive, I own the confidence up in my mind. I'm running towards the light, it's time to shine and go take flight. No pain, no gain, if you don't wanna fade away. The both ways, hope pays, heroes moving silence when they say the day. Yeah, I'm a queen, I overcome relentless pain, and I got it in my genes. I pass through anyways crisis, no matter what the price is. Prepare, protect my people, always beware. There's always the rivals everywhere. Bomb your world, I declare, I'm riding to the air.
All right, welcome back to Arena of Valor International Championships 2022. We are your shoutcasters, Gigi and Migos, to bring you the action here in this tournament. We are going to be seeing the next matchup, which is Star Hope versus Nova Esports. The battle to retain in this tournament. One will remain, one will goodbye, and this is the match to look forward as we check out the comment sections from Facebook live stream. There we do see the support of you guys onto the teams. Let's see though who will be the one to stay for the next days.
Yeah, I would like to say that Stereo Hope has evolved a lot in game number 1 and game number 2. They played really well in terms of rotation and their draft. They tried to adapt into the current meta to bring a suitable kind of gameplay that they could bring, with a couple of swaps into the Varus mid and also the Omen kind of Baron, but kind of Dark Slayer. But it's going to be really hard if Hope still play kind of wonky into the early game, because we know for a fact that Nova has an aggressive, cheeky early game that could bring a lot of kills in terms of seconds. So if Hope can punish the early game matchup, I would say Hope will have some easy kind of maneuver into the mid game. But if Nova been released by their anger into the early game, this is a win for Nova, I would say, into the big game, because Steri has a lot of potential in the early, but if you shut down Steri in the early game matchup, Nova would have a lot of comfortable kind of game, because they know what to do in the mid, rather than Hope still finding their kind of synergy into the matchup.
Yeah, it's kind of hard right now to assess, Starry Hope as of the moment. Well, they have improved quite a lot, but we do see more action and proactivity coming in from Nova Esports. Unfortunate though, for them, on their matchups a while ago, the closest game that they had is still their game number 1, but it slipped away so bad for them. Same happened towards their match against the Talon. They had a good early game, but a much more stability has been shown there by the Talon. In this game against Starry Hope, with the playstyle that they do have, because Nova Esports is quite aggressive in the early game, Starry Hope is quite the opposite. They want more of the farming and mid to late game control. So there's more contrast on these two teams. Let's see though who is gonna gain the upper hand, because early game compositions really want to be aggressive. Late game compositions usually just play it out safe in the early game.
Yeah, I think for the couple of games that Nova played, I would say that I like how they managed to turn the same kind of composition, same kind of tactical for a losing state to a win, that I kind of like it for the most of it. But for Starry Hope, they need to realize that if they give a lot of space for Nova to play aggressive in the early game, Starry Hope will not have much of a resource if they give that potential to be widened by Nova. So in the jungle itself, it's hard to farm if another and the members of Nova already double invade their jungle.
Nova Esports, they love invading. They want to get that early chase. We saw a double invade as well a while ago in some of our games. That is pretty much possible for Nova Esports, as they are kind of adapting quite well into their games. But given the state of both teams and also how maybe tired the players are, they need to squeeze in their last efforts and energy towards this evening, and it will take a lot of effort for these players, since everything is kind of on the line here for both teams. The result of this game will determine if they are still in this tournament or not, and it also has some effect on the possible prize pool that they are going to be bagging out at the end of the tournament. Lots of things are at stake here, and if they want to stick around, they need to perform really well.
Yeah, I would say that performance from the Starry kind of more into the late game phase, but the picks and bans will dictate who's going to get a better games, because we know for a fact that Omen as well as Jan will be taken away, and Lorian will not be played in this game. So it's going to be really hard here, because the banning for Nova, I think Nova trying to slip away the Jan, but for Starry they need to ban it pretty well. Zuka ban from Nova is kind of a good ban, because of Starry has been mimic away what Flash do in the game number 2. So it's going to be much of a hope here. They ban onto the Omen, Yan will be taken away.
Oh, Aya!
Okay,
what,
Aya
no
is
ban?
open.
No,
seriously? No.
Wait! What is happening, guys? What is happening? So
Aya
possible
is open though.
Aya Taara pick right now on the hands of Star Hope. Will they actually take it?
I would say that is the best possible for Nova to pick. If they pick Aya, the Tara will be picked by Starry Hope. But now they bring out the Krexi. They doesn't have the Zuka, but they can bring the Iggy onto the mid lane. Iggy as well, but now Iggy forced Hope first. They still have the Tachi though. If Starry want a Tachi.
I don't know what's happening right now. Nobody's looking at an Aya. At the moment, they're having their eyes set on a different set of heroes. Thorn being hovered, Iggy being hovered. Are they really going to skip on the Aya? Yeah, they are going to be skipping on it for the meantime. I think both teams have just agreed to, okay, let's just not touch Aya at all. It's kind of like an instinct ban already.
I think one of them will touch it. I think because they already have Mina and also Tachi. I think the person that could pick Aya is Nova. They already have the Mina sustain. They need some damage coming from Aya. The Tachi will be.
I don't know what's happening.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure it out, because some of them will think about it, but not as fast, because this is the last pick possible to pick down the Aya, because if it's not, we'll be banned by the second phase.
Yeah, I'm gonna be surprised. I'm already surprised with what's happening right now. No ban on Aya, no pick on Aya on the first pick phase. If this doesn't get picked, if this doesn't get banned on the second phase, and nobody picks it up on the second one, I'm gonna have my minds blown. Because both teams have the opportunity of picking up that 1.1% chance of an Aya.
Alright, the Kura pick for Terry, maybe in terms of they know SGP could do much of a damage. They bring away, but Elador has been banned by Terry in terms of the DPS that Elador can provide. The banning for Nova, I think they already have Itachi and Mina on the Dark Slayer. They banned Arthur first because Terry loves the Arthur pick after they got they got wrecked by the Arthur. So it's going to be alright. Ayat ban. Alright. I think it must be a ban onto the champion, man. Alright. I can't hear where Brian go, but this is going to be really hard. Yeah.
I'm
saw
still
your
just
mouth
like
moving, man.
it's just like I'm uttering words to myself. I just can't believe what's happening right now. Like, oh, there's a Florentino Madison and Arthur ban. Okay, Alandor and Howie, but no touch on Aya. We're on a different dimension right now. We're in a different dimension right now, wherein Aya does not exist at all on the minds of these players. But okay, let's try to absorb that for a bit. Okay, delete Aya from existence right now.
They had one chance, man. One chance, one opportunity to pick down Aya. They banned into a couple. Okay, that's the Laville. All right, we've seen a couple more. They doesn't have the jungle though for Nova. They know for a fact they doesn't have the jungle, so they could pick it if they want to, but kind of a bit of a risk to pick down Aya at this moment.
Yeah, it's gone. It's gone. We're gonna be witnessing the very first game. A rare sight of an Aya not being banned, but also not being picked. This is the only time I think we're gonna be seeing that. Yeah, Volcath being hovered. No chance now for the Aya. It's 1 in a million.
I think both of the teams trying to bring the best kind of heroes that they can play to win this game as bad as they want, because if they lose this, one of them is going to go home.
Yeah.
One will rise, one will fall. So Hope versus Nova. After this pick, who do you think gonna win here, GG? Because for me, after that Tachi pick coming in for Nova, I love Tachi support, man.
Oh, they go with this kind of composition, which is interesting. It is quite stable as for both sides. I'm quite confused though on that zero prioritization on the Aya. Maybe in terms of comfort, this is what's preferred by these both teams, because most of the time teams already like assume that Aya is going to be banned, and I think this is just it manifesting like, okay, Aya is available, but we haven't really used this much or at all on tournament, so let's just not use it.
I mean, if one of them pick Aya, maybe we currently, if in AIC 2021 Aya has been picked for 0.01%, but now already 6 months, so a couple of champions, a couple of heroes can just burst down Aya a pretty big time. So kind of a lot of a crucial pick there. If they want to pick Aya, they need to follow away with maybe a Baldwin pick, maybe an Iron pick. So an Aya pick will just suffer a lot of crucial kind of gameplay if they want to. So I think both of them doesn't want to just heavy rely on Aya. They want to show what the teams could do with no Aya dependable in this game, because this is the last game for Group A. They need to know who's going to advance to the phase number 2. 3 teams only will advance, so it's going to be really hard with this best of 1.
Yeah, and now let's see who's gonna be getting the win here. team fight based composition once again here for Nova Esports with a proper pick off with a double trouble from Lillaville versus a really high sustain and burst and late game scaling on the side of Starry Hope, and pretty standard start for Nova Esports, an invade on the jungle camp here of Delta L, and they would be able to secure with a punish there by another.
Yeah, I love how Nova really doing the old kind of meta, just happen to invade onto the red buff for the side of Hope. They take one for the team, and given how Benji plays before this, Benji made a lot of movement that could progress a lot for Nova, but they're fighting away Team Flash as well as Talon, going to be really hard. But now this is the moment for Benji to show that Nova still has a lot of potential to go into the playoffs.
Yeah, Nova Esports still with their usual playstyle, but there's a fight on the bot side. Pose might actually be in trouble, but he is relatively healthy still, and with a proper exploration or rotations here from the rest of the members, they're being able to at least defend this Abyssal Dragon lane.
2 minutes into the game, the Abyssal has respawned as well as the Slayer onto the top side. Members of Hope trying to find a way. They need a boost to take away a couple of objectives, but this might be a steal, but no other than another hand.
Oh, double trouble!
Yep, double trouble coming in with another security skill onto the Delta, but now chasing away Reflect. He needs the reflection, but a couple of damage onto Benji. Benji's still alive with the last possible minute from Iggy. Reflect, that moment has proven that Benji is still reliable with the pick coming in for Tachi. Now Benji need to go back first, but the members of Nova trying to secure a lot more possession into the jungle for Hope.
Yeah, that was a good double trouble coming in from Pose. It allowed them to secure the kill on one of the members there of Starry Hope, and that's gonna keep on coming as the game progresses, and Nova Esports finally have drafted a good one, a good composition that best suits their playstyle. They are contesting and will be able to secure a camp there from Delta L, and them being able to group up constantly allows them to have more security on their rotation, since Starry Hope is just trying to farm out safely in their lanes. They're not really trying to gank as much as possible, because their draft is just basically on focusing more on sustain and security in their lanes. Top side, Xiaohan is taking a bit of damage. There's a gank there by Delta L, forced out the flicker from Hey, and that's going to be just that on top side, while Nova Esports are looking for plays across the map. They will catch out Xiaohan and take him down just in time for this red buff to actually spawn up, so that's going to be another steal away from Delta L.
They camping hard. Nova camping hard onto the top side as well. Another kill has been secured but been traded away with the turrets, but Delta L takes the kill. Onto the bottom side here, a couple of damage with the Seagulls, but now I would say that Nova has the upper hand in terms of kills and also gold, but they swap a lot of objectives. None of them has turret just yet, but we can see how another plays the Spade a little bit too aggressive, and he needs to lay back a little, because if he gives a lot of kill to Delta L, then late game composition torn with the ultimate, but none of them hits the members of Nova, so it's just a little bit too pushy coming in for Nova.
Yep, good attempt by Nova Esports with that double trouble, but unfortunately it did not connect onto the best possible target, which is X-Hero. On the top side though, Xiaohan is trying to sustain himself while disengaging, and he will be able to survive. But this Slayer is quite exposed, and no contest will be made. There is quite an attempt though by Delta L, and that ultimate by Reflect is not going to allow them to secure that steal, and Delta L even falls down, punished for even peeking onto that river. And Nova Esports now with a 4-1 advantage in terms of kills, 2k gold lead, and now having the luxury of starting this Abyssal Dragon since Delta L has yet to respond.
Yeah, I think Delta L a little bit too aggressive, but it's not too aggressive. Sorry, but Nova Esports knows the rotation of Delta L. They know when the buff going to spawn. A couple of damage into the mid lane as well. Delta L been killed again with that mistakes into the mid lane. 5 kills to 1 for Nova. They know for sure that they are going for the next round. Hope is still waiting for a respawn here because we know early game is for Nova. Hope needs to take the mid game for sure, but a couple of more damage onto the bottom side here. Look at Pose with the Laville. I love how the damage has been delivered, and now Double Trouble hits onto Daze with a couple of damage coming from Tachi, but Tachi really needs to go back away because of a Reflect is still there to defend.
Yeah, good disengage once again by Starry Hope, and I think they're struggling a little bit to try and play this out safely because of those double troubles connecting from Pose. They will lose this topside tower as well due to that pressure being made by Nova Esports. A good gank onto the bot side, but Pose is still alive. They trade out the tower instead. So good job here by Starry Hope. Double trouble this time will not connect as Benji tries to close the distance, and Reflect immediately gets blown up. But Delta L with a good outplay as he dashes away. He will get that kill onto Znox. Bot side though, that might be a die. Pose trying to deal some damage, but unfortunately he is too low to actually get one. They will get that tower in the mid before they disengage, and Nova Esports still has the upper hand with a 3k gold lead against Starry Hope.
Yeah, 3k gold lead as well as 5 objective in terms of only 2 turrets and one Dark Slave for the side of Starry Hope. They still have the momentum to just defend their way, but they cannot just go in their jungle for Starry, because Starry knows if they go into the jungle, they will be caught up by Double Trouble, maybe with Pain. So it's going to be really hard if they want to just secure this bottom tower, because this bottom tower will be gone in a couple of seconds. And instead of this Volkov, this Volkov has been doing much of the trouble for the side of Nova. They need to re-engage again, but Benji uses Tachi really well. He knows that Tachi capabilities to find a way to make the kill. Try and find an opening here with the buff coming in for Dark Slayer. They need to find a couple of disengage, but the blue buff is still on the hands of Delta L. For members of Nova trying to find Delta L. Where is she? She can run away. The double trouble, it doesn't connect.
Yeah, the fight is still going on though, as Nova Esports might be overextending. They get the kill on the Delta L, but now they're trying to flee. Xiaohan is trying to close the distance, but Snox is too fast, and they punish him for that overextension. Hey, he is still in the fight, and despite the damage there by Reflect, no one dies on the side of Nova Esports. Now with the Slayer marching onto the bot, another will secure that tower, a tier 2 tower on the bot side, mid lane as well, and in a flash, Nova Esports now has a 6,000 gold lead. A while ago it was just 3,000, but Starry Hope is just being overwhelmed right now with the pressure that Nova Esports is giving them.
Yeah, the Holy Dragon been taken. I would love Hope trying to stall the game because they had a Volca. Volca needs more damage, but look at here. None of the damage could just secure down the Mina. Mina is a little bit too tanky to be dealt with, but now Snox has been taken away with no other than Moonfall being taken out. coming in with the damage for another. Another goes in again with Benji on the side. Still takes 2 for the side of Sterry Hope. They only lose 1. Nova still has the lead. Nova traded pretty well on that team fight.
Yeah. Starry Hope, at least, well, they got a kill on the Snox, but they got a little bit overconfident in a sense, and Nova Esports still has the upper hand. And they still yet to scale up, actually, on the side of Starry Hope. So you need to really play this out safe for the meantime and avoid those pick-offs coming in from Nova Esports, especially with the double trouble. They haven't had an attempt trying to get that kill onto Hey. Unfortunately, the other members were there for backup to save the day for Hey. And now the only tower remaining outside the base of Star Hope is the top side, but it will be secured in a short while since no one can actually step out of their base. They're 2 down in terms of economy, and the Slayer that has spawned up is just gonna be taken down. There's no contest. There's no way they can actually contest this Infinite Slayer as Benji is just zoning them out.
Yeah, I think for Hope they can try, but I would say that Hope will die at that point because much of the damage transfers coming in from Nova cannot be handled for the members of Stereo Hope because yes, they had Reflect onto the Ige, but Ige has a lot of damage just yet. He needs the boomstick. He needs the Tomb Reaper. Already has the Tomb Reaper, but the team fight is always going to favor Nova. We can see how Snox already knows where his escape route is. So whenever the team fight breaks, Snox is the last to die with the boomfall open. The movement speed coming from Snox is hard to catch up. In the meantime, we've seen a lot of Delta L has been taking away his life in the earliest possible minute. This is going to be really hard with ultimate coming in for Lumber, but comes in with the moment pain onto the backside. Pose his here, but now Delta L really needs to run. The turrets on the bottom side will be taken away for sure. But now Hey takes on Hero first. Another kills down Yongkang one by one. The members of Stereo Hope, as well as their hope to stay in AIC, will be taken away by the hands of Nova. Only Delta L, nope, Delta L is taking the L as well, and the Ace, and also 5 members of Stereo Hope has been killed. Nova is alive in AIC.
That taunt ultimate by Hey was picture perfect on the multiple members of Star Hope, setting up for Nova Esports, and it allowed them to fully charge in onto the base of Star Hope, deleting or removing those hopes from that particular team. And well, it's gonna be Nova Esports retaining onto this tournament, and unfortunately we are gonna be bidding goodbye to Starry Hope. And what a well-deserved victory coming in from Nova Esports.
I would say that Nova really made a Cinderella story because they lose 2 games before this and only 1 point. He just to retain the spot on the 3rd. But yeah, I would say this game is really on the favor of Nova because of how the double troubles connect and how the rotation and aggressiveness that Nova brings into the matchup. Stereo just can't do anything. They can just stall the game and wait for the Kira or Delta L, but in the team fight, Delta L is the first one to die. And also, look at how the Volca trying to chase away Snox, but Snox is a little bit too fast. Pain coming in 3, 2, 1. Pain is here, 1 gone. Coming for another. Xiao Han has been taken away. They take Delta L as well. Look at Poe's ultimate coming in with also Snox on the backside. Hey ultimate has been taken a toll and makes Nova dreams came true. They are still alive in AIC 2022.
Yeah, really nice analysis on that. And well, Nova Esports, they still have yet to prove themselves, but they will have the chance to do so after winning against Starry Hope. That's what matters for them. staying in this tournament and holding their ground in this tournament. Let's see though if they are going to be able to maintain themselves, given the fact that they are going to be facing off other strong teams that have established so well in the start of day number 1 and in this AIC 2022. Unfortunately, Starry Hope will lose their hope in this tournament for now. They are going to be bidding goodbye to every single one of us alongside with the other team from Group B. So hopefully we do see some improvements of them on the next AIC, as of course they are going to be trying to qualify once again for the AIC 2020, the next AIC 2023 this time.
Yeah.
But for now, it's kind of sad. I don't really like seeing teams saying goodbye, but it is what it is. Hopefully, we do see an improvement of them for next time. But for now, Nova Esports winning, staying in this tournament, having to make this kind of composition work. I want to commend Pose for those double troubles, and also Hey on that setup on that last clash, the 3-man taunt, allowing them to just pile onto multiple members on Starry Hope and push through in ending that game. That was quite impressive.
I would say that is the best game that Hey played for today, because the game number 3 that Hey already has a suitable kind of heroes that he could play before this with the Omen, with a couple of I think with the Gilgroth. It's a little bit too hard for Hey and with the Crixie as well. So if given the fact that the Mina is the best heroes that could be played by Hey, I think Nova could just stick with that, because they need that 100% win onto Hey. If Hey has a good game, maybe Nova could just break through the spirit. They need to win again. Now the second phase is much tougher with the Group C and Group D. We'll be joining them. So yeah, Hey needs more training to win in the second phase.
More training, more planning, more assessing the situation, like assessing the other teams and also their very own players, and where they can actually get most of their strength and fully utilize their overall capability in playing this amazing game. Because if they are going to be continuously losing on their next ones, and it's not going to be a good sight for them, especially for the players who are trying their very best here, and for the people that are supporting them. But for this game, as we check out these post-game stats, 13 minutes, this was a swift game by Nova Esports, and it was a pretty one-sided stomp coming from them based on the goal difference over time. Slowly but surely, they just increased their goal lead as they secured more objectives. It was just one there that Starry Hope has secured during the first objective spawning. And Nova Esports, being the more stable team, has demonstrated that they can still stick around in this tournament for more.
Yeah, I think the main success for Nova is that they bring Tachi onto Benji, because Benji knows how to play Tachi really well, because how the engagement and also the disengage that Snots could help in terms of the team fight is really making the game for Nova. This time the MVP will be another from Nova with the KD 9, 1 and 2. Played really well in terms of the aggressiveness. When Nova played aggressive and it happens to works, it will has the best game for Nova. But in terms of versus Team Flash, the early kind of matchup is not working for Flash, and Flash knows how to counter it. So Nova really need to think about it. If they go too aggressive, or they're just going to invade, just see what happened into the jungle and just back off, it will be much more a counter zone. If not, it will happen again for what happened to Team Flash.
Yeah, and well, let's see what will happen later on, as we are gonna be seeing one more game for today, for tonight. DTAC Talon versus Team Flash is going to be an explosive and exciting match, one of the best to end this day number 1. But before that, Mikos and I are gonna go on to a very short break, so stick around. Of course, this is the Arena of Valor International Championships. Wait for us to come back. We'll be right back.
Arena of Valor is a mobile-based multiplayer online battle arena where you control heroes in a fair multiplayer competition on a battlefield known as Athenor. In the game, each side will occupy one side of the map through constantly attacking the enemy, destroying their towers until the eventual destruction of the enemy's crystal base to secure victory. The extremely large number of unique heroes, filled with the imagination and creative skills, the excitement of confronting real players in real time, and the uncertainty that comes with teamwork are all factors that make every game you play a refreshing and unique journey. The thrill of the warriors' brutal attacks pummeling defenses, the mage's arcane abilities that control the flow of battle, the agility and fatality of an assassin ambushing from the shadows, the marksman's incredible long-range burst damage, the support's incredible offensive buffs and team protection abilities. There's a hero for every playstyle, with the amazing variety of classes in AOV. On top of that, your growth as a player is something even more exciting. Operating skills, the number of heroes you can comfortably play, game sense, situational judgment, split-second decisiveness, and courage. The accumulation of all this growth will give you a stronger ability to win games. Maybe one day, you too will grow up to be a professional player on the stage of AOV's global tournament and become a star that everyone looks up to. Welcome to Arena of Valor.
私が行った方が手っ取り早いのに本当バカ。何？私じゃ不満なわけ？次はあんたの番よ。全部私が片付けるから。ほら、最初から私がそれで怖いとか思ってるの？ほら、最初から
Alright, and welcome back to Arena of Valor International Championships 2022. We are your shoutcasters. Giyang Gaming here with me is Mikos to bring you the final game of day number 1 in this AIC 2022. Talon Esports versus Team Flash. It's going to be an explosive one, and of course, we are both excited to see it happen.
Yeah, because we know for a fact that Team Flash already won 2 times, and they need the security into the number 1. Because if you've been into AOV long enough, you know when Flash will start to play against with their draft with this kind of matchup. Because Flash knows that he are going to qualify for the second phase. So now the difference between a couple of pickups, a couple of drafts will be proceed for Flash. In game number 1 for Flash, in terms of game number 2, they pick down Tachi into support, they bring down the EG in the mid, and Grexy, Suka jungle. But I think this time will be a little bit different for Flash because they already has the first seed, and they want to show that for Talon Esports. They need to bow down to the more experienced champion, or maybe Flash will tell them, we are the greatest team in the world currently right now.
I know Talon Esports has been performing quite well today. Same goes for Team Flash. Both secured 2-0 in the respective matchups earlier. Team Flash won against Nova Esports and also Starry Hopes, and Talon Esports secured a victory against both teams as well. And now it's going to be kind of like the deciding factor, the deciding game, who is going to be sitting on top at Group A. So it's going to be tough for sure, but we can see that this might be the best of the best game so far here in this game. We saw a really good one a while ago, Saigon Phantom versus Valencia CF. It's going to be contested this time by Talon Esports and Team Flash.
Yeah, because now the currently stages is that Talon Esports and Team Flash share the number 1 spot because both has 2 wins. So Nova Esports is number 3. So either Team Flash or Talon will be in the group. It will be in the second phase now because we're currently trying to face who are going to go versus here. Because I don't think that members of Flash and Talon knows about this because they are going to in the same group. So somehow if you lose this, it's still the same kind of
it's still okay, right?
Yeah, it's still okay because you're going for a group A. It's not that you're going for group B or group C. So if you lose this, you're trying to couple of experiments into the draft. So it's okay because you are going to see Talon again. You're going to see Nova again for this Saturday. So it's going to be a little bit much of a experimenting game for Flash and Talon.
And for sure, we're going to be seeing a ban on Aya, right? Because the previous game, it was quite interesting.
I don't think so.
What? We should see a ban on Aya. I mean, Team Flash are going to be banning it out for sure on their second ban. But if they don't, Talon Esports are just going to take it away. For sure. For sure this time. I mean, both teams know how insane and OP the Aya can be, especially when paired up with a tank.
I think no, because Flash, if they want to ban down the Aya, they think much of a help if Talon got the Aya. But no, you can see, they don't want to ban the Aya. They ban the Zuka instead.
What is happening? No, this can't be.
This is nothing to lose game for Flash and Talon. So if Talon want to pick down the Aya, it will just
they will.
But the Aya and the Taro will be taken away by Flash, maybe a Toro or an Omega. So this is maybe a fun matchup coming in for Flash.
It is going to be a fun one for sure. Kind of like a we can't expect this to happen already. We should have expected this to happen. I'm looking forward to see what Talon Esports are gonna pair up this eye with. I mean, Tara is available, which has been like the most used one to pair up with the Aya. So we can see that happening since the Tara is not gonna be stolen away here by Team Flash. They focus more on the high burst damage heroes like the Crixie and the Hayate.
I would say that Flash doesn't care about you if you go for the Tara or maybe an Arthur pick, because we know for a fact that Arthur is tanky enough to just play with Aya as well. So with Elsu poking ability is given the most possible damage that Talon could give. So Flash, they already have the Hayate, they already have the Crixie, maybe Itachi is next because they banned the Zuka. So I would say Elendor will be picked by ADC, but now they're securing the Florentino for KD first. They doesn't have the support just yet to fight away the Arthur onto the support role. So Elsu doesn't know he's going to fight who yet.
Oh, this game. Well, it's gonna be an exhibition match, so it's more so like a demonstration of strength here. A rare sight to see. The second time I'm going to be seeing an Aya being picked. We might as well just cherish the moment here. But Team Flash are also investing quite a lot on those, piercing damage with the Florentino and the Hayate. So it can actually be able to burst down whoever Aya is going to be, going with, like the Arthur or maybe the other frontline heroes that the Talon Esports can actually pick up.
Because currently, if Talon Esports already break down the Arthur, I would say that Arthur will not go for the Dragon Slayer because it's going to be really hard versus a Florentino. Maybe they need like a cheap pick for Talon, or they go for Yena pick is better than the cheap pick coming in for Talon Esports for the Slayer lane. But yeah, I think because throughout the day we see Arthur into the support role and it's hard to kill down the Arthur because we know how to play Arthur. Arthur is just one button and you just chase
spin to
people
win.
away. Yeah, it's a spin to win kind of mechanics. So Talon trying to find a way to win in terms of that. Can see Elendor being banned away by Flash. I would say that they could pick down the Elendor rather than ban it. But no junglers as well for Talon though.
Oh, I'm still like at least amused to see that the Aya finally has been picked up, after it's not a ban, because in the previous game I was kind of a bit confused. I thought I was just dreaming, but now okay, we're brought back to reality. Aya is gonna be picked up when it's not banned. That's the thing. And well, Talon Esports and the Team Flash have removed some of the heroes that can be utilized by both teams. Arum.
Yep, that Arthur could not run away. That lock coming in for Arum, I would say that the best possible outcome for Flash right now, because we know XP played really well into the support role. So Tony really needs to just find a couple of ways to just slip under Arum hair. So it's going to be really hard for Talon. So they already have the Arum. So now the jungles for XP. I would say if been long enough to see Necroth on ADC, but Necroth has been bad. The Pain and the Yena pick is really well versus the Florentino. So if Talon has a couple of firepower to win against Flash, as we speak, they have the Aya, they have the Yena, and also the Kreknak pick. So maybe they I would say that ADC played Kreknak if Kreknak not been picked by Talon.
Mm-hmm. It's going to be an interesting matchup here for both teams as they are investing quite a lot in both in damage. Talon Esports have a bit of more scattered in a sense. Mostly their magic damage is gonna be from the Aya, but whoa!
Bring down the Zeal.
Yeah.
I would rather see the Zeal. If the butterfly been picked by ADC, I would say this is kind of the best game possible for Flash, but I would say yes for butterfly because it's just kind of too hard because he still has the Kira, has the pain to be played. Gregnak, Zil, I would say Zil is much more suitable for ADC, but Zanis, I would say yes also for Zanis.
Yeah, Zanis is gonna be a little bit more stable, especially on extended team fights, which will occur, of course, later on since Talon Esports has the Aya. This has a bit more fighting chance and also backline threat on the side of Team Flash. They do have an incredible amount of burst and a lot of options in how to approach this game against Talon Esports. Because for Talon Esports, okay, let's break it down a little bit. The Elsu is going for the poke, Krikna for the burst later on, especially on those flanks. Their front lines are gonna be Tony and NTNZ on the Yena and the Arthur with the help of the Aya. Or me, for some reason my saliva got stuck a little bit. I was trying not to choke.
Yep.
But for Team Flash, you know, they have a lot of damage. If we are going to compare the damage capability of both teams, I would favor Team Flash. But due to the amount of sustain that Talon Esports has, they might actually be able to survive.
Yeah, but some of viewers are going to say that Flash cannot be down Talon because Talon has the most form currently because of how iPod Pro play, and the reason why Lorion is not possible to be played here because of iPod Pro. So the level that iPod Pro play in terms of this year is next level. So it's going to be really wholesome for the members of Talon if they know that Talon gonna win. It's hard to say that Flash going to win this game because of how the recent form for Flash. We know that for the fact that Flash is not still the world champions, but now Talon is in the ring to win this AIC.
Yeah, in this AIC 2022, it's gonna be full of surprises. This is one of those rare sights that we can actually see in this amazing event as Talon Esports facing off Team Flash in this final game in the day number 1, and we're seeing Tony and iPod Pro now, the Arthuraya combination here, as we're seeing XB as well trying to invade, but it's not gonna be that easy since Tony is gonna be just distracting him with a spin to win.
I would love to see if they have the Aya on the iPod Pro as well as Tony going for the Malok pick. I think that is more damaging thing kind of composition if the Malok could be picked by Tony. But yeah, what happened if the Arthur? But the damage coming for Arthur here is going to be really hard because the Arab we know is a little bit too tanky, and also with the regens the Arab has, Tony a little bit too low on health. Pikachu with a couple more damage, and ADC as well as Katie just cleans up this jungle side of Talon a little bit too early with the engage on the invade, but the goal is still in the hands of Talon.
Yep. Interesting scenarios happening, you know. The Arthur doesn't really deal much damage, and that's kind of the con of picking the Arthur, but it's still just 2 minutes into the game. things can accelerate and on the side of Talon Esports, just snipe connecting from Difoxin. He is really efficient on this, as Talon Esports already have secured the Slayer, and Team Flash are trying to answer back with a take on this Abyssal Dragon. There is an attempt on a steal, but unfortunately Difoxin won't be able to land it on the Abyssal Dragon, as ADC was secured with the punish.
Yeah, Flash is a little bit too aggressive into the rotation currently. Okay, going in with the double combo from Tony as well as iPod Pro. A couple of damage coming in for defaulting on the side. One snipe is needed for KD, but one more is to be sure for that kill. None of them will be taken away with the first blood, because Flash knows this is going to be really hard if they stay long more into the mid lane.
Yeah, Talon Esports has hesitating a little bit as well. We saw the flicker out of Tony a while ago, disengaging, and it's kind of surprising on the side of Talon Esports. Normally we see them just charging, not hesitating at all, and well, it's gonna take some time for the Arthur and the Eye to scale up, as this time iPod Pro hops on to Moop for the meantime, as they are just trying to invade and cause some trouble here on the side of Team Flash. Team Flash, rather than are answering back with some clears on the jungle camps of Moop. It's not much action that we're seeing, since we don't have like explosive lineups being taken here by Talon Esports. But first blood is gonna be secured there by the Foxen. There's a fight here onto the top side. They're trying to suppress this Arthur, but it's taking such a long time. That's gonna lead to XP dying. Talon Esports now with a 2-0 scoreline and a push even on the bot side tower.
I would say though that Aya and Arthur is a little bit too hard to kill, because we know how the damage coming in for Tony, as well as the health and the defense mechanism coming for iPod Pro. But the 2 kills for Talon is too much of a deal. Defoxin, oh my god. The ultimate coming in for Defoxin with Kunai Blitz has been fade away. Okay, couple of scratches coming in for XP into the middle lane, but Tony is too aggressive for Flash to handle. So Flash really need to pick a way here to just slow down their momentum before Talon Esports could make a way to win this game.
Yeah, it's a weird one that we're seeing right now. Not much damage from tank force, not like the other heroes that we usually see being like hopped onto by an Aya. But unfortunately, on the top side, Foxen is all alone. ADC and Case will secure the kill onto him, while Tony is yeah, like got you this time.
Yeah. I would do it if that Flash would just camp up Defoxing more and more, because of how Defoxing claims the first blood. It just pisses off Flash currently. So I would say that Flash played really well in terms of their rotation, but goal is on the side of Talon. Into the mid lane, a couple of damage coming in for Tony as well, but Move cannot go in because that is an error. Has been the ultimate coming in for error, but Pikachu doesn't want to find a way to force it again. I would say this is a revenge. You do it once, you get it twice coming in for ADC and Case.
Yeah, oh, that was an oopsie by Foxen, not respecting Case and ADC there onto the top side, and he died for the second time, while Tony and iPod Pro keeps on just trying to spin and distract the members of Team Flash. Unfortunately, they don't deal that much damage, given the fact that the Arthur doesn't really deal much damage, especially on the high sustain heroes. So that's a struggle on their composition as of the moment. They don't have that much mobility, they don't have that much damage for now, and Team Flash are just trying to farm out safely, since they do have a good scaling of a composition.
Yeah, I would know that for the side of Aya, he just gives a lot of shields to Tony because we know for a fact that he plays a shield for the amount of shield increase for the target class is Assassin or Archer. But now onto the bottom side, a couple of damage. Katie will be taken away. Blossom doesn't even hit, but still one member's ADC been taken by 3 members of Talent Esports. They claim one by one body bags coming in. 4 kills to 2 for Flash.
Yeah, that was a good outplay coming in from Mook and NTNZ that allowed them to secure both of the kills. And when Mook even having the luxury of securing that dragon for DTAC Talon, that increased their goal lead from the 1,000 to a little over 2,500, while Team Flash are just crumbling upon these minions while trying to defend their towers in the mid and the top side, while struggling as well on trying to deal some damage on the Tony. He is just, you know, that tanky boy that is hard to take down, while he deals a little bit of damage, especially with that ultimate. But aside from that, he is not really doing much for the meantime. It's more so like a distraction for the members of Team Flash.
NTNZ already has the entry region for the meantime in the mid lane. Tony deals a lot of damage with iPod Pro, and the Holy Dragon will be taken away by ADC. Flash, they know that they cannot not just bring the game into the team fight a lot, so they take objective one by one, but they will be intercepted by Tony in the jungle itself. But Katie just respected the movement that can bring by ADC. ADC just want to take down the turrets. Other than that, he just doesn't want to go in fights.
Yeah. In Flash, it's gonna take them a bit of a long time to be able to dish out a lot of damage towards Tony. Might even need more than just one person to dish out that damage. ADC has picked up a kill onto NTNZ though, and picked up a tower on the boss side as well with the help of KT. But top side is being pushed with the Slayer, so knock, they have to answer that door on the top side. Case is there. Moop will answer back though in the mid, taking out XP, while Tony is having the best time of his life. Flicker invested. I'm not quite sure why, since he does have the help of iPod Pro. ADC being chased away. You need to respect that damage coming in, especially from Difoxin, as he's trying to snipe his way through the members of Team Flash.
I love to see how ADC, but damage coming in. ADC with the ultimate goes away from Tony because we know Tony has a lot of... Oh, they fucks it again onto Pikachu in mid. But Bob still lingering around to find the kill. But no, Pikachu, he's just a fuzzy boy. He could have just been taken with a snipe over there.
Oh, that was unfortunate, especially for Team Flash as they lost Pikachu. And now slowly, Talon Esports are squeezing them away from their outer turrets. That's going to be the last outer turret being taken there by Difoxin, as now it's going to be a tougher time for Team Flash since they're going to be constantly poked by the snipes there of Difoxin. Top side ADZ finally falls down, this time on the hands of NTNZ, as he finally gets his revenge onto that of ADC. While Talon Esports now with Tony going in once again. He's just an immortal boy right now.
This is what happened if you just leave Aya into place. It doesn't even ban Aya. This is what the karma is. It doesn't give down Aya, but Tony a little bit too in front under the turret first, but Tony's still alive. Look at the defense that Tony had with iPod Pro inside of him. Flash cannot do anything. They just eat some damage coming in from Difoxin. Now the counter attacks come in with a couple of Blossom from KD, but doesn't deal much of a damage. Flash, they don't know what to do.
Yep, Moop is having the luxury of securing this Holy Dragon for Talon Esports, while NTNZ is attacking the Infinite Slayer. So everything is being laid onto their hands. Slowly but surely, the gold lead is rising now to 5,000 in favor of Talon Esports. And Tony is just having the best time of his life. Same as iPad Pro, you know. Using the eye is quite chill. Since you don't have to move that much.
I think if the Aya Arthur's threat been taken down by Flash, that is the moment when Flash could win. That is the point of Flash could win the game, because the Aya Arthur, Tony and iPod Pro, that this is the main point that why Flash cannot go in the jungle, has to split push along the way, but has been, you know, blocked by Yena, and TNZ already been all over the map. Top side will be taken away in a couple of minutes, but now the question is, what can Flash do? Too much tanking, too much defense and armor onto Tony. They doesn't have much damage onto Case, but now with the Moonfall needs to land. Where is Pikachu? Pikachu needs to play it really well because Tony is not going anywhere.
Yeah, it's a tough time. They're knocking onto the base right now. Top side is destroyed. Bot side as well. Only left is the mid lane inhibitor tower. And Tony's having the best time of his life. There's a glimpse of a Case will still die. Tony lives another century as they will take down two members. They lost NTNZ and Difoxin though. So Tony and iPad Pro might need to disengage. KT is dishing out a lot of damage, and this is the thing about Anaya. If you take down what he is trying to sap on, you're gonna have that buy one take one bonus.
Yeah, because Aya cannot run away because when her health is 40%, he just turns into Squirrel, and you can just attack it from both sides. But Flash, they takes the a couple of chances that been given by Talon, but now Katie onto the top side. Blossom has been picked. Cool down right now. And now the drones comes in with a couple of damage, but no! Katie says no! That is a Florentino, not Imatino for well that Florentino got to win. Katie now Flash is on the counter attack. It takes one by one. Mob and NTNZ is dead. Now Tony is back with iPod Pro. It's going not to be really well for Flash, but they can take a lot of objective for now.
Yeah, they took out mid lane already. But Pro, they're trying to at least defend a little bit from the attacks there of Talon Esports are struggling a little bit on those short skirmishes or small skirmishes. Team Flash are making sure they get back on their feet. They're only down 2,000 right now, and we saw on the top side that outplay by KT. I mean, 30% HP remaining and still winning against a relatively healthy opponent such as Move. That is impressive.
Yeah, that is the wonderful of Florentino, because if you pick up a lot of Blossom with the fast hand you had, you possibly could win 1v1 with any champions that you face. So that is why Katie loves the Florentino. They can make an outplay with the Blossom as well as the launch. But the question is, 2,000 gold needed to find by Flash. Now Tony, XP, and Case, they need to run away because has been spotted around. NTNZ on the backside here. None of the members has been taken, but Case needs to run away. One dash is left. Coming in, but still going to live another day, but defaulting onto the backside. XP plays sometimes, just going to buy some time for Flash, but this game will be ended. Pikachu takes the kill. The steal's coming in from Pikachu, number 2nd kill, but Pikachu is still alive. Going for Tony as well as iPod Pro chasing down ADC. That is Zanis. What Zanis could do, Zanis doesn't have much of movement speed. That Alton is spin to win character. He can run away back with the lungs, with the Blossom. One more Flash or not. He doesn't have the flicker. He cannot give the food. Running away with that damn cockroaches is alive.
Oh, this game is getting exciting. Well, they lost the mid lane inhibitor tower. All inhibitor towers have been destroyed already by Talon Esports, but we have the Slayer marching into the mid. KT as well being on fire with a 5-1-1 scoreline. Right now, Talon Esports are going to force their way in with Tony being in the front line. However, he needs to be a little careful because KT deals a substantial amount of damage. NTNZ backs him up. So Tony will live another day. Even with the Aya, this is what you told me a while ago. These type of heroes like the Florentino and the Hayate, they can just deny the sustain because they deal an incredible amount of damage.
Yeah, because we can see how Tony is really struggle versus Katie. The only time that we know Katie will fall is he doesn't pick up any of the blossoms. So the ground control coming in for Talon needs to land perfectly. If not, Katie just slips away and kill one by one. And then with the Zanis play here, I think ADC just happened to take a lot of objectives despite that he just can't go with the team fight. He just can't cope with the team fight that could bring by Talon. Now, a couple of damage. Look at how the armor is for Tony. A little bit too much to be handled by Flash.
Yeah, this is insane. Talon Esports with the Aya. Right now on to Tony. They're trying to end this game, but Team Flash are actually doing a really good job defending, especially with the threat there of KT. But Tony will now engage once again with the help of iPod Pro being in the front line, taking a bit of damage. So does KT, while Moop is applying pressure onto the bot side. This is the struggle of Team Flash right now. They have to defend all three lanes while trying to get a kill onto Talon Esports as well. Now with the ultimate of iPod Pro, zoning and also stopping some of the movements there of Team Flash. They have yet to close out this game since there's no Slayer being taken there by Talon Esports. ADC nearly gets blown up. They get the kill onto XP, but now, okay, Kunai Blitz dealing a bit of damage here onto the back line, but NTNZ will get that kill onto ADC. They lose two though. Tony and iPod Pro are dead because of KT. And Team Flash, they live yet another day.
I'm speechless though, because I don't know how Flash could win that, because none of the members of Talon just pay attention to Katie, because we know how Katie just happened to have a lot of damage. They already have anti-healing, they already have armor piercing, and also when the Frozen Cape slows into enemy gonna run away from that Blossom though. So Flash with the best defense yet in AIC just live another day because of Talon Esports cannot shut down this game. That Crystal is still alive because of KT. KT is trying to prove that he's better than any players into the Dragon Slayer. He knows how to fill the Florentino with the damage. Now the last, maybe possibly the last Slayer to be slain here. Who's going to take it? Maybe Flash, maybe it's on the hands of Talon, but members of Flash a little bit too late here for Infinite Slayer.
Yeah, this is the time. Talon Esports, they have to make this work. KT is quite low. ADC has a good plan along with XP, and they're doing a substantial amount of damage. But Talon Esports are not holding back. That's Kunai Blitz. Not enough to take down the members of Talon Esports. But Tony is still surviving. Pikachu is dead. That's a snipe from Fox to the second life from KT. Can actually go with an outplay. He will try to do so with a bit of shield, but it's not going to be enough with 4 people dead. ADC, the only member alive against 4 people of Talon Esports. I think this is it. Talon Esports will have this in the back with the Aya play debut on AIC 2022.
Yep, Talon Esports takes the win to number 3. 3 wins without a loss for Talon, and they are going to proceed for the phase 2 in the Group A. Same members, they will facing down Nova and Team Flash. So, like I said, this is a game that nothing to lose for both of them because they are going for next stage nonetheless. But Talon Esports, they show a good match against Flash that has a better defense mechanism instead of giving the Aya and also the Alter cannot be killed. But that Florentino will have a couple of MVP awards because how KD plays that Florentino is one of the best Florentino we've seen today.
Yeah, it's an insane performance here by both teams. I mean, in this kind of an exhibition match, you know, right?
Yep.
We saw the strength of Anaya, especially with paired up with a high sustain tank. And as we check out the replays, well, we saw the disadvantage though, or like the weakness of that particular combo. The Florentino, the Hayate, those heroes that can actually shred through those durability. However, you know, well, Team Flash, they managed to stick around towards the very end. However, on the top side fight, when KT actually got flanked on by some of the members there of Talon Esports, they tried, especially with the Kunai Blitz of Case, but the damage wasn't enough, especially when NTNZ, Moop, and Difoxen were dealing a substantial amount of burst. This is the scene that we are talking about earlier. You know, the Kunai Blitz from Case, but the sustain from iPod Pro was there as well because you're getting obliterated with the snipe from Difoxen, and with the 4 members still alive and only 1 on Team Flash, it was just inevitable. Game win and a 3-0 scoreline right now in the AIC 2022 for Talon Esports. So congratulations.
Yeah. As we can see how the Florentino played really well with the Frostcape to give slows to Arthur. Arthur cannot run away and just receive damage from damage to damage. I think Valheim also one of the heroes that can chuck down that kind of matchup because a lot of CC could bring by Valheim, so it's hard to run away with the combo from Hayate as well. So like I said, that Flash doesn't care if you want to take down Aya, but he needs to know how to defend and how to win against the Aya Anta combo, Aya Tara combo. So that is some kind of tankiness that Aya could provide. So yeah, nonetheless, congratulations for Talon to take the 3-win sweep, I think, so for the Group A. But yeah, they will face down again Flash and also Nova in Group A for, I think, Saturday. They will clinch again.
Yep. And that that is still a fantastic game, I would say, by Talon Esports and Team Flash. You know, it's kind of like an exhibition match. Nobody usually just allows an Aya, except for the game before them. You know, that was interesting as well. But it's more so like another exhibition match that we have seen a battle to. Actually, that one was the risky game, you know, because that was the battle to retain in the AIC 2022. But for Talon Esports and Team Flash, it's just more so like a demonstration of a skill set, in a sense, without much limits or without much following the technicalities of the game. Like you have to supposedly ban out the Aya, you have to ban out heroes like the Omen because of their incredible amount of sustain and rotation as well. Stuff like that, the typical ones that the coaches normally say to the players due to the high meta priority on those kinds of heroes. But I'm absolutely excited to see who dealt the most damage in that game. Was it like the spin to win of Tony? Was it like Moop or maybe Difoxen on those snipes? Because Tony, well, you couldn't see the damage really that much.
Yep.
But he was consistently damaging people, so maybe on a cumulative sense, it would stack up really high, especially during team fights, you know.
I think for a point that iPod Pro gives a lot of damage as well from the skill number 1 and also his ultimate. So because of the time by time magic damage they could deal by Aya, could happen to give a lot of damage as well. But I think the MVP of the game, I would say, it's gonna be really hard. I would say the Arthur, but
personally, I will give the Defoxin, I think, because how the game started after Defoxin just go berserk with the ultimate.
Oh yeah, the
just
first blood.
Yeah, the first blood. After the first blood, just everything started. Kills by by strategies. Because before the first kill, the game was kind of on stale because okay, I respect you want to take a lot of gold, so we farm together. But after the first kill, everything break loose.
Yeah, that's true. I want to commend KT though on that spectacular performance on the Florentino. We saw, I think he was the biggest titan of them all during that game. It was hard to take him down. It was hard to actually close out the game when the Florentino is still alive, because he can just kill Tony, just even if iPad Pro is like helping him.
Yeah, because how in early game that KD plays with ADC is just double elimination, because we know how ADC just takes away objective with KD on the bottom and also on top side. He leaves 3 members of Flash just roam into the jungle and mid, kind of stall the game into the better side, because they need the first cap to be alive with KD to just slow down the other. If the other is not slowed down, it will be hard to catch down the other.
Yeah. I wonder though if because normally we see like Arthur being the most picked tank right now, especially because of his sustainability and overall irritatingness. One of the things I'm actually looking forward to seeing being paired up with Anaya is actually like the Mina, because of the amount of sustain that she does have as well in her kit, and maybe the team fighting potential is really strong as well because of that taunt. I'm wondering what can actually happen if the Aya is paired up with the Mina, like a double heal. Like, oh, that's going to be really irritating.
Yeah, double heal and also as a crowd control with the Mina. I think that is some cheeky kind of composition. But I think if it combo with Zenial also can, because of a couple of healing that could give for the members of Talon. I would say it's going to be pretty hard also.
Yeah, that's an insane combo, but both of us are quite sure already we won't be seeing an Aya anymore, especially on the latter stages. That's not gonna be allowed.
I think this is in fact seeing Aya play with Arthur. My eyes is burning, man. I don't know why. Wait.
Oh, what?
Oh god.
I think your eyes would have burned on the previous series.
Yeah, it just stack up a lot, man. It's burning, man. Oh, tears. I think this is the cheer for Steri Hope. I think because they are finishing their movement into AIC 2022. But this is the stats for today. Talon takes the win again. Flash. Look at the damage from iPod Pro. 208.
Look at the gold difference. 220. Exactly 220. That's how close the game was. I mean, in terms of the gold, gold difference.
Yeah.
Because of KT.
Yeah, KT deals a lot of damage, but I think if Pikachu use maybe like a Lorion, I think if they does a ban onto the Lorion, I think it would have a best game again, because of how that Crixie has been taking a lot of damage coming in for Defoxin. I would say if 5 snipes, maybe 3 is in the face of that Crixie.
And the MVP is gonna be Tony, of course. I mean, he was there everywhere, alongside with iPod Pro. So it's like it's just both of them, two in one combo. With the Tony and iPod Pro, the Aya and the Arthur Raya combination by Talon Esports, and it was a sight to see, and I think that's a one rare scene that we're gonna be seeing.
Enjoy when it lasts, man.
Yeah, because it
So,
won't happen again. It's just a one-time thing for sure.
Yeah, I think maybe for tomorrow you can see one if oh no, I don't think so.
Maybe if
Maybe one.
maybe if there are like teams that are having two zeros both that are matching up. So in Group A, first in terms of ranks, first going to be Talon Esports, then followed by Team Flash and Nova Esports. For Group B, we're going to be seeing Saigon Phantom on the top spot, Valencia CF on the second one, and one team sitting at the last spot. Unfortunately, we're going to be seeing Starry Hope on Group A being the first official team to bid goodbye to everyone. So hopefully we do see them again, even better, because we love it when a team grows.
Yeah, I think saying goodbye to a major tournament from the first day is kind of harsh, but it is what it is, man. You have to be more fierce into your draft. You need the more but more potential. But enough of that. We are going to see for game tomorrow is INF versus ADT. The game for Influence Rage versus a dope team from Malaysia. And then next, Ruya versus Mad Team. A dope again versus Dewa. And this is going to be a 12 matches for tomorrow. Good luck with that. And a couple of Group D and Group C. A matchup that we are really going to see. I want to see is Matt versus VGM, man. That is kind of, the bucket list of AOV.
Yeah. That is definitely the bucket list. And also, lots of expectations for sure for not only us, but also the viewers and the people that are supporting their respective teams, because all these teams have invested quite a lot to be able to qualify for AIC 2022. So as the days progress, as we reach slowly towards the conclusion of this event, things are gonna look tighter and more explosive than ever.
Yeah, Group C and Group D will battle each other for tomorrow, who are going to go for the phase number 2. But we already have 3 teams from Group A, 3 teams from Group B. So Group C and D, it happened to be tomorrow. So 12 game for tomorrow. Stay tuned much more. So GG.
Yeah,
I think this is goodbye for day 1.
Yeah, it is gonna be goodbye for day 1, and we're gonna be seeing you tomorrow. So on behalf of Tencent, Level Infinite, Garena, and VSP, and from the production team as well, we are your shoutcasters, Gion Gaming and Mikos. This is the Arena of Valor International Championships 2022. See you again on day 2 tomorrow.